Hello everybody and welcome to round number 7 of Altibox Norway chess. We've changed locations, it's very exciting. We're in some very fancy modern concert hall in the heart of Stavanger. We can see the port, but I only have eyes for Peter Svidler, who's hopefully going to take us through all the action.
Oh dear, an inauspicious start to the broadcast, because it is. Stunning views outside. Hopefully the action at the boards will match them. The central game of the round should be the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik. Very important in the context of the tournament. Vladimir is trailing Magnus by half a point, so he is black. I'm not sure how aggressive he will be from the outset, but obviously a decisive game. If this one is decisive, is what I want to say. It will, whatever the result is, will impact the tournament hugely. So that's the one to watch. But obviously there's more things on the menu.
There's more stuff. We have Niels Grandelius, who's been involved in 50% of the decisive games so far, even though he hasn't won one of those yet. He's white against Li Chao, who is on -1, lost one. Strange game to Harry, drew the others. Harry himself, on a 2-game winning streak, is the man with a hot hand.
Zwischensport. My German is improving by leaps and bounds. I will be using Zwischensport, I think, till the rest of my days. I get a kick of those. Strange.
That is one of the key German words. You need to find your way around in Germany. Just ask people for Zwischensport and you'll be fine. Anyway, he is facing MVL, who's been solid so far. MVL has now finished meeting the lineup of death. Not saying that the other players are weak exactly, but he's played Giri, Elyanov, Kramnik, Aronian and Carlsen in a row. Now he's got Harry, who's on fire, then finishes with Veselin Topalov and Niels Grandelius. The Frenchman on -1 is going to be looking to impact the fight for first place as well.
How is he on -1?
+1, sorry. Did I say minus?
Yeah.
I didn't mean that.
Yeah, I was
They're both on +1.
Startled by that assertion. Yeah, that is another very important game in the fight for the top prizes. 2 players on +1 playing each other. Yeah, Harry has been on a very hot run of form, but MVL here has been, I thought, very impressive quietly, and he's only won 1 game, a spectacular game at that, with black against Anish Giri, but he was better, I think, in more or less every single white game so far.
Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, he doesn't get into trouble easily. So
yeah, but it's even more than that. Not only, I think we both are struggling to remember a game where he was worse, but he also, he definitely was better at some point against Vladimir Kramnik. He was winning in 1 move in a Berlin endgame against Pavel Elyanov, a very costly miss potentially. He was
against Magnus.
Yeah, seriously better 2 days ago against Magnus Carlsen in a very important game, which Magnus saved by the skin of his teeth, frankly, at one point. So yeah, very impressive tournament so far by the Frenchman with 3 names.
Absolutely. Then we have Levon Aronian with white against Pavel Elyanov. Levon Aronian's girlfriend, fiancé, what's the status? Fiancé?
We are not sure, but they've been together for a while now, and perhaps they will come on the show together and elaborate. But
maybe. Anyway, Ariane Kauli has arrived in Norway, so I'm looking for a +1 joke that Levon's +1 has arrived, but not in the tournament standings yet. He's going to be looking to score it there as well. They're both on 50%. Pavel Elyanov has said he's found his game, or he's feeling better about his chess the last 3 rounds, so he won't be easy to deal with. And then last but not least, Topalov Giri, Anish Giri, as always involved in most of the decisive games in this tournament outside of Niels. 2 losses and 1 win. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is an interesting round, and already there are somewhat different trends to what we've seen before, because I've looked at the openings so far, and 2 games started with 1 c4, which has definitely been the first move of the candidates, so to speak. Definitely has been 1 c4, but in this tournament we haven't seen this a lot. But today, already 2 games with that move. But an early contender for you know, the game to watch is a game between Hare Krishna and MVL, which
they're
features
following this stuff.
which features a very, very sharp position already by move 6. This is, of course, it arises from the 3 of 3, well, anti-Grunfeld, you maybe should call it. It's not. I think Grunfeld should be after only the positions after knight c3, d5, f3 leads to positions which are, of course, very similar in spirit to normal Grunfeld, but still. And MVL dodges the d5 type positions, and he was the pioneer of this.
Every move here, e6, knight c6, d5. But e6, yeah, this was fashionable for a while, but people figured after e4, d5 takes and knight c3, why there's some pressure.
Yeah, I actually did that against him and lost, but I shouldn't have. I had a very decent position and then went quite badly wrong at some point. So he switches to c5, d5, d6, e4, e6. This is already differing somewhat from. We had one game in this tournament where this happened. A game.
Well, there they played bishop g7, knight e2, short castle. So
in the game between Hare Krishna and Li Chao, as Jan correctly said, the game continued. Bishop g7, which is very natural. Castle short, knight ec3, and here Li Chao played a move e5, which we did not really anticipate, and we haven't really seen this much before. And we felt Li Chao had a very decent position, but then he at some point went slightly wrong, and it all went pear-shaped for him. Today it's seemingly a lot sharper from the get-go. Maxim plays e6 even before bishop g7. I'm not sure why it is important to start with e6 and not bishop g7 here, but I'm sure Maxim does know. Knight e2, bishop g7 now, knight ec3, continuing with the same theme as we mentioned when we were covering the opening of the
the point is knight on e2 is awkward, and it might look more natural to play the other knight to c3, but then you have to move the knight from e2 again anyway to g3 or c1 or some clumsy square. So this setup is nicer. The b1 knight can always go to c4.
And just to cover this briefly again, if black sort of fulfills his promise and takes on d5, switching to a Benoni type structure, this knight via d2 or a3 has a very easy and short path to an ideal square on c4, which is something white would very much like to happen. And Maxim doesn't take on d5. I don't think it's particularly his intention to hurry with this capture. He went knight h5, and now a very curious little move, queen e2.
Well, knight h5 threatened queen h4 check,
yeah, but
so you gotta do something about it.
I kind of expected Harry to go bishop e3 here. I couldn't really see why this is bad. Planning to meet queen h4 with bishop f2. This is the the normal way of dealing with this threat. But I guess the idea Harry is employing instead is to bring the queen to the same square, because although maybe even g3. Yeah, I finally settled on that. I was hoping to show the same variation with the king on d1, but that's unnecessary. This is a well-known tactical trap, which actually in this position leads to probably a completely lost position for black, because
bishop e5 just f4, no?
Yeah, f4 rook g1 probably is also enough, but f4 is definitely plenty good enough. If the white bishop is on e3, there's plenty of very famous game where black takes on f1 here. White takes this queen and black takes the phantom bishop on e3, but the bishop is still on c1, so this is not possible. Therefore, queen h4 check is probably just a waste of a tempo, because g3 is not a bad move for white at all.
Especially after queen e2, you like to go g3.
Yeah, so queen h4 check is now not an option. One thing I will mention is that bishop d4 should be an option, right?
Yeah, that looks like a logical move. And I was wondering if we can get some crazy stuff here after g4 already, but maybe then queen h4, king d1, knight g3 actually.
Queen e1.
So it doesn't work. I missed queen e1.
Now, queen e1 seems to be the same thing, and once again black is in desperate straits here, right?
Okay,
loses the knight.
Yeah, so we can't go knight g3, but the knight would have to go back with very weak position.
But then probably we should do it immediately, because I don't think, after g4 in particular, the king actually kind of is headed towards c2 in most cases, so we shouldn't really be driving it towards good squares, I feel. Play knight f6, white probably plays something like knight b5, because
there's many options, no?
Yeah, but something like this, we could have a very, very interesting and a very unusual game on our hands here. By move 10, we could get a really wild position. which I welcome wholeheartedly. I like crazy positions.
But this position, isn't this just good for white? Bishop h6 or whatnot?
Bishop h6 is an important move.
I might be blundering knight g4.
Although, yeah, tactically this doesn't seem to work, because I wanted to play, but probably h5 was something I would like to do as black here, to lock the kingside down, force white to play g5, and then castling kingside becomes much more attractive for black.
Can we look at that line just because it's very messy? Bishop h6, knight g4, pawn takes, queen h4, and the king doesn't have a square as a problem. King
Yeah.
d2, there's
and
a
this is a check, yeah, and king d1, bishop g4.
Bishop g4.
Yeah, so that does seem to work for black, right? Unless
no
we
tricks, no.
I don't think that there are any. So in this position, bishop h6 is impossible, which means, or
But
not
why
very good.
Do we have to go knight b5?
No, but I think if
Bishop
you,
h6, knight g4 is the same trick, eh?
yeah. And well, do you really feel comfortable just leaving this alive for a long time?
Not particularly.
Because I want to play a6 probably, and then even exchanging this bishop might become somewhat tricky. And it's a monstrous bishop. You really do need to do something about it, I feel.
All right, then yeah, let's look at knight b5. I'm also not sure if e5 is forced.
No, but I think knight takes d4 followed by e5 with the king on e8 might actually be a bit of a problem for black.
Good castle.
Yeah, castle is definitely something black could try and do here.
Weird position. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange setup, which I think both of them probably welcome, because Harry is playing very fast, and I think it's safe to assume he is still following some kind of preparation. And Maxim is, one of the fastest guns in the West. So it is definitely something he generally likes in his games. A position with a huge mess, lots of tactical complications you need to navigate your way through, and chances for both sides.
Shall we have a brief tour through all the openings before we come back to this one?
The one which probably we need to discuss the least, because this is the one game where players have only made 5 moves and now Niels is thinking. This is a game between Niels Grandelius and Li Chao.
Li Chao really wants to win this one, yeah? He chose
it seems
a bit
like
of a sideline.
Yeah, it seems like Li Chao is trying to dodge not even Niels' preparation necessarily, but just mainline theory in general, because this Caracan with the knight f6, knight f6 gf, it has been making a bit of a reappearance recently. I think people have started playing it half seriously again, but it's never really been considered to be particularly good, I think. And
well, it leads to strange positions. I've never studied it because I don't play this from either side. I think what is supposed to be better, but it's hard to play. There's standard patterns are not so obvious.
It's tricky. Yeah, I always liked in lines like this. I always like trying to play knight f3, g3, bishop g2, just to make sure, my king is safe, and also it helps with the c4, d5 play later on, because I think, black's position. The structure is somewhat ruined, but it will be very, very solid in almost every setup, and playing for some kind of a d5 break is almost the only immediate structure changing idea white has here. Although sometimes after
they sometimes put the knight on g3 or on some weird squares.
I'm not sure it's here. I think it's more to do with the EF positions. After EF there is this plan of playing c3 followed by bishop d3, knight e2, queen c2, and then the knight goes to g3. But after GF I think it generally goes to f3.
Right.
I think the lines start with something like this, and here already
queen d5,
they already have queen d5 here, so sometimes I think maybe they play c3 maybe here, waiting for one move, and then play g3. Yeah, it's an intricate position, which in my 30 plus years of all levels of competitive chess, I think I've had this like maybe twice with white in my entire life, which and I've been an e4 player for most of it, so it is a very, very rare position, and very few people actually know what's going on. So we'll see what Niels decides on. He's already taking a bit of a break, which I think is a sensible thing to do when faced with something you probably had almost no experience with.
Let's go to the big one, Carlsen Kramnik. Oh, it's that end game. That's
Yeah, that
the
is.
Berlin answer to one d4. Not
Yeah,
sure
that
sentence
is.
makes sense.
Yeah, that is not horribly exciting for me because I know nothing about this, and
I know a lot about this, but
then it is very exciting for me because I can pass over the mouse and shut up for 5 minutes.
beautiful. So, Kramnik chooses the very pure Queen's Gambit declined. For a long time in this position, Queen's Gambit declined players used to start with Bishop e7, trying to avoid this stuff we're getting in the game, which is CD, ED, Bishop g5.
I'll just pause you for 1 second to mention that Vlad has been taking on d5 with the knight a lot also, so
Yes.
he's already had an option on move 4 here, but he opts for this.
He's done this, and the sort of resurgence of this classical Queen's Gambit decline is combined with the move order that Kramnik chooses. You start with c6, which is important, not with Bishop e7 as they used to play, and now White has a choice. Most guys in this position have switched to the move Queen to c2,
Yeah.
which is directed against Bishop f5, but Carlsen chooses the old main line, the move e3, when for many, many years the thinking was Black can't go Bishop f5 because White has this tricky move Queen f3, and no matter what Black does, he will end up with a double pawn on f6. But I'm not sure if it's computers or just, probably just general understanding. Guys like Kramnik and also others, Andreikin, I believe, has done this a lot, have sort of figured out that this endgame is not so scary. You have the two bishops, you have sensible squares for your pieces, you
I
have
think
reasonably easy
Nigel
pawns.
was maybe the first one who started playing this very, very seriously some years ago.
That's true. Nigel played it, Sokolov played it, there were
Yeah.
guys before. But this has been considered solid, and actually, I've been looking at this because I want to make it part 3 of my Black Repertoire series, which I've been working on Chess24, and I couldn't find anything too scary for Black, because the plan is really easy. You put the knight on b6, the bishop normally goes to b4, then eventually you want to end up with the knight on d6. You're always happy to exchange this bishop, but of course circumstances sort of vary, and you sort of have to react to whatever White throws at you. For h4 you normally go h6, sometimes they go f4, which you normally also answer with h6, and you might even have to have this bishop locked up in some lines. But it's very hard for White to put a dent into Black's structure here.
Yeah, so in some way it's an exciting game for theory buffs everywhere, because if Magnus actually shows something here, if Magnus succeeds in achieving something out of the opening, he will kind of pave the way for many people who felt that this endgame is kind of unbreakable and were switching to other moves.
Yeah, that would change a lot of directions,
Yeah.
because the recent discussion has been in these lines, which aren't that exciting. Bishop e7, e3, knight bd7, bishop whatever, and now knight h5 is
Even
normally
I had
played.
this with White a couple of times, and I don't really play the Queen's Gambit all that much.
And this is a little duller. There's more exciting options here too, but if something's happening here, it's certainly news, and I'm happy my video series is not out yet, because I might have to change it after this. Anyway, knight e2 is a rare move. Normally they play g3 here.
One thing I want to say is, could you turn to a computer and check the game between? Could you check all the White games of Aronian in the Blitz? Here, I mean, because I'm pretty sure this is what Lev played against somebody, or very close to what Lev played against somebody, maybe Hare Krishna, in the opening Blitz, which was used for the drawing of lots. I've seen, we discussed it, but we didn't see the game in full. We only saw the final position, and I briefly looked through it. And White had this structure. After knight e2, Black can, for instance, play f5, to which I think White will reply by playing g3 and allowing bishop takes h4. And there was a game in the Blitz where White won a reasonably convincing. I think it went something like bishop takes h4, gh, knight f6, knight f4, knight h5, and White also allowed Black to take on f4. It was a really weird structure. But
sure I'll be able to track down the Blitz games so quickly, but I do recall that game.
yeah, we are somewhat hamstrung by trying to talk and do research at the same time, but I'm sure people who aren't as, do I want to say busy? It's probably unfair. People are very busy. Even people who are watching this broadcast are probably doing 10 other things as well. So
I'm not busy, I just can't find the Blitz tournament.
yeah, because I'd be very curious to check if Magnus is doing something completely new, or if he is repeating what Lev, I believe, has shown in the Blitz tournament a week and a half ago. And seemingly we are finally
Don't get too excited.
At the source,
just
and
yet.
we'll get back to you with exciting news about that in a moment. But two more games. Aronian Elianov has started with 1c4, as I mentioned, but switched to some kind of a reti already by move 3. After e6, left switch to g3, d5, bishop g2, d takes, queen a4 check, knight d7, queen takes c4 and c5. I remember I had this discussion with Lev some years ago when I used to play knight f3 seriously, and one of my games against Kramnik, I think, went knight f3, d5, and then I played some combination of moves g3 and c4, and like, for instance, I don't know, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, e6 in some order. And after I gave a check, black played c6 and b5, and I went with the queen somewhere and went for a bit of a walk and met Lev in the player's room, and he said, "Don't you know how to deal with this? You don't play knight f3 at all, and then they can't meet your check with c6 and b5." So this is what he's demonstrating today. By keeping the knight on g1, he is avoiding all those plans. So black is switching to plans with c5, but then developing this bishop on c8 is not as easy.
No, but of course, this is a valid point against the line that happened on the board, but in the real world, after 1 c4, you also have to be able to deal with e5 and c5. That's why many people...
Sure, I think Lev's argument was actually for 1 g3, not even for 1 c4 at all. I think he was advocating just starting with g3 to avoid what I got in that game.
Yeah. Anyway, in this position, yeah, most people don't go d takes c4. They do play knight f6 first, when after knight f3, you could go back to this d takes c4, while of course d4 takes us back to the pure Catalan,
yeah,
which I'm not sure was Levon's intention. But Pavel is comfortable playing this setup. As far as I know, this is supposed to equalize, but black has to be extremely careful with the move order early on. We start with bishop d6, with a6, with knight f6. There were some trickeries here, but if black knows what he's doing, I think he's supposed to be fine. White has to think about if he wants to do some direct stuff with an early queen b3, or develop his pieces quote-unquote normally, knight f3, castles, whatnot. I've looked up your game in this Carlsen.
Let's return to this for a second. We're back at Carlsen Kramnik, and seemingly Lev played king d2, yeah?
Yeah, knight e2 did not happen in that game.
So this is a blitz game between Levon Aronian and Pintala Harikrishna, which went king d2, f5, g3, and then black took and played king e7, and then the thing I described actually happened, yeah? Knight e2, knight f6, knight f4, knight h5, and Lev. He actually avoided the trade of knights, and they were traded at the cost of a pawn to black.
Yes.
And despite white having a very, very strange structure, Levon still won that blitz game fairly convincingly. So Magnus is actually doing something else, something I guess reasonably new.
Yeah. Also, yeah, to just say on this for 1 second, I wasn't so sure about this early f5 in that game. Anyway, knight e2 looks like there's no famous predecessors.
I wonder if black could just ignore it and go knight b6, c8, d6 anyway.
That's what you normally do. You're not that afraid of a knight coming to f5, like whatever. Let's say knight b6. Okay, knight g3. First of all, bishop b4 is probably good, but...
Well, you can play bishop b4 anywhere. You can play bishop b4 right now. In the current position, if you give a check, the knight obviously isn't going back.
That's fair.
Yeah, so you can throw this in at any point. But yeah, our mutual point here was that you can play knight c8 here, and whichever knight comes to f5, you can play knight d6 and more or less ignore it. And
yeah,
Vladimir...
the bigger question is if f4 is ever a threat, like after knight g3, knight c8, if f4 is a move there.
Yeah, knight b6 has been played. I expect Magnus to reply to it more or less instantly, because it is probably the most natural move in the position, continuing with the main plan black has in this type of structure. So we expect knight g3, I guess, but after potential knight c8, once again, bishop b4 is a move, although I'm not sure black needs it. Knight c4 was almost never a move, right? You don't really want to give white this trade.
Normally not, but could depend on circumstances, as most things do.
But yeah,
d3.
Yeah, but here bishop d3 actually. But I still like the structure for white, despite the bishop getting very active, to be honest. I put something on f5, like maybe this one, go king f2, rook c1, rook d1, start playing for the b3 break. I don't know, although it's
sure.
yeah, it's not that clear. Let's say check.
Check and h5.
H5 I might consider taking.
Oh yeah, sure.
Even this way.
So many things.
Even this way actually, which
Oh,
is a very
sorry.
cute setup. Which you can take whichever knight, but then the fork on g7 will work in both cases. So king d7 maybe, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, this is quite unclear actually. Yeah, this is quite unclear. So if the only way white can stop the bishop arriving on d3 is knight takes g6, black might actually be fine with this, no?
I'm not sure about the position after knight g6 and king e2, but it can't be much. Black goes f5.
f5 rook hc1 and b3
d3
might be annoying, but h2 is actually hanging, so we can play f5 and.
You can take the other rook, maybe. Huh?
But then I don't think rook takes c6 will be as strong. And if you have to take on b3, yeah, in this position with the bishop against knight. Sorry, I'll just get rid of those arrows. Why is there so many arrows today? Yeah, okay, let's get rid of all of
Are
that.
you saying you're making arrows with the arrows? I don't
Yeah.
have any mouse powers today, so blame Peter for anything. Even stuff I say is normally Peter's fault.
Yeah, mouse grants. With great mouse power comes great mouse responsibility. Does that work?
I thought it was with great power comes great irritability.
We should probably quit while we're sort of ahead. Anyway, Magnus is still thinking here. Maybe he's not at the board. Do we have cams? Why is he thinking after knight b6?
I don't know. Maybe he's confessing. I haven't really checked this, but I just felt like I'm playing something.
And whilst there's a pause in action in that game, we should show you the position in the fifth game, which we haven't touched on at all. This is Giri against Topalov, and this is finally a pure English opening, perhaps the most classical of all English opening positions. The e5 and the d5, the four knights, bishop g4, knight g2, knight b6, castles, bishop b7. I played a3 and b4 against Stanish himself in the candidates, and during the press conference he was.
He wasn't impressed with your opening.
Yeah,
choice.
he was quite dismissive of White's chances in that line, and perhaps rightly so. And he is sort of putting his money where his mouth is today by not playing the same stuff I did, and switching to b3, which is also not supposed to be particularly ambitious, but it's a fresh position.
Well, Anish is black, right? So Topalov is switching.
Sorry, yeah,
to b3.
I'm going slightly mad there, yeah. And Anish employs pretty much the same plan everybody is employing here.
I had this position on the board against our friend Fress. I thought White had nothing here.
Yeah, it's not really supposed to be much, but as with all these reverse dragon positions, the main reason people play them with White, I think, is that they are
Not Grunfelds or Berlins.
they are very playable. Yeah, it's very difficult to analyze it to a final evaluation. You know, you can't really force your way to a draw here with black very easily. So what you get is a position with 30 pieces on the board where you can try and showcase your skill, so to speak.
Sounds terrible. Well, yeah, both guys a lot of experience in this line. We've seen Topalov employed in this very tournament, had no problems with black against Levon Aronian. Today he's on the white side, and to get Anish in the opening is one of the tougher tasks out there anyway. So he just wants the game.
Yeah, I'm curious as to. Yeah, you probably play d3. I think playing knight c5 very early here is not particularly attractive for White. Black will take, play something like queen d7. Yeah, a5, a4 becomes an idea later on. And White doesn't really have that much in the way of active plans. And in fact, you kind of have to stop active plans from Black here. For instance, something like knight d8, e6 followed by c5 would be quite bad for White. I mean, allowing that. So I think I would probably start by considering d3 here.
After d3, sometimes you have to think about bishop takes e4, but here it looks like White is very fast with bishop h3, so
Yeah.
unless I play some weird move like queen c8.
No, No, I think this is way too slow to seriously consider. I mean, you can
Still,
just.
if I go queen c8, how bad it is?
I don't know, but I generally just distrust this type of structure for black. I think you are allowing way too much freedom. I mean, even if I go for something very slow, like I play e3, rook d8, queen e2, and then I go for this plan, h4, king h2, bishop h3. I think it will be harder for black to find moves than it will be for white. I'm not claiming any kind of serious advantage here for white, but I think improving white's position is much easier than improving black's. Apart from queen e6 followed by a5, a4, I don't even see any plans.
That's a plan.
It is a decent plan though, and if it succeeds, if I'm not fast enough to deal with it, I might sort of...
After h4, I might have some queen g4 just to be annoying.
Not sure.
Maybe not.
I'm not sure how annoying this is.
Yeah,
I can just ignore it, I think. Yeah, bishop takes e4 sometimes is an option, but I think a likelier scenario is that black will just ignore this one once again and continue with his moves. Queen d7, a5.
So what is white supposed to do? If you don't go knight c5, it's not so easy to come up with a plan, is it?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, the thing about
I think he might just go back after bishop d5, knight c3, bishop e6, and choose a different move.
Well, you also kind of need to consider maybe bishop f7.
Why is it better on f7 than on e6?
I'm not sure, but in the Dragons, I think they actually play bishop f2 in many positions to sidestep. Well, it's less of a target there. There will be some moves which will no longer be gaining half a tempo for white. But yeah, bishop e6 is probably not worse than bishop f7, or maybe better. But queen, I mean, it's a bit of a strange move to make knight c3, especially for Veselin, I think. Veselin doesn't like to go back. I mean, once again, it's a ridiculous generalization to make about a player as strong as Veselin is, but he is not, I think, generally the type of guy who would just sort of check if black plays bishop d5 and then go back to c3. Is queen c2 a move? I just realized that after knight b4, queen b1, I thought knight takes a2 is very strong, but I have knight takes f6.
It's Zwischenschach.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what this is.
I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is.
e4 or whatever.
Like some kind of a weird unbalanced position seems to be arising here, which...
But if black has nothing direct, then he has a bad king, so maybe e4 was not ideal.
But I think black will have a slightly weakened king whatever he does here. Let's say
sure.
you go queen, I don't know, e7 or d6. I'm trying to blunder an exchange with bishop a3, right?
Yeah, I was looking at stuff like bishop f3 and queen d2, but it's just ruining your position.
Yeah,
rook d1,
whoops,
rook c7, bishop b7. No good.
This mouse is disagreeing with me quite sharply today.
Sorry.
Yeah, you only do this to your position if you're winning, and this is not winning. No. I mean, the whole thing will just collapse after this. So, yeah, this is one way, and the other would be to take on e4 and e2, but once again, queen b7 is a move here. But even if it wasn't, even if white were forced to play something like d4, you almost never do this to your position, because this light square bishop, once you play f6, you really need for your light square bishop to leave for as long as possible.
Can't just give him up for a measly knight.
Yeah, the pawn on a2. The pawn on a2 is nowhere near important enough here to give up your light square bishop for a knight. So we're waiting for Veselin to choose a move. If queen c2 is possible, queen c2 might be a move here. Although, and he does play queen c2 actually. But as I was saying that, I began wondering if f5 is a move in reply.
Very committal. Knight c5.
I appreciate that, but I'm winning some time here. And I'm pushing your pieces back, potentially. Although, and Anish plays knight b4 instantly, so we can...
Looks like he knows this stuff.
We can shelve this discussion for now. I still don't think he will take on e4 in a million years, or probably not on a2 either. But he might just want to play a5 here. Although a5 in this position doesn't really create a threat of a4, because white will reply by a3 and b4 and will be quite happy.
Can white go d4?
D4, I think I can play f5 now. That I wouldn't be that unhappy with black, because let's say after knight c3 I can maybe take on f3, and I'm not taking this pawn, I'm just...
this looks alright.
Yeah, arguing for some structure like this, yeah. Knight c5, but you're not threatening anything yet, right? So I can play
95.
4, 95 and look for a move. Yeah, this is a strange position. I'm not sure if I should be happy or not with black here.
I'm never happy. Neither are Vladimir Kramnik or Magnus Carlsen. They're both really studying the position. They already have the typical chess thinking pose. You don't see both players doing that normally.
Yeah, it's curious. What did Magnus finally play there?
Not on G3.
He did play knight G3 and now Vladimir is thinking. So, okay, that we won't return to that game just now because I think we covered that structure to a reasonable extent by now, and we should look at the other games and wait for Vladimir to choose a move. After knight b4, I'm also curious why Veselin hasn't played queen b1 yet. He's probably not at the board, to be honest. There are no other legal moves, frankly. Everything else loses a piece. So, queen b1 will be played.
Veselin is at the board, in deep thought.
Okay. When I was a reasonably young child, I went to a Kasparov school session, which had, by that point, Kasparov wasn't that involved anymore because he was, busy defending the title of world champion and so on and so forth. And there were guest lecturers, and one of the guest lecturers was Mark Dvoretsky.
He teaches you to make only moves instantly?
Yeah, and that was the thing I carried away from his series of lectures, which stayed with me the most, maybe over the course of my career. If you have an only move, make it and think on your opponent's time. You might need those 2 minutes later on, or 5 or 10. Even if you don't understand what's happening in the position, just make the move you have to make.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm always puzzled when people pause for thought here, but it looks like maybe Veselin knew this position and knight b4 is new to him, so he's adjusting to the landscape. And you also kind of know that Giri is going to blitz out his next move after queen b1.
Yeah, and Giri continues blitzing. He does take on a2, so that is very welcome news for us because the game becomes very, very concrete and also a lot sharper than it was a second ago.
Yeah. Giri is walking around, clearly showing some home preparation. So knight f6 is forced, right? What else?
You have knight eg5, but it's a worse version of the same thing.
Yeah.
And nothing else makes any sense whatsoever because your rook is hanging, and if you allow the knight to return to b4, you've more or less just gave away an important pawn on the queen side for nothing at all. So
unlikely to happen.
Yeah, you can. I mean, maybe you can. No, but I don't believe in this at all. Just take on d4. Knight takes d4. I think I can take on g2, and then I can play queen d5 check even and c6.
c5.
Yeah. And even c5 b4 check. That would be. It probably still works, but you probably don't need this. Yeah. Just give a check on d5. Play c6, queen f7, and switch to the conversion mode. No, I think you more or less have to take on f6 and accept that you will be shown some bit of preparation which you don't really know much about, and it probably doesn't end with you winning. But you still make the moves you have to make.
Of course.
But now at least Veselin is justified in considering his options because it's an unexpected enough turn of events that you might want to spend 5 minutes checking that knight f6 doesn't lose suddenly to something.
Then again, it's always easy to criticize home preparation with hindsight, but what surprised him? Probably the move bishop d5, yeah? Because Anish is clearly familiar with this, while it's the line that Veselin chose with b3, bishop b2.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess bishop d5 was a surprise.
But still.
It's a bit odd, because I'm guessing Anish is making the computer moves, right?
You would assume so, yeah. But on the other hand, I think many people approach the English, in particular if you don't play the a3 and b4 lines, which do get very theoretical and very forcing in many cases. The approach to these quieter kinds of reverse dragon from the white players are, I will get this position and I will play using my common sense.
Sounds more like your approach.
But you've been, we've had this discussion before during this tournament. You told me that you believe Veselin when he tells you that he's not working on chess as much as he used to.
Yeah. Still, I do believe that he's preparing for the games. And if you play 1c4 against Anish, you are very, very likely to get e5, knight f6, d5.
Sure. No,
Like 80% likely.
I understand, but still, I was kind of trying to. I know how annoying this is because people use this against me at all often, and I was trying to do that.
Yeah.
When people
for the cheap shot too, I was just arguing that. I thought he should have looked at this.
People using your own words against you is one of the dirtiest tricks available, and whenever I feel there's a chance of doing that, I jump at the opportunity. Anyway, we'll stop with the bickering and get back to the position at hand. I still think that Veselin will reacquaint himself with his situation and play knight takes f6, because as I said, queen a2 I don't believe in at all, and knight g5, black will take on g5, queen takes a2, and you got the same position, but you're actually a pawn down. Why would you do that?
Well, unless there's some very direct reason that you don't want the bishop on f6 in one of these e4 lines or whatever is just too strong.
Sure, but it does feel extremely strange to do this, I think, and very, very unlikely in my eyes.
What does black do here? Just e4, huh?
Yeah, I'd still play e4, and I mean it's the same position, but the pawn on g5 is alive. Yes, my bishop is on e7, but I can put it on f6 now if I want, or play something solid like c6 to solidify my hold on the center.
Yeah, I also don't see.
Just doesn't really look very, very nice at all for white. So yeah, we still expect knight takes f6, but I think we'll wait for Veselin to settle on this because there are other games in progress, and
let's go back to Harry.
Yeah, sure. Oh, very curious. Now I really don't understand what's going on. This is the position on the board, and could you check the timings for? I don't mean the clocks, but how much did MVL spend on bishop e5? Because bishop e5 is not a natural move. It's an interesting move, and it definitely has positional.
16 minutes, so he didn't blitz it out exactly.
Yeah, and Harry actually thought about bishop e3. So bishop e5, at least it has the advantage of
getting Harry out of book.
Yeah, getting Harry out of his home prep, because queen e2, which is already a very unusual idea, I think, has been played instantly. So yeah, once again, MVL. He's done it to very, very successfully in his game against Giri in round 2. When faced with a new and important opening idea, he spent a serious amount of time in the tank and then made a move which, although probably objectively not the best, succeeded in making Anish think at the board, and in about 2.5 moves time, black was completely winning. So once again, MVL seemingly comes up with a move which his opponent did not consider, but it's a strange one, because I'm not exactly sure what he wants, especially since he is now thinking after bishop e3, which is by far the most natural reply, apart from g3. Maybe g3.
G3.
Oops, sorry, definitely not g4, but g3 would also make a lot of sense.
Especially against bishop e5. It feels even more natural than bishop e3 in a way.
Although, I mean, bishop e3 develops a piece and helps you prepare for the future more. Because
what's your next move after bishop e3? Let's say a castle. That's what I was curious about.
I thought maybe he wants queen d2.
It feels okay. I understand bishop e5 changes the landscape, but queen e2 and then go
queen e5 and e5 and f5, or the immediate f5. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. So after g3, black probably castles anyway.
Yeah, bishop g2, whatnot.
Yeah, that actually makes a great deal of sense, because you want to finish your development and then start doing things. But on the other hand, the bishop might decide to go to d4 after all.
Sure.
Let's say I play a6 here.
Castles, am I getting mated?
No, you're not getting mated, but this bishop will be hard to smoke out.
That's true.
It will be a very strong piece for a while now. Like king h1, I guess, yeah, and number
b5 even, yeah.
Yeah, a number of things come to mind. b5 is possible, but even if I do it, in the most simple way possible, e5 followed by f5 followed by knight d7, knight f6. So my arrow drawing prowess today is on the wane. Also can't pronounce words. Many problems half an hour into our broadcast.
So he went bishop e3 instead, and looks like
with
MVL is thinking again, but just castle and see what happens. Huh?
Yeah, you generally want to get a king out of the center and then start playing against the one on e1. Because, I don't know, does Harry really want to play something like knight d2 and castle long? With bishop takes c3 being an option? I'm not sure, but he might have to, because, I mean, the center is about to get blown open in a lot of variations, I think. Another question is, maybe he wants g4. But once again, even if, you know, I do it the simple way, without even considering the inclusion of queen h4 check or queen f6.
Yeah,
although
queen h4 followed by queen f6 looks pretty good as well.
Yeah, knight takes d5 with a threat now, yeah.
If you don't lose your queen, it looks a bit like this.
Yeah, Gelfen game, yeah. Reminded me of that as well. It's because it was in the same variation, although it looked slightly different. Yeah,
it seems to work.
Now that is all very, very curious, because if white continues slowly here, like I suggested, for instance, here I would start thinking black could be seriously better.
Yeah, of course. I'd be very scared here with white.
Yeah, because yeah, you're lagging in development very, very seriously here as white, and the center is about to get opened.
Yeah, there's all kinds of trouble. Queen h4 check, you probably have to go bishop f2, fe4 is an idea. Like, you have to watch out for all sorts of.
Yeah, I mean, unless f4 is possible, but after f4, I mean, I can play bishop d4, but even bishop g7. Yeah, I think I like bishop d4 here.
Not developed enough. Yeah, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I'd be extremely happy here if I were black in this position. I'd feel, you know, this is the best position I've had with black in ages. So very, very curious to see.
I have a feeling this queen e2 is a very unnatural move, of course. So after bishop e5, he's played bishop e3, which is natural, but it doesn't look to fit with queen e2 somehow, because normally you then want queen d2.
But even if you play knight d2, for instance, black could wait for a move.
Just go f5, long castle. Can you really do this? Bishop c3 and queen a5 is no threats yet. Yeah, it just looks so dangerous long term. Even if I go f4, e5, and then play for some b5.
This is not that clear, but probably fine for black, because g4 you will just ignore, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, my bishops are somewhat less than impressive here.
This looks like a dream version of that crap line we used to play. This d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5.
Yeah, this is how we get there. Yeah, this is sorry for the tangent, but the structure is somewhat similar, and black would have.
White doesn't castle queenside here very often.
Yeah, this is something black almost never gets in this position, and when he does get it, he feels all of his Christmases came at once, so to speak.
Feel like you're winning it.
Yeah. So very curious, and Maxim is also thinking after bishop e3. He's been thinking for a while. So options. He could start by playing f5 with the king on e8. I like less.
Castle.
Yeah, maybe he's considering queen h4 check. So as to white probably plays bishop f2, and you can go queen g5 with the annoying ideas of queen c1 check. But after bishop e3, I'm not sure you have better than queen h4 check, and I have a feeling in this position, and he's played f5 immediately.
Whoa!
A move we just poo-pooed a second ago.
Following Viktor Korchnoy's wisdom, only castle if there's really nothing more useful to do, and he felt like, who cares that my king is on the same file as the white queen? I can always castle next move. Let's blow the thing open.
Very impressive, and actually, you know, if white takes, I think it is possible to take with the pawn. And if white goes f4, we can play bishop g7, bishop c5, and king f7, and then rook e8. And white could regret taking this pawn, because it is, you know, the white king on e1, which will probably suffer from the open e-file more than the king on f7. But yeah, it's a very drastic choice, especially since I couldn't really work out how white would stop it after castles.
Yeah, I didn't see the next white move either, so it's a bit confusing.
I have a feeling maybe it had to be g4 and then justified somehow. Knight f4, queen g2, let's say check. Maybe, I'm not sure about bishop f2, maybe just king d1, c2.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, even if we go g5 and all caveman positional, h4, h6, like I'd be happy with black.
I don't know. There you could potentially regret this, but I don't know. Takes.
Danger is always there. Hang on, queen h2. I'm not going to make
Queen
it.
h2 knight d3 check is.
That's helpful, yeah.
Yeah, that is somewhat helpful. Otherwise, it would be a problem for black. But knight d3 check comes to the rescue. But maybe knight e2 followed by knight bc3. I start exchanging your good pieces and
bishop b2. Let's go full greed mode.
Yeah, you're not gonna like the outcome here, I think.
Bishop a1.
I appreciate that was your
Bishop
point,
f6.
but I'm staying with my initial assessment.
You mean you have some compensation?
Yeah, also known as a mating attack of some sort. Yeah. No, I think you don't do this, but no, queen h4, king d1, and more or less any move. I think black should be. I don't know. No, not any move. Knight is still hanging.
Not hanging the knight.
Yeah, any move not hanging. But king c2 here. And yeah, f5 has actually been stopped. I mean, if black wants to play f5, castles g4 probably does put paid to that. It should actually stop black from ever achieving that dream. So
goes against everything I believe in, but Harry's had success with an early g4, which also looked a bit dodgy against Li Chao. So maybe MVL doesn't want him to repeat.
yeah, and
experience.
The endgame you've described as the Berlin against 1d4 has sharpened up considerably.
As does the Berlin sometimes.
Yeah, very curious events. After knight b6, knight g3.
Okay, the check I understand.
Vladimir went for a very, very sharp response. He went bishop b4 check, king g1, and knight a4, using the fact that there is no comfortable way for white to cover the b2 pawn, actually. King c1.
King c1, you get some rook c8, c5, or c5, rook c8.
Yeah,
c5, bishop b5 is probably inaccurate.
yeah, so we start with this.
It's still not a threat, right? We still have bishop
Yeah,
b5 check.
that is actually, I kind of failed to consider this option completely because it looked passive, but yeah, what is wrong with king c1? But Magnus is not in the mood. Magnus went knight g5 instead, giving the b2 pawn with check, but the point is, actually knight a4 is probably completely impossible, yeah?
Yeah, knight c4 you might have to go, yeah?
But after knight c4, white plays rook hb1, and then he plays a3, and then he picks up on b7, and then he claims he is winning, and not without good reason, I think. No?
It's comfortable at least.
Yeah, that would be a severe understatement, I think, in this particular position. It's not going to be very good for black. Therefore, black probably doesn't take on b2 at all, I would guess. And then white can
why
play.
Did you play knight a4? Did Vladimir bluff and Magnus called it with knight a5?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, this
there
is.
We see Kramnik on screen. So I don't know if he's scratching his head or if he's just focused. He doesn't look happy, and he's doing something with his. What's that finger called? Ring finger? Pinky finger? He's doing something at least.
No, yeah, I got nothing on the pinky finger subject. But now he is back to the.
Now he's back to normal. But maybe there was just some deep unhappiness when he realized that knight b2 is not actually a threat.
Yeah.
Are we missing some cheap pawn? Not really, right? Knight b2, king c2, bishop a3, king b3, knight a4, king b3,
yeah,
c4.
All of these things lose a piece. Both this and this just seem to lose a piece on the spot here. Bishop c3, rook c1. It's
all
not
tied up.
Yeah, it's not a piece, but it is completely lost.
Bishop b2 and b5, but you don't want that.
Yeah, it's just completely horrible for black. So, yeah, I mean, if black can't take on b2 here, white will just play king c2 next move, I guess, creating actually the threat of king b3. So black will even need to do something about it. The whole expedition might cost him something like 2.5 tempi here.
Yeah, knight a4 is far off the beaten track, far away from home. So if you don't threaten that,
yeah, as we said a number of times previously, it belongs on d6, and it's not really getting anywhere near d6 currently. Really, really interesting, and I would say somewhat strange development in that game, because you don't really expect Vladimir to make these types of. I mean, it seems harsh to call it a blunder.
No, I think it is a blunder. If you can't take on b2, then he clearly blundered something. And You don't want to give Magnus 2.5 tempo. You might not be lost if you just go back or whatever, but certainly White gets what he's dreaming of here.
Yeah, no, this is not a position where Black, we were extolling its virtues earlier, but it's not a position without its dangers, and yeah.
No, you can't waste 3 tempo.
Yeah, and definitely not a position where you can give White this amount of time for nothing. But I do feel like you kind of need to run towards d6 now.
Yeah, knight b6 looks like the best move, but that's very, very sad and also very hard psychologically. Like, you play king d1, knight a4, the guy plays knight f5 and you have to return. Like, hard to do.
Yeah, you kind of feel you need to justify your knight a4 move by, I don't know, maybe playing a6 followed by c5, because you also need to stop bishop b5 check. But yeah.
Magnus also explained the other day that Kramnik is not the type to switch to passive defense if something goes slightly wrong, that he would much rather make something happen.
But what can you make happen in this position is the question.
I don't know. The computer's first move is the move bishop to a5, which would not have crossed my mind instantly. Probably threatening knight b2.
Well, you're improving your situation and creating the threat now. But after king c2, what's the follow-up?
King c2, and second there might be knight d6, knight b7. You have to calculate, but after king c2, yeah, there's nothing there. Computer gives long castles, but it looks very random.
Yeah, it just feels like you've made those 3 moves in a row, check, no, not 3, 2, check and knight a4, and now you're kind of basing your play on what you already have in front of you. Yeah, it doesn't feel like any kind of cohesive plan.
No, something's gone wrong. He just missed knight gf5. That is the only plausible explanation.
Yeah, we'll obviously ask them even when they appear with us here, when the game is over. But yeah, it does seem like Black has committed a bit of a misstep there.
Yeah, that is stunning.
Yeah, not something you see from Vladimir very often. Lots of developments in a game we haven't touched in a while. And Niels actually went for the plan I described, and somewhat surprisingly, after knight f3, I think we both thought that e6 here is more precise, exactly because you want to have queen d5 after g3, right?
I don't have a clue, but yeah.
Lichao went knight d7, and here Niels started with c3, bishop f5, and knight f3. This is what we were we mentioned that c3 before g3 might be more precise, but still e6 is possible here. And there, once again, after g3, you might have queen g5 followed by queen b5. Although here after queen b3, White is probably slightly better. I have a feeling I had this position in one of my games when I was very, very young, a long time ago. But after knight d7, g3, queen c7, bishop g2, e6, White did get more or less what he wants to get in these types of positions. Knight on h4 drives the bishop to g6. Then Niels played bishop f4, bishop d6, takes. This is actually the good bishop for Black, so it's good for White that it gets traded off. Castles f5, and now b4, knight f6, and a4. And this is the position they have on the board right now, and I'd be quite happy here with White, because this is a bit of a stupid piece, and also Black's counterplay in these types of structures very often is connected with the plan of playing castling long and trying to do something on the king side by h5, h4.
Yeah.
But this knight is never leaving h4. Basically, it's there for the duration, and it stops these types of counterplay very, very efficiently.
No, it looks like only Lichao and Kramnik got the memo. Guys, today we put our bishop on g6 and play with doubled f-pawns, but neither of them should be all that happy with having to do that.
Yeah, if you castle kingside, you're kind of sad because your kingside position is not particularly ideal. But if you castle queenside, you might get mated. So it's a tough choice here for.
It's a sad situation. And
yeah.
Lichao might be regretting his ambitious opening choice, because he doesn't do this to equalize, he does this to get a weird structure which Niels might not know, but it looks like Niels did all the good stuff and is no better.
Yeah, I like White's position a lot here, to be honest. I also like the fact that Niels played at b4 very, very early, just putting pay to all types of counterplay connected with c5, because you want to keep the structure as intact as possible here to make sure that the bishop on g6 doesn't come back to life.
Yeah, he couldn't have done it before.
He could have actually done it before, but he decided to play before only after the castles and not before. How have I done?
Yeah, you're getting there. Never gets old.
And MVL has played EF-EF, so the weird position we discussed after f4 bishop g7 could actually materialize. But I think it's very risky for white. You more or less have to play bishop b3 here. After rook e8, knight takes f4 is a big threat. I mean, this wins a queen for black, but I would never do it actually.
No, this is good for white.
Yeah, I think I would play something like knight a6 here and continue playing, or knight f6 with the idea of knight g4 could also be a move, or this would be my first two ideas. Also, knight sometimes might come to c5 with some decent prospects.
Yeah, and in such a position it's surprisingly hard to extinguish the black initiative, because at first I might look, pawn up, not direct threats, but black is so active.
Yeah, every single piece, like queen
a5,
Queen a5, bishop d7, rook c8, every single piece has a very, very natural improving square. Knight f6, as we mentioned, will probably actually force h3, so that's a full tempo white will need to spend on neutralizing this piece. Yeah,
I'd be very, very scared here with white.
Yeah, you need to make a number of moves in a row here to start feeling safe. Like bishop g2 knight b4, I have a feeling might already be very, very bad. Because, I mean, you might have to play king d1 here or something, and if you have to play king d1 in this position, you're just not happy. Knight f6, I don't know, h3, any move, b5 comes to mind. It's just very scary.
Yeah.
And if you need...
MVL spend a lot of time, so it's unlikely he looked at this knight before the night before, right? So I can't help myself, but I'm done with the b4 jokes now. It's still a bad position for white.
Yeah, if you have to play a3, even let's say knight c5, knight d2 and bishop c3, bc, queen a5 might be, I mean, this looks close to winning for black, to be honest. So, but if you don't take this pawn, you get the same types of positions, but you're also don't have an extra pawn.
No, something's gone very wrong for Harry, and it seems like the trend that MVL plays a new rare move, and then the first move in reply is a serious mistake might once again have happened here. We've seen it in Giri MVL, where Giri reacted to this rook g8 with a mistake, rook dg1. And as natural as it looks, I don't like this bishop e3 move one bit.
Yeah, we like g3 better.
Yeah, much
we like
better.
g3 better, although even there...
Not saying it's winning, but it feels like there's more harmonious development ahead.
Yeah. Very curious idea, because I think what MVL realized here is that Harry wants this g4 move again. And he made this, frankly, somewhat unnatural move bishop e5 with the explicit idea of stopping the one thing that Harry seems to be aiming for in all these structures.
Prophylactic thinking.
Yeah. And now he gets, you can't call this a dream position already, but it's...
By the way, I'm not sure if you mentioned it already, bishop c5 immediately is even worse, yeah? Because then just castles, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably
even worse.
It's probably the same position, only
might be lost already.
Yeah, even scarier, because f5, f4 will probably win material for black.
This looks like resigns already.
Yeah, this you probably can't do at all. So yeah, if you want this pawn, you will have to go for this. But yeah, from a human perspective, I mean, the computer might defend this somehow, but from a human perspective, you just know you're in for a very, very rough ride here. So, curious. All very, very curious.
Yeah, and the computer, speaking of which, yeah, it's admitting something's gone a little wrong. It wants to play queen d2 and try to unravel.
Yeah, you probably start bailing out here. You play queen d2. If black castles, you might play f4, yeah, and
bishop e2. If we get a chance.
Yeah, this is already not that bad. I mean, black is perfectly comfortable here, I think.
There's always.
There's also
keep an eye out for queen h4, but I guess g3 works. Yeah. Queen h3, bishop f1, this takes bishop f2.
Yeah, this is still fine, and this is also at least a draw for white, right? With the repetition.
Also yeah, it doesn't look scary.
So queen d2, and if queen h4 check immediately, you probably play bishop f2. We can go queen e7.
Yeah, bishop e2, knight f4.
I will consider it.
You can have that bishop, I guess.
Yeah, it's not horrible for white. Yeah, it's but you do need to switch to development now. You can't really go pawn grabbing in this position, I think.
No, so you gotta catch up in development. So I think you're trying to equalize with white to get f4 in and get a roughly symmetrical structure. Well, the structure is not symmetrical, but
I'm looking at this, but we should probably stop analyzing this particular position. But yeah,
looks randomish. Queen d3, I guess.
No, I wanted to win some more time, but
that's not very nice. Yeah, castles.
Yeah,
who
castles
knows?
95 and yeah, maybe it's not very much. Yeah, maybe all these pieces will start going back once white gets to play g3. So maybe my bishop f4 was slightly too fanciful, but yeah, black is fine and white needs to be careful, would be my conclusion for now.
And as we've mentioned, this is a tremendously important game for the overall standings. It's not particularly drawish right now, and whoever wins this reaches +2. I was going to say could catch up with Magnus Carlsen, but Magnus Carlsen might be in a good spot to jump to +3 today after Kramnik's knight a4.
Which would be a huge upset, because we want to mention a storyline not many of you are potentially aware of. Before round 1, Jon Ludwig Hammer, who is an oracle of long standing, predicted Magnus's results for all 9 rounds, and he's on 6 out of 6 so far. But for this game, his prediction is a draw.
So it's going to be a draw.
But Magnus is much better, we think.
Don't doubt the hammer.
True that.
And I don't think that, maybe our audience is not aware of it, but I have a feeling that Hammer might have brought it up like 8, 9, 10,000 times on Norwegian TV, so probably all of Norway is aware of that fact.
Also true. Anyway, let's have a look at what's happening in the 2 games we haven't visited in a while.
There's more games? Oh
yeah, there's more games.
Playing.
Yeah, and yeah, we kind of discussed this position, and we felt it's not necessarily all that great for black, to be honest. But Anish obviously disagrees, because he's playing very fast. All of this is.
I dislike any position where black doesn't have a pawn on f7.
But I guess he's basing his assessment on the fact that currently he is quite stable. He, you know, in many cases here the e-pawn would be weak, but with the knight on d4 and the black rook potentially coming to e8 later, it will be very difficult to even attack it properly. So, and the queen on a2 is misplaced, at least for now. And
yeah, computer gives queen b1 with the exciting evaluation 0-0-0. Who would have thought?
Yeah, it tends to do that. Spoil sport.
Always does. Yeah, I guess Anish is fine, but long term, I'm always worried about missing my f7 pawn, because whenever the position opens up, the black king could potentially be weak.
Sure. And that's why I also, you know, at the first glance, I really didn't like this idea. I felt it was not, you know, I'm probably overstating the case here. But I did feel it's weakening and very risky. But with Anish, you always get the feeling that, you know, whenever he does something fast and confidently, he probably checked it for more than 5 minutes at home, and it means the conclusion is this is fine and playable.
No, the guy works on chess.
Hang on a second. I need explanation. We're rapidly switching to Aronian Ilyanov in
You want to know why bishop f4 doesn't win material?
Yes.
I don't know.
Please explain to me why this is not immediately winning. Probably
b5?
b5, I guess, yeah? b5 with the idea of knight takes b5, queen a5, check, knight c3, rook b4, and suddenly it's the other side winning the material. And Lev confirms our suspicions by not playing bishop f4 at all and playing castles. But if you don't play bishop f4,
why go knight g5? Looks
why
childish if it doesn't win.
Why is knight g5 so useful to you? Why is forcing black to play h6 beneficial to white here?
Maybe after h6 he wants to go knight e6 and go all tau.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
Doesn't seem to work though.
I don't think you believe that yourself, but
no.
I'll put it on the board just to show the viewers just how ludicrous your suggestion is here. No, I think he probably goes.
Are you bored with having to put my suggestions on the board?
No, never. Also, don't have
Are you lying?
Don't have a funny response to your.
Yeah. I don't have the mouse today, and I can't really play chess, so I have to stick to the puns. But yeah, 94 castles. What's wrong? Bishop f4
Bishop
still.
f4 now, yeah, and
I don't really want to go e5 unless I really have to.
yeah, in this structure, e5 is not something you particularly aspire to, because then your light squares are much weaker, and the knight on d7 feels really
If
useless.
go knight d4, maybe it's okay, but the knight on d7
Yeah, that's
feels a little out of place.
yeah. The knight needs at least three. I mean, rook e8, knight f8, knight e6 is very slow, but then it would maybe be justifiable. But with the knight on d7, you want the pawn to stay on e6 for a while.
So let's sum up what's going on. Niels is doing fine against Li Chao. Harry is not doing so fine against MVL, even though he's not in trouble yet. Magnus seems to be better against Kramnik, and we have to find out if that anti-d4 Berlin can withstand the loss of a couple tempi. Levon, Pavel, too complicated for me, looks equal. All English positions look equal until something happens to me. And Topalov, Giri, something happened. I'd take white, but computer says it's equal. Bishop f2?
Yeah, this is what Harry finally settled on. He did play f4, but after bishop g7, he very sensibly ignored the pawn on c5.
But still, king f7, do you want
I think
that?
he won queen d2. He won queen d2 and bishop
same
e2.
thing. All right.
Yeah.
Is he in time to do this?
I'm not sure why he felt it was necessary to include bishop f2
Wondering about
check.
some rook e8, bishop d4 crap, but it might not work.
I can just ignore it, I think.
Yeah,
If I feel threatened by it, I can just ignore it.
that
But-
tends to be good advice.
But also, I suspect I can take, and I might even be in time to go
Takes
g3.
queen f2.
And there is no good discover check here, so this doesn't
No
work.
take.
This doesn't work, and yeah. Seemingly, the fact that black has three pieces not really participating in the so-called attack is very important here. So black will have to switch to something quiet here, like knight f6, white will castle. Black will play,
Boring.
yeah, either knight a6, c7 to cover the e6 square, but since white doesn't really have any pieces which threaten the e6 square, you can maybe go knight d7, follow it up by knight e4, bring the other one to e6, I mean f6, sorry.
Black is fine, but so is white. If he manages to conclude development here, actually I'm slightly starting to lean towards white. Because in the structure, if nothing happens to you quickly, if you get whatever, knight a3, knight c2, h3, rook e1, you're a little better. Black has to watch out for g4.
I have to say that this evaluation is definitely true. They sometimes get this structure in the Benoni.
Yeah, or
But in
some
the
kings
Benoni,
Indian, strange
but in
knights.
the Benoni, I think white's advantage is very dependent on playing g4 very early on and keeping the pawn on f7. With the pawn on f5 and the light square bishop still alive, I think this should be fine. I probably develop it. I think I actually develop it towards c7. I think this is better. I play knight a6, knight f6. You play probably something like bishop f3. I go knight c7, bishop d7. You probably have to play a4. And then everything really gets locked down. The knight might even return to b4 to make sure the queen side is completely safe. And with the bishop still alive on d7, opening up the king side will not be, I want to say, possible, but definitely not easy.
Now if I have to go a4, then yeah, black plays h5 and we might have some sort of positional draw. Question is if white can ignore black's bishop d7, a6, b5 plan and prepare b4 himself. Sometimes you're in time to, whatever, beat b5 with either takes or an immediate b4, but I'm not sure how to do it here. Rook b1 or whatnot. Because a6, b4, if I'm not blundering anything, might be.
That could be quite
achievement.
useful for white. Sure, that is true. So yeah, maybe I'm over pessimistic about the whole thing here. Maybe it's still not as dead as I originally assessed. Yeah, Harry's reaction is. It shows that he is, a very level-headed young man.
Cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, he realized that he is no longer playing for immediate gains here, and he switched to quiet development. I'm not sure. I'm not sure he needed bishop f2 check. I think he may have had enough time to just do this, castles bishop e2. But maybe he felt it's like the same
Probably
position.
Like the king on f7, just.
Yeah. Just on general grounds, he thinks it's better if the king is on f7 and not g8. Although in this,
Speaking of which, can black go queen e7? I'm not
Yeah.
sure we want to, but we could, right?
Yeah,
Knight b5 doesn't seem to do anything with b2, still up
yeah,
in the air.
b2 is still hanging, and although you need to calculate, but it will probably work out fine for black. because the bishop gets out of a1 easier than the knight gets out of a8. So yeah, this probably should work. Yeah, like knight d6, king d7 doesn't do anything at all for white. I mean, you
Not gonna be able to do it.
you can take and take on c5, but black will not blunder knight takes f8, discover check probably, and then you're down a full rook.
Still curious about knight a6, knight c8, king d7, but king
Yeah.
d7 immediately looks
Yeah,
more pragmatic.
I also considered that, but thought allowing a double discover check might be wrong. But that also seems winning for black, to be honest.
Yeah, but we would have to double check.
Yes. There's also bishop a3 here, which could be a reason not to do it.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're getting carried away here. Yeah, queen e7 is possible, but once again, MVL needs to decide. This is probably quite reasonably easily holdable for black, I assume, but black is not going to be better in this endgame. And
it's
with
unlikely.
yeah, with the queen's on, you still preserve this, dream of one day being better. So I think MVL is likelier to play king f7, although queen e7 is definitely playable and fine.
He's taking his time, but yeah. Feels like king f7 is a little more in character as well.
Sure.
What else we got? Let's go back to Carlsen Kramnik.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Curious events, because Vladimir, after a while, he played king d7, and Magnus decided not to go. Yeah, Magnus. I think he wants the king on e2 probably. I think his setup is not king c2, but rook b1, and then bishop d3,
king e2.
and then king
Makes
e2.
sense, because you never have to worry about rook c8, c5.
Yeah.
No, I think Kramnik, he doesn't want to admit it by playing knight b6 too early, but he's gonna have to go back soon.
Let me just check something.
Okay.
Can I just ruin my position completely by doing this?
You can try. a3 takes.
Yeah, but
I wanted to grab stuff.
yeah. Also, this wins on this. No,
No, it doesn't, because bishop g6, hg.
Yeah, the knight on h4 is hanging, so b4 is not in time. But even if white just does something like this,
Yeah, white is better.
yeah, you can also maybe ignore it altogether and play something like king e2 here. And if black plays c4, we have bishop c2, and then maybe.
Here at, I don't know, think about b5 at least.
Yeah, sorry, forgot about that. That is a good move here.
Yeah, I don't think we want this, but it's all very shady.
Absolutely.
Shady.
Yeah, absolutely. But once again, maybe it's our general lack of understanding, but how do you...
But I don't think we're suffering from a lack of understanding here. I think Kramnik just made a mistake by going knight a4, and he missed this knight f5 reply. So yeah, in general, the plan is still the same. You want to go knight b6, knight
Maybe
c8,
you go,
knight d6.
maybe you go a5, b5, knight b6 back only after a5, b5 to gain some space, no? Like, maybe we even start
No,
with...
we're supposed to touch these pawns unprovoked. Like,
I
feels like we're
think I've
making up stuff
I've seen him do it in games. I
we
think
do it later, but not... maybe.
yeah, but once again, I'm looking for active plans for black here, because it would be extremely annoying to me to just wait. But maybe this is wrong.
Now
Maybe
we're just looking for excuses not to retreat and admit
also that.
done something wrong.
Also that, but yeah. This has to be the reason why I'm not playing any of these openings with black myself, because passive waiting and holding patterns in positions which are slightly worse for you are not my strongest suit.
No, I'm saying, if you see this position for the first time, you would say, okay, the plan is knight b6, knight c8, knight d6. Well, if you know that you just played knight b6, a4 2 moves ago, that might be harder to sort of admit, right?
Yeah. No, I was definitely on team knight c8 when this position
No, I'm not
appeared
saying
on the
you,
board.
I'm just saying for Kramnik it might be tough to retreat.
Sure.
Yeah, here bishop b4 check and whatever. King d7 first, or knight c8 first. Or I'm not sure if you even go bishop b4 check, but knight c8, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, I'm not sure. The structure settled completely, more or less, in the Grandelius-Lichau game.
To ask you about a5, is that a smart idea? Because I'd be toying with b5 breakthroughs until I have to sort of fix it.
Both things look very attractive, to be honest, because I think by playing a6, Li Chao more or less says, I'm not going to castle queenside, cross my heart and hope to die, and so you're not going to, your b5 break is not going to be to give mate, it's going to be to open some files, and that's less attractive. I mean, giving mate is very good, but in terms of positional games, by playing a5, you also lock down the queenside forevermore.
Sure.
And you are now very seriously better, and also your opponent has zero counterplay and will not have counterplay in that game. I mean, I understand it's a strong sentence, but it feels true here.
Yeah, well, you have to win on the king side or in the center now. Well, yeah, probably just wanted to stop like a5s or whatever forever, but I'd have been tempted to play queen b3.
Sure,
and
you
some
play
b5
something.
options.
You play something like queen c1 here, and then you start entertaining thoughts of.
You go queen c1 first to stop bishop h5. Huh?
Yeah, you really don't want to allow black to trade this bishop for this knight.
Even here you have queen c1.
Yeah, this works tactically though, because bishop f3, queen g5 check wins on the spot, because we pick up every light piece with checks. But he did play queen c1. Yeah. I mean, it's a very, you make this move with your hand, so to speak. It's very natural. If black plays f4, you probably even just ignore it or play rook e5 to force him to take on g3, and then you proceed with an even slightly improved structure again. You could also take, but then you will probably have to take on g5, and that might actually give black decent drawing chances, because you settle the structure very early on.
Yeah, although you can think about f5 here, maybe. Take d5.
Also true, yeah, and rook e7. Yeah, that's also a hugely unpleasant endgame, maybe a lost endgame, frankly. I mean, these are very bad in many cases. So yeah, after queen c1, this is by far the best position Niels has had in this tournament so far. It's not going to be easy to win, because black's position looks frankly somewhat disgusting, but it's not
to break down. You need to do something.
Yeah, you will still need to find a plan to win this, but yeah, it's not going to be enjoyable for black.
No, and also with black you can't really do anything, right? You wonder where to put your rooks and what waiting moves you make, king g7, king h8, but there's no active play whatsoever.
No, not at all. If you get an opportunity to push e5 and trade some pieces, you might want to do that despite it ruining your structure even further. Sure. But I don't really imagine a universe in which Niels allows that. Like rook f8, you go knight f3.
Knight f3, and the knight is going to sit on e5.
Yeah, you go to e5. If black plays knight d7, I'm not even
h6, h4. You have to worry about many things.
Yeah, rook a2, d2 is always useful for white or somewhere. Just to include this piece into play as well. Stop black's quote-unquote counterplay in the center. If the rook is included, it's much harder to do anything here. Yeah, black probably wants to go something like f6, bishop f7 to at least, gentrify this bishop a little bit, but
it's all fairly sad. Things have gone wrong for Li Chao.
Yeah, not a very nice position to find yourself in. Maxim does stay true to form and goes king f7, queen d2, knight f6. I like this knight f6 without a check even, because I think bringing this knight back was more urgent than developing the rook and helping white develop by playing bishop b2. h3 has been played by Hare Krishna in response, stopping knight g4. Also a very important thing, because knight g4, this is a hugely important bishop for white. If black manages somehow to exchange something for the e2 bishop, white is not really heartbroken. But if the f2 bishop gets traded for a knight, white is in terrible trouble, because the bishop on g7 will be a monster. And one thing to note is that in all these positions, black, unless he wins something immediate by doing it, is probably not looking to go knight e4. No. Because it just helps white develop a second knight to a very decent square. So
fe4 is just a bad structure.
and fe4 you could consider if you knew it will be your next move, and you can play e3. But
if you know that white's gonna castle.
Yeah, but after, let's say, knight c3 followed by bishop e3 and long castles, you're suddenly kind of positionally lost. So or even short castles, and then any kind of plan, bishop d1, bishop c2, or even g4, f5 in some positions.
Just to point out the trick, I like to blunder things. White castles, it runs into this little trick. The queen is pinned, but it's unlikely to happen.
Yeah. Therefore, rook e8 check might happen, but knight e4 I think is highly unlikely.
No, you need to decide if you want to put the knight here or, I don't know, probably not on f8.
No, if you go knight d7, you probably indicate that you will play knight e4 next, and bring the second one to f6.
Well, you could also just leave it on d7, play a6, rook b8, and get some normalish position. But white has a lot of control over b5.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's either knight d7 connected with the idea of trading one pair of knights and bringing the second one to a good square on f6, or knight a6, knight c7, which is a very standard square for this knight in these types of structures, covering the e6 square, which is potentially a weakness for much later on. So, seemingly no immediate way to develop any kind of serious initiative for black here. It could become much quieter, this game. It could potentially be quiet for a while now.
Yeah, Carlsen, Kramnik is also quiet, but I think it's the quiet that Magnus Carlsen is going to enjoy. Kramnik still has to wrestle with, if he wants to admit, not defeat, but admit knight a4 was a mistake by going back to b6, which I still think is the best move, or if he wants to make something happen with an early c5 or, I don't know, rook c8, c5. But this is not the position where you try to play for activity normally with your bishop on g6.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like this is the right situation for active counterplay. But we'll see. So this is the Carlsen Kramnik position. We think Magnus is solidly better.
Yeah.
In the Aronian Elianov game, Pavel met castles with bishop b7, and this is the position they have on the board right now. The light square bishops have been traded off. And yeah, this is very, very typical for this structure, and white aims to prove that his slightly better bishop, because the black structure on the queen side restricts his own bishop somewhat. White is trying to prove that despite having no pawns in the center, so to speak, not controlling any of the four central squares with pawns for now, he still has enough play, maybe in the center later or on the queen side, to claim an advantage of some sort.
Still, yeah, black has no bad pieces, and if there's nothing direct, if you whatever,
it's slightly awkward. I mean, rook c8, you're kind of inviting queen a6, and rook b7 just feels awkward.
Feels weird, but maybe it's fine because you have queen a8.
Yeah, that is a good
a8,
point.
a6, b5.
Yeah, that is a decent plan. Queen a8 creating some hints of discovered checks, and then you play a6. Although black will then run into a2, a4, and you know, actually playing b5 will not be a
no, but white has to go a4, the plans with b4 at least off the table, and often these things simplify. White goes d4 one day or another, and you start swapping pieces. I wouldn't be that worried.
No, I don't think this is a particularly threatening position for black, but you still need to pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, I've mentioned this many times, but Levon doesn't listen to me. I think one d4 Levon is so much scarier than one c4 Levon, but he seems to like c4 Levon.
What do we think about the 1c4 Veselin?
Veselin is always scary, but I think he ran into a well-prepared Anish Giri. And yeah, the computer gave the position as equal. I still like white long-term, and you're the one who has to do the short-term calculating here.
I like e3, knight e2. I will say that. I like the idea of trading the bishop, b2 bishop, which wasn't doing very much, for the f2, f6 bishop, which was one of the better pieces black has on the board. Tactically, of course, the justification for it is that the bishop on b3 will hang, and bishop c4 is not really, it simply doesn't work.
Yeah, rook c4.
Yeah, just takes bishop c3, and knight d2, queen a2 is completely hopeless. So yeah, you cannot take on b3. Therefore, white probably has enough time to trade bishops, put this knight probably on f4 or c3.
Nice for white, doesn't it? Like,
long term, definitely.
Even now, like if I get bishop f6 and knight f4, which yeah, I also don't see how to stop. Why am I not better?
Then you might start looking at plans to connected with d3, with or without taking this bishop on d5. Sure. Yeah, black needs to be concrete right now. It feels like if you drift doing nothing for another 2-3 moves, you might end up in a position you will not like very much. So we'll see what Anish has prepared. What's the time situation here?
The time situation is the following. In the game Topalov Giri, the player with the white pieces has spent a lot of time, has 45 minutes left, while Anish has been blitzing until very recently, but of course he started taking time after knight d4. He spent 70 minutes on queen d7. He has a lot of time, but clearly he's out of book now and has to solve some problems. The computer still says it's equal, but I do like white's position.
Yeah, and I'm
Stick
also
my neck out here.
once again I'm being horribly distracted by the sudden appearance of the Darabrian skull on the TV screen opposite me. I'm a huge Darabrian fan, and apparently the concert hall where we are currently sitting will host a Darabrian performance of some sort reasonably soon. I'm wondering if I can actually get to. No.
Okay.
No, he is an Irish comedian of long standing.
I only know US comedians, I can't understand the Irish or the English. That's my problem.
yeah.
Sure, they're funny.
Really like Darabrian. Anyway, yeah, we seem to be in agreement about this position. It might not be a lot just now, but it has the potential of being very pleasant for white if black doesn't find a very good plan immediately.
Don't like it. And you spoke of idly doing nothing, and I think that's what we should be doing for a couple minutes now, which means that
Good
Fiona
plan.
segment, the social media corner, is coming up. She's going to bring you all the action out there in the outside digital world. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with you. Maybe not.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 7 of Altibox Norway Chess. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and as usual I'm here to bring you the latest from the Twitter sphere and show you some photos. So let's start with a tweet by Chess24 from about yesterday's rest day. The tweet reads, Svidler, Aronian, Elianov and friends visited Preikestolen on yesterday's rest day, and you can see a very nice photos of the guys up what's called the pulpit walk in English. And I think this is a good opportunity to give some credit to the man who's running this great show for us, Jose, who is sitting here next to me. And you can see him on the picture on the right-hand side. Thank you very much to Jose for running this show. He's the man who's working in the shadows for you guys to be able to see this. Then my next tweet from Jan Gustafsson, who's feeling witty again before today's round. He tweeted saying, 8 out of 30 decisive games in Altibox Norway Chess, all featuring Grandelius, Harry or Giri. I'm sanguine today will be more sanguinary. We shall see. Then my next tweet from Tarjei Svensson, who is now watching us from home in Oslo. He was here for the first week of the tournament, has now gone back, and he tweeted us to keep us posted about the confessional booth, which we can't really hear because it's only on Norwegian TV. So he said, Carlsen in the confessional, hello John Ludwig, nice to be able to use some of your ideas, hope to follow up well this time. And this is why today actually the TV crew are sitting more far away from us than before. We've moved to a new venue. I'll talk more about this later. They're apparently very cheery back there. John Ludwig is quite happy, but they're quiet enough for us to not be quite so aware of it. Then my final tweet from now from Olympia Urkan, again about the Carlsen-Kramnik game, which is arguably the clash of the day. Both are at the edge, but there is such a big difference between Carlsen's knight h4 and Kramnik's knight a4. Indeed, the opening doesn't seem to have gone too well for Kramnik, but we shall see what happens in that game. Okay, let's move on to my photos now. As I just mentioned, we moved to a new venue today. We moved from Stavanger Forum to the Concerthus, which is Stavanger's beautiful and new concert hall. In the first photo, again, this is a new venue, so I can't really see what you guys are seeing, but hopefully you can see Jan there. Oh, so you see where we are sitting just now. I'm sorry the quality of my photo isn't great. As I mentioned last week, I dropped my camera. So I can't really take proper quality photos any longer. But yeah, that's us where we're sitting right now, and in the next photo you can see what the view behind us looks like, hopefully. There you go, that's our view just now. It's a lovely day in Stavanger. It was snowing here just 2 days ago, but the sun is out now. The weather is lovely. Stavanger is a lovely place. So yeah, very lucky to be here. Then 2 photos from the playing hall. The first one is of the Carlsen-Kramnik clash. It's a massive, massive playing hall. I'll try to get you proper pictures so you can get a more complete overview of what the venue is like. It's beautiful. I think the players seemed pretty impressed when they got here today. It gives us photographers the chance to snap some nice shots as well. And the last photo I was going to show you is a photo I shot from above the players. I'm not sure you can recognize them. You probably can if you've been following the openings. That's Niels Grandelius with the white pieces playing against Li Chao. So that's it for me for now. Again, keep your tweets coming. Use hashtag C24Live or hashtag Altibox Norway Chess. And I will be back in a couple of hours. I also, either today or tomorrow, will be joined by a special guest, young Nihal Sarin, the former under-10 world champion from India. And I very much look forward to that. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in a couple of hours.
Welcome back, boys and girls. It's round number 7 of Altibox Norway chess. We have a couple exciting games today. I have a feeling we might get more action than we've grown accustomed to, Peter. Which game has caught your fancy?
Well, let's stay with the Carlsen game for a second, because while we were on the break, we were told that having played knight e2 on move 12, Magnus went into the confessional. We are doing somewhat better in terms of accommodation here than at a previous venue. There are stunning views of the harbor.
It's lovely.
Yeah, but we don't actually see the Norwegian TV show on the monitor next to us, so we missed that confession. Apparently Magnus went into the confessional and said, "Hello, Jan Ludwig, I hope to do your ideas better justice this time." So he has credited Jan Ludwig with this particular move.
But it also has to be mentioned that Jan Ludwig's idea is that Magnus draws today, so he can keep his perfect prediction streak going. Who knows, he might have fed Magnus a very drawish line just in order to get another one right.
Yeah, Jan Ludwig,
doubt it though.
Jan Ludwig is, as we know from playing various board games with him, he's very cunning and devious, so you never know what to expect from him. Anyway, not much has happened in that game since we last discussed the position. Vladimir played rook h8, which would seem
Still
to indicate...
doesn't want to admit that
Yeah.
he had to go knight b6, knight c8.
And he actually...
That might backfire.
I think he's sort of he's all in on that now, because he's also occupied the c8 square.
Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah, and he now is more or less committed to making something work on the queen side.
He wants to put his bishop back on f8 without blocking his rook out of the game. But I don't like it.
Yeah, it feels slightly artificial, but he is one of the, if not the leading specialist in this line in the world currently. So
Makes it even stranger they went knight a4, but I think it's just a tactical blunder. He missed
yeah, I think it's a
didn't have to defend the pawn.
a miscalculation.
Let's go back there for a second to the knight a4 position, because yeah, here after knight a4, if white has to go king c1, you can make an argument for whatever. Rook c8, c5, and play becomes sharp. But just knight gf5, and it turned out that knight b2 does not really work.
Yeah, the so-called complications after knight b2 king c2, they're not really that complicated.
No.
It just works out incredibly favorably for white. So black had to scrap that plan, and he is now, as we said, he is somewhat committed here to creating something immediate on the queen side, because he's allowed white a more or less an ideal setup on the king side, with a knight on f5 supported by both pieces and impossible to challenge.
But still, if he does nothing, if he goes bishop back to f8, whatever, puts the knight back on b6, how does white actually break this down? The black pieces aren't ideal, but it's still a very resilient setup.
I'm not sure. You as the budding author on this theme, what is white's general plan? Does white aim to play, let's say, f4 and then knight g3 to force the trade on d3, or is it too little?
That doesn't achieve anything. Like black takes on d3 and keeps doing nothing. You still want to bring your knight towards d6 one day, but
in the meantime, bishop f8 has been played. Sorry for interrupting, but I just will want to a brief update on what's on the board in the game.
No, I'm curious if ideas like g4 and knight g2 could become feasible. g4, you have to pay attention to h5, but I feel it might be too weakening right here, right now, whatever. Even some knight takes g6.
Yeah, my first instinct would be to do this, because with the setup black achieved, all of this is
so wrong.
Yeah, especially my arrows today are all wrong. This is a proper one. Yeah, bishop f5 is too big of a threat here, and black will at least lose the g4 pawn. So yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is if you can't go h5 and my knight on f5 controls the d6 and h6
yeah, let's
squares,
say you make some kind of a waiting move, I don't know, and we go knight g2 and we create this idea of
also knight f4 and then h4. This could, at least it's progress.
Yeah. True. We'll see what Magnus plays after bishop f8. He could also go rook hc1 on sort of on general grounds, but yeah, considering the fact that he's been given, we assume we still don't really like this knight on a4. We don't really understand why it's there, so we are treating it as a waste of some time. And if
serious waste of time.
yeah, and if Magnus agrees with that assessment, he probably is tempted to do something to punish black for giving him all that free time. So-
Yeah, still you have to keep an eye out if you go for this g4, knight g2, well-timed c5. It might work in one moment or another, but
yeah, I mean, not with the knight on g2 because then knight f4 check, knight takes d5 comes on.
yeah, but let's say g4, you have to think about c5 at least.
But
Still,
even
it's
just
great.
doing this, my point is, like something like
King d7. Yeah, it's very unpleasant.
you haven't actually improved your position very much. I mean, if you could force me to take on g6, yes, but I mean,
Not gonna be able to do it.
yeah, I'm just switching my light pieces around and with the, yeah, and seems like Magnus has played g4.
He's good.
Yeah.
Took him a while, but
All right. In the game we were covering previously, Anish took his time, but he has by now he has taken on b2 and transferred the bishop from d5 to g6, which I quite like actually. I think this is a very sensible plan, understanding you know what White's ideas in these types of positions are.
bishop f7, knight c3 was played by White.
Yeah,
Why
because
not knight f4 to
I think
g5
it
or
gets traded.
knight
I
d5?
think it gets traded immediately.
Okay.
And then the bishop will
Yeah, I don't want
triumphantly return to d5. So, yeah, as I said, I don't think black is necessarily worse already, but he needs to realize what the threats are positionally, because, I mean, tactically there are no threats currently, but positionally White definitely had ideas. And with the bishop on g6, the pawn on e4 is once again covered. The bishop on g6 cannot really be attacked by the white knight. And also, the bishop on g6 works very well against the d3 break.
Yeah, that's the main thing. If White has to go for an f3 break, the position just simplifies. Black takes, and
Yeah.
why are we better? So yeah, that might have been clever by Mr. Giri.
Queen a2 followed by b4 is a gain of some space, but or maybe even the immediate b4. But I like starting with queen a2 here.
Yeah.
Queen
You go
a2,
a6,
you
I'm
probably
not big on a6 because there's queen a5 sometimes.
sure.
but I
This
guess
is
it's
why
no
I
problem.
was doing that. a6. I'm not even sure I need b4.
queen a5.
Yeah, play queen a5 straight away. Although,
95, I guess I can take.
yeah, I don't want
unpleasantness.
don't want to close the d file so early. I think it gives white a very easy play along the c file. So you play knight c8 with the idea of bringing it to that ideal square again.
But I have some squares now too. Knight a4.
Yeah.
This looks like progress.
It looks like potential progress for white. Sure, it's one possible plan. And
Veselin
Veselin,
played queen a3.
yeah, he played queen a3, which is a version of the same thing. I guess he's not worried about queen d2 because he will take on a7, and I mean his queen side position is very safe. Although, hang on a second.
No, but one backup, one half move. Can't I win the queen somehow? No.
F2
rook
is
d1
hanging.
and Queen f2 and yes, I
Explain this to me then.
must think, not my forte, as we all know.
I'm
So queen a7, rook f2, what's going on?
I'm very curious. I don't know. Black wins?
That's probably not the desired outcome.
No.
Okay.
Well, black wins is maybe a bit strong because we can do this. And
No,
queen
we're
c3, queen
worse.
b6 is not that great. But
Even queen e3.
yeah, queen e3 probably is winning actually.
Knight a4, knight d5, if nothing
Knight
better.
f4, knight, yeah, probably
Rook
is
f8,
nothing better, but
rook of 8, queen b6.
yeah, rook
works.
f8 doesn't really work at all. But knight d5 is just completely winning for black.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Did Veselin blunder that?
Let's look at the. Maybe he wants to go knight b1 there.
Study the camera.
No, I think it's maybe a trap of some sort. Although it's a
Tarp.
tarp. It's a weird kind of tarp though, because I mean, oops, once again mouse slips are plaguing me today. Is white happy or sad about trading d2 for a7 here?
Probably neither. The knight on b1 is.
Well, we can go either knight, even knight a3. No, knight a3 might actually lose a piece here. Rook a8, queen c5, b6 actually picks this knight up. So, and knight d2 is a bit awkward, although seems to be possible because knight e3, queen e3 is.
Yeah.
Or I could go, you know, the easiest way for me to solve my knight b1 problems would be just to suggest we trade knights. Although black could maybe say no.
No, it feels like this works, unless.
Well,
are we blundering something? Let me. Pure is doing cryptic stuff as usual. Queen takes d2, b4 with egalite.
Well, it creates the idea of chasing this queen forever with rook d1, rook c1, I guess. Yeah, but not an obvious move to make after queen takes d2, to be honest.
So are you chasing it forever? Just for argument's sake, if I go a6, which seems to be wrong. Queen c2. Queen d3. Queen c4, knight e4.
Yeah, you might not enjoy what comes out of this, I guess. Yeah.
It can happen.
Although here you have queen e2, but probably doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we shouldn't get.
I have cd5.
No, but also, I mean, if for simplicity's sake, I have this.
Yeah.
I have this, and if queen e2, I have rook d2 now. So it's not very good for black. Yeah, still somewhat curious because it feels like, let's say, in a current position, if black plays a6, you're still sort of likely to play queen a5. It looks more attractive than queen c5 anyway to me. Although maybe that's not entirely true, but
I've enlisted help, but yeah, this line didn't work.
And Anish does take on d2, so we'll find out what Veselin means to do in this position. So
Just to point out, after b4, a6, rook cd1, queen c2, rook c1, there is knight c4, which is very unpleasant.
very true. Okay, so how do we get out of this predicament? Maybe queen b3 check, bishop f7, queen b1?
That sounds smart. Let's ask the all-seeing eye. Yep, that's the way.
So this has become quite concrete now, and will be interesting to see how quick Veselin is to reply to queen takes d2, because if he suddenly takes...
He might have blundered. He might have blundered queen a7, rook f2.
Yeah, if he suddenly takes 15 minutes, yeah, it will indicate that maybe he failed to appreciate this is possible at all. His position is still fine, but is a bit of a curious development.
I can see Anish's second Erwin Lamy with a big smile on his face, so he's probably like spotted this rook f2 trick and hoping Veselin's gonna fall for it.
Yeah, no, I think that's I would assign 0 probability to queen takes a7 being played in this position.
No, it's not gonna get played, but it might have been the plan.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you just said that Erwin is hoping this will happen. I think
Erwin could be wrong. Unlikely.
Yeah, we all know this is not particularly likely, but who knows? In the Aronian Elyanov game, White got the setup we sort of described. He after rook b7 he played.
He went for e4.
Yeah, he played knight f3 and then e4, which is I mean, it looks strange, but as long as White controls the e5 square, and sometimes even when White allows e5. White's play is connected, as I said earlier, with the fact that the bishop on e7 is very, very dull. And playing e5, yes, it does make the center very rigid and very solid for black, but it hems the bishop on e7 even further. So queen a8, a4, rook d8 is a position on the board currently.
All normal stuff.
Yeah, White is probably slightly better, but it's nothing drastic. Would you consider playing a5 here?
I would have considered playing a6 for black last move, actually.
Yeah, that is...
Rule that out.
Yeah, that is something I'm kind of curious about. By playing a6, I mean, I guess the reason Pavel didn't do this is that you're very unlikely to actually play b5 in this game with the way pieces are positioned. Oh. And by playing a6, you're committed to keeping something there to protect this pawn. But yeah, after rook g8, this becomes an idea. I guess he wants simply to take. But yeah, how good is this for black?
Can I take on b2 or are
you
bad
probably
things happening
should,
to me?
but yeah, the problem for White is that unfortunately here no, it's not. I can play queen a6. But then probably something like c4.
Yeah, what is White hoping for? Bishop c7.
No, my idea, of course, here was to take on a7 with the rook. If I have to threaten the exchange of all major pieces to just win the pawn back, it's no longer that attractive. Yeah, so a5 is possible, but you need to find...
After ba5, can I take a timeout and somehow defend my pawn? Well, you got knight b6 very quickly.
Rook b4, yeah. Rook b4 is an idea here.
Yeah.
And Veselin very, very quickly went knight b1 and queen takes a7, so our guess is he hasn't actually missed queen takes d2, and that would be, the more natural of the the two possibilities, because it's not a very difficult tactic, and Veselin is a a very sharp tactician generally.
Yeah, knight d5 and egalite seems likely.
Yeah, it seems like black is doing quite well now, because the pawn on d2 wasn't doing very much, and no, that's not what I was going. No, that actually came out wrong. I think it's not the exchange of pawns very that much, but the fact that White had to play knight b1 to do this, and Black actually,
loss of time.
Yeah, Black actually continues improving his pieces, whereas White took a step backwards here, and knight b4 d3 might be an idea.
Let's go back to Carlsen Kramnik, because Kramnik has done what I think we suspected he might do, but what I still don't like. He's gone c5 in an attempt to justify his setup. Knight g2, c takes d4.
Yeah, it's curious that Magnus just decided to ignore it altogether. I mean, after c5, he just paid no heed to it at all and went knight g2.
So you thought c4 was not much of a threat, probably, because he's in time with bishop c2 and a b5 knight f4 check?
Yeah, just maybe start with the check, drive the knight back to b6,
yeah,
and then play
knight
h4.
b6, this has gone wrong.
Yeah, and this is... Because h5 is such a horrible threat here, Black could be potentially just lost, because you're just not in time. If you play h6, I take, and I already start collecting stuff on the king side. So c takes d4 has been played by Kramnik, and you can throw in the check, or you can just take on d4 first of all, and you go king d6, I guess. But yeah, we discussed a similar position. It looks like you're struggling here, right?
Just... I'm curious, because I can see the computer evaluation on the chess24 side, and the computer after c takes d4 says e takes d4 is terribly strong, which might not be so far-fetched. The white pieces are just much better than the black pieces.
Yeah, it also has the advantage of completely cutting off this piece from play. Knight c5 is no longer on the menu, and White could maybe even bring the knight to e3 to close down the e file, and then h4, h5, I guess. Yeah, and the evaluation is scary. I mean, for a position with equal material, the current evaluation I see on the screen, and once again, we always need to make those, provisos that
low depth, blah blah, but still smarter than me at least.
Yeah, it says a pawn and a half here for White in a position with equal material. And that is a very, very drastic evaluation.
Magnus more or less blitzed out e takes d4. He's kind of good at understanding this game of chess, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if most people would have blitzed out knight takes d4 check.
No, I think you consider taking with the pawn to cut this knight off. But yeah, I was stuck with the idea of knight takes d4 because we were discussing it earlier. Yeah, and I mean, Black's problems are actually very, very concrete here. It's not even something slow and long in coming.
Knight e3, h4, and
well, the pawn on d5. Let's start with the obvious. The pawn on d5 is actually hanging right now, so you need to protect it somehow. You can't really play rook e8 because it loses an exchange immediately to bishop b5, and king d7, bishop b5 also loses a pawn. So it feels like knight b6 might actually be sort of the only move, which doesn't lose material straight away. But then White plays, let's say, h4. I'm assuming, although maybe something else is even stronger.
We could threaten mate on 1. Just saying.
But
it's not very good because of bishop f5, but still feel like...
No, but h4, it just looks very, very strong, because h5 is completely impossible. It just plays into White's hands here.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, and if you play h6, many things look very strong. I mean, once again, this is probably not the best way to go about things, but it does win material. There's probably something stronger, but it wins at least the g6 pawn. And there could be a potential improvement over that as well if we look.
Must think. Maybe it's good enough.
Seems very strong, to be honest. Yeah, it feels like White will have a healthy extra pawn here, and a better structure.
I was thinking about knight e3 immediately without taking on g6, but no real need for it.
Also very strong. Also very strong, but yeah.
Bishop takes, king takes, and yeah, d5 is weak, knight h5 is in the air. No, things have gone very, very wrong. But yeah, both knight a4 and then not admitting his mistake and switching to knight b6 back, I think, were not helpful for Kramnik.
Yeah, so we'll wait for this game to develop, because I think the evaluation is pretty clear, and it remains to be seen whether Magnus executes from here properly. But
he tends to not forgive in such situations.
But he is not really known particularly for
his mercy.
Yeah, for missing chances like this. In other news,
let's go back to Grandelius for a while. We haven't been there.
In other news, yeah, Niels has a dream position. We left it somewhere around here, and just briefly to show you what happened. Lichao went king g7 and knight d7 as expected. Niels even waited with knight e5 for a while, transferred his knight to c4, which is a very nice square. Rook f8, and as I mentioned, this idea of bringing the rook via a2 towards good squares. Bishop h5, now with the knight not on f3, bishop h5 is a bit of an empty move. Knight f6, knight e5, knight g4, this is what they have on the board right now. Black does force a trade of knights, but his position is not really greatly improved by that.
So after knight takes, you have to take with the bishop,
You pretty much have to take with the bishop, because fg4, rook e5, bishop g6, queen f4 is probably just lost, to be honest. It just feels like white is crushing through here.
Yep.
So bishop takes, but even this, let's say I go rook e5 anyway.
Yeah, many threats.
No, I remember
G4,
it was very curious. There was a game in a Vaikanzei tournament where Sergei Tivikov was white against Vishwanathan Anand many years ago, and they got a very similar position in terms of material, but black's pawn was actually on g7, not f5. With the bishop, let's say, on c4 against the bishop on g6, but Tivikov managed to establish a rook on e5 and stop the c5 break, played b4 on the queen side. And Vishy did make a draw, but I remember, I think we spoke after the game, and he was absolutely disgusted with the position he got out of the opening, because Sergei played something very, very solid against Sakara Khan, not really aiming for large advantage, and he still got a very pleasant position which he was able to play for a win without any risk for a long time. And here, black's situation is a lot worse, because he actually has kingside weaknesses which could be very, very difficult to can't finish that sentence. Bad position for black. White good, bad black not so good here.
Gotcha.
Knight g4, bishop takes g4 has been played, and the bishop needs to run back towards g6 immediately before it gets caught.
For this.
Yeah.
Doubles. Rook e5 looks like an obvious move to prepare queen f4.
Rook e4 is, that's the move you play in a blitz game without thinking, but there could be maybe something even more precise, but I really like this move. I think black needs to play bishop h5, because you might not actually be able to do that. And just to mention something else, if white manages to play c4 and d5, he kind of wins, because the whole edifice collapses and he wins every single endgame, because b7 will be,
Let's go queen f4.
Yeah.
Then queen d6 is still legal.
Yeah,
bishop g6, I'll start thinking about c4, rook f5.
I mean, you can sort of, this.
That has to be thought about,
And discard it for white, actually.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I don't think you want to do that. Queen c7, rook e1, bishop f1, rook d8. You're giving black way too much freedom here. f4, bishop d3. No.
Yeah, no need for it.
I don't think you need to give black all these jumps. But yeah, bishop g6, c4 is a move. h3, g4 is always an idea here. Many things come to mind. You still need to somehow open this position up and win, but
also some slowish plan with, I don't know, bishop f3, h4, h5, and then try to go g4 at an opportune moment. It all looks very disgusting. And after bishop f3, I might be threatening rook f5 even, or after I play king g2, I certainly will.
Yeah, and if black plays f6, his life might become slightly better, but
rook e6?
No, I mean,
sorry.
Trying to prepare f6 is a plan here, but it's probably possible not even to allow that.
I do have d5. I'm not sure how good
Yeah,
it
this
is.
is what I was trying to calculate, but maybe it's too hasty. But I mean, if white wants, he can go queen e3, and the black pieces are positioned in such a way that you probably never get to play f6 here.
No, if you double on the e file, whatever, rook e7.
Here I would actually very, very seriously consider playing g5 now. g5, cd, and actually maybe even rook takes, just kind of wins.
It's a problem, 'cause queen somewhere, queen d4 check could be unpleasant.
Yeah, this loses material, and I mean, this endgame is too ugly to think about. Would probably be lost even if the bishop was on a good square, but without, I mean, black is still playing this more or less without this bishop on g6. So, yeah.
So Niels gets to have all the fun, and yeah, it was sort of inspiring to see, for me at least. He has 1 out of 6, and I've been in a similar situation, and I was miserable, but what was his quote? Chess is good in any situation, I think.
Yeah, he said something completely ludicrous
he likes
there.
chess.
Yeah.
And it goes to show that his spirit is unbroken, and today I believe Li Chao pays the price for, playing too riskily for a win against Niels.
Yeah, rook e5 has been played, and exactly how to win this position is the question more than the assessment.
But you don't have to worry about it so much with white, because you have loads of natural strengthening moves, while black at every juncture has to calculate.
Actually, the
am
more
I losing to h3 g4, to queen f4, c4 d5.
To be
just
honest,
horrible to play.
the more I think about it, the more I think the queen f4 is just a mistake. You always just start with queen e3.
Just put it there to stop f6.
Create the idea of d5, maybe even already here, and also c4 d5 is a huge threat. Because once the center gets open, the king on g7 will just get mated. So horrible position for Li Chao to try and hold. In the game between Hare Krishna and Maxime vachier-lagrave, the position settled, and I guess it's kind of level now. Although white is probably the side with the better chances objectively.
Yeah, but if black just goes h5 at any moment, you're really short on plans.
Yeah, you start.
Exchange the rooks.
Yeah, you start by swapping down, and then you put the pawn on h5, and you say, okay, how do you win this?
I've played that exact structure after h5, and it's very hard to do anything. Like, if white ever gets g4, then black can be in trouble, but after h5, it's very hard to even get your knight to g5, because your bishop is kind of correct on f3. It's a long way to h3. I think it's equal.
Yeah, just to show you how they got here, after h3, MVL hinted he wouldn't mind a Volga of some sort here, or a Benko if you are so inclined. By playing a6, Harry said no thanks.
Yeah, I think a4 is some sort of draw for actually.
It's a bit of an acceptance of what will happen. I mean, if you want to play for a win, you want to
play some move like knight a3, or maybe start with bishop e2. Like probably start with bishop e2.
No, I think the idea was to definitely meet bishop a2 by doing this. Bishop b5, and now something like bishop a6.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, how scared are we? Yeah, knight a3 actually. Knight a3 you will have to play king f1 later, but
so be it.
Probably, but you have g3, king g2. Yeah, something like this. It does get double-edged.
Sounds clear.
It does get double-edged, but if you want to play for a win, I think this gives you better chances over full-blooded fight. After a4, a5, I mean, white never risks anything at all, but neither is he likely to be much better.
I think it's more or less a positional draw. Black, might have to take a little more care not to allow any rook e6.
Yeah, this has already been played, but we expect rook e8. This is now on the board in the game. You can't really ignore the rook on e8, so all the rooks will come off.
So after rook takes, you have to take with the king probably, because I never want to allow g4.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm not sure.
But then I can also play g4 once again.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Then I might have to.
Then maybe it's not that equal, because the difference in structure is that with the knight on b5 putting a lot of pressure on the d6 pawn, black is a bit tied up. Black has fewer moves than white has, and also this expansion on the king side is annoying. Although still, I mean, king f7.
Yeah, maybe it's nothing, but if white gets g5, h4, h5, at least there's some hope.
Yeah, winning this. I mean, I will take on b5, bring my queen back to e7, play b6, and.
No, I'm not saying it's winning. I'm saying it's no longer a dead draw.
I'm not saying you are saying that. I'm just
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying that.
Okay. you win, as is the norm in these things. Whoa. This is currently the position in Kramnik, in Carlsen-Kramnik. This has to be completely lost for black, right?
What happened? H4, H5? Whoa.
He went bishop d6, and after h4 he no longer had any moves, I guess. Because if you allow h5, the problem is, if you play, let's say, rook e8 here, after h5, there is no discovered check with the king, and you just lose the h7 pawn. Bishop d6, I mean, you kind of want to play king d6 discovered check here, but it's not a legal move anymore.
Yeah. The computer says after h4 the best move is rook h8. Just.
Okay.
Which is not a pretty move to make.
No.
Then again, it does stop the threat of h5, and you don't lose a pawn or an exchange.
Yeah. So he played h5, to which Magnus replied, very simply by giving this check, taking on h5, and yeah, this is the position they have on the board right now. Knight e3, knight b6 has been played, and yeah, this extra pawn on the h file connected with the rook.
Useful.
Yeah, just do something like, I'm not sure what to start with here. I mean, like rook bg1.
Whatever you like, no? Put a knight pawn on h6, the knight back to f5, and you somehow win.
Yeah, I want to have rook g4 to stop bishop f4 basically. But yeah, in some order, rook f8, rook g4, followed by, in some order, I don't know, rook hg1, knight f5, rook g7. It's not winning immediately, because actually the second pawn on h4 is a little bit in the way, and pushing the h pawn further than h6 is not that easy.
Should collapse though, maybe.
Yeah.
You put the other knight on f5, go h6, knight h5, and there's too many targets.
There's really very, very little doubt as to the objective assessment of this position. And Magnus has done something.
Knight g4.
I mean, he's
in a hurry to take all the pawns.
Yeah, he is
forcing bishop e7, yeah? Sorry.
It's just, it feels lost. What I want to say is just, especially after this, and Magnus is very good at not missing this, small details. It makes black's position even worse, because you don't want to give up on f6, but if you have to play bishop b7 and, allow h6, rook b1, knight f5, it's just, too horrible for words.
Hopeless. And Magnus makes it look so easy. He's playing Vladimir Kramnik. This is not some guy from the street. This is the world #2, former world champion, one of the hardest men to beat in chess. Yeah, I've never seen that, but all his worries, of course, started. Sorry, I keep coming back to this, but it's kind of the key moment.
Yeah,
after king d1. Magnus' idea might have been interesting, but if you do the normal stuff, it can't be too bad. But knight a4, knight f5 is just very bad news. If you can't take on... Oh, but this touchpad takes a while. If you can't take on b2, you just lost a lot of time, and you can't afford that in any opening, even the quieter ones.
And I think pride was also
That's what I mean, yeah.
the reason for the following, because objectively you probably need to start going back straight away.
Yeah.
But that was such an ugly thought for Vladimir that he went for this plan with the c5 break, which seems to have backfired quite badly.
And he also must understand that, but yeah, it's very hard to...
Yeah, it's one of the harder
Force
things in
yourself to
chess when you're as good a player as he is, accepting you made a rather bad mistake which cost you 2.5 to 3 tempi or something. It's not an easy thing to do, and it seems to have been the root of all his problems. And the position they have on the board right now has to be totally winning for white. Vladimir played rook h8, but then you can start with rook b1 if you want, right?
Do whatever you like.
Just rook b.
Can you take on f6?
Well, you can, but
best.
you can, you can take on f6 and just go back, I guess. Yeah, there's really nothing wrong with that either. But I think starting with rook b1 also makes a lot of sense, because as we said, bishop b7 is just, too horrible for words, like knight f5, bishop d8, h6. Where you can't really seriously discuss this position even; it's just dead. So yeah, more or less anything should win here.
Should also mention that Carlsen has almost an hour left on the clock. This really has been a good day for him. He hasn't
against 10 minutes. Yeah,
spent a lot of time on any of his moves.
Yeah, it will be. I'm not sure such lines exist, but if you could sort of ask for a line before the round on this game not only being decisive but also being the first one in the round to finish.
Yeah, and being over after 20 moves virtually.
Yeah, you could get some very interesting odds on that, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait for the conclusion of this game. I think a huge miracle needs to happen here for Magnus not to win it.
What's going on? I'm just but this is nonsense. Yeah, I'm just seeing the computer evaluation. It said that Harry is much better against MVL, but I believe the computer.
I think the machine just likes the structure. Yeah, just likes the structure a great deal.
Yeah.
In the Topalov-Giri game, after knight b1, queen d7, queen a7, knight d5. Vesselin stopped knight b4, knight d3, I think very wisely by playing queen c5 first. Rook f6, knight c3, takes, rook d6. About equal, I guess. Yeah.
Now with the knights gone, the king is no longer so weak. Yeah.
If you had to pick a side, would you pick white or black here? I'm leaning towards black, to be honest, because you can actually imagine some play against the white king here, like bishop f5, h3, maybe.
I think I'm with you because the bishop on g2 is sort of stupid, but still more equal than anything else.
Yeah, it shouldn't be very threatening, but maybe you kind of want to do something about it immediately.
Can I play b4? What's
You can, but there have been very disturbing news on that subject as well. Apparently,
he's played before.
He's played before, but not before we mentioned he might play before. But that's what I wanted to talk about. Apparently, Nigel Short is now in a band which is called the Night Before, or maybe Night Before without the V, which is his.
How do you spell it?
With the.
These things work better in spoken word.
I think it is spelled N, then the small B and the 4, or so I was told, but I'm not entirely sure.
You can never have enough b4 humor.
You think? I mean, when Nigel starts invading that territory, I think we will be trampled underfoot.
It's hard to keep Nigel out of any territory. He's won tournaments on 6 continents, as he might have mentioned once or twice.
True.
Greetings to Nigel.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching. He never has any better things to do.
That's true, but he might still be doing something else.
And here, what do we think? I wanted to play rook d5 to stop even any possibility of b5 breaks. And then, as I said, I kind of like this idea of bishop f5, h3, if at all possible, and then rook, I don't know, h6 or h5 if it's on the
rook d5 and then okay. I don't know. I think it's equal. I don't have any deeper thoughts.
Yeah, Anish played h6, which is also very sensible. You want to create, some squares for your king for future use. Yeah, it should be very balanced. But yeah, the bishop on g2 is a bit stupid.
Yeah, I'd like to get rook d1 in somehow, but I guess I can't so easily. Queen c2 now. Then
yeah, I was wondering about queen c2 with the idea of rook d2, rook cd1. Because if one pair of rooks comes off and the bishop comes out via f1, you could
take white.
Yeah, then you take white, definitely.
No, I thought after queen c2 you might have to. Yeah, no. I'm looking for some random waiting move and then rook d1, rook d3, but bishop f1, I'm not sure I can keep that tension alive.
I don't know.
Yeah, something
let's go
like this.
for it.
And bishop f1 do
and
nothing, but
let's leave it there.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. This is a very smart play.
Or rook d5 to force you to take. No, but I like king h7 because in this position I want to always have bishop b4 as my next move. But white might just ignore it.
Yeah, or he might just take it and say, haha, I'm an exchange up now.
I'm not sure this is so wise, to be honest, because even if black doesn't give immediate mate, there will be... I mean, if white manages to somehow play f3 next, like queen c3 and we play rook d5 and you play f3, even here though, I mean, I'd be...
Saga continues.
Yeah, I'd be scared with white here. Because this is a very, very weak king. But this particular position might be okay, but the issue I think is that nobody will allow any of this.
Sure.
And then...
still f3, can you take?
I can take on e3. You don't want to do that.
Oh yeah, I thought you'd take the other one. But
No, you might want to do that, but even here I have this idea, for instance.
I can also take on d4 and go
although
rook
it's
e2, I guess.
although it's not very strong, yeah. Even endgames are probably okay for black.
Anyway, it's a very random line, but if we can establish a rook on d3, then we're, I guess, fine.
Yeah, it's a way to inject life into this position from the from the black side. In Aronian Elianov, in other news, it's quietened down. Lev eventually decided against playing a5 here. He played knight b5, queen c8, admitting that the queen on a8 is kind of out of place now, and rook ac1, knight f8. Black is a little bit cramped, but very, very solid.
Very solid, this stuff, yeah. I'm not buying it unless there's some tactical shot, some b4
And
at the right moment.
Pavel probably wants to play. I mean, the knight goes to g6, and then you play a6 and rook bd7, and then you are really rock solid.
I think it's totally fine, unless you get hit with b4 here or whatever. But even that is not carrying many heavy threats.
Yeah, you could potentially just ignore it altogether, like before play knight g6 anyway. Although you will probably have to take with the pawn here, which might interest white. But this structure change is not very good for white either.
Knight 5 is very awkward to me.
Yeah, so let's go bishop b3 instead.
Yeah, what do we do? a6, I thought.
But then he can play a6 and maybe rook c7.
Yeah, now some clever move.
But this, once again,
yeah, nibble.
If you play a5, I play queen b3, I bring the knight over to c4, and I start claiming I'm slightly better.
Can I go rook d7 instead of rook c7? You take, and then I must somehow make rook d3 work, but I'm not sure I will be able to. Let me try that. Rook d3? Nah, it just doesn't work, does it?
No, not in this position. No, but I think you can take on c5 first. Probably not with the bishop though. This might be okay, but
don't like it, but yeah, I guess it's all right. Slightly better. For
yeah,
white.
But although I mean, white definitely keeps his interest here, and Lev went
Can
for.
we go back to they did something else here? Then let's go there. d4 instead of b4.
This will need some explaining, I think, because.
First of all, why can't I take the e4 pawn?
Well,
dc5 and b4, yeah?
Immediately dc5 and b4 should be very strong. But I'm kind of interested in starting with a6. Because I can play knight c3. I thought this was impossible, but I will take on c8 here and take on d4.
But are you better? Knight g6?
Yeah, I'm not a Catalan player. Catalan players, I think, like these positions, but
they don't need much to be happy.
I'm not one of them. I don't know. I might lose though. This probably was ill-advised. What if I just do something quiet?
On your line, isn't there some knight d5 floating around somewhere? It doesn't attack anything.
It's still a move though.
A move it is.
We want some space, but structurally I'm not sure this is so ideal for white.
No, knight c5 seems to work now.
i5,
Knight d3.
Knight d3. Yeah, that probably works out for black, yeah. But once again, this is a very arbitrary line, which and Pavel very quickly goes knight g6 anyway, so it's also irrelevant.
What does Levon want? dc5?
No, I think weakening his king side like this is not on the agenda.
Risky.
Yeah, a6 rook before. Yeah, there's play on both flanks here actually, so I think this is incredibly risky for white. I think the bishop goes somewhere. The question is where. I mean, the most obvious square is e3.
e3 is, of course, first thought. Knight e4, dc5 still works, yeah? Just
we
confirming
assume so.
At every juncture.
We assume so. Knight c5 before, and the pin along the c file is still very, very unpleasant. Probably wins material for white. Yeah.
Doesn't seem to work.
There is knight g4, but you can just sidestep it, I guess. And black also put his piece on a less than ideal square.
Yup. So let's try a6 instead of knight g4, maybe. Not sure who's aided by this.
I really don't want to play knight a3. I mean, it's always a possibility here, but I really dislike this idea.
If you don't like it, don't do it.
hang on a second. Can I ask you something?
Nah.
Would you consider this?
Nah. Let me.
I'm trying to put as much pressure on e4 as possible.
DC5?
But yeah, it kind of depends on what this is.
Do I need to take on c5?
A6 rook b4 once again might be annoying. That was at least my bet. That I'm creating this threat of a6, and then if the knight goes to c3, rook b4, and if the knight goes to a3, it's just a very poor square.
I don't see the trick. I have the feeling there is a trick.
Yeah, I want to somehow play knight d4, but neither knight actually makes any sense.
Never works. Okay, so let's go bishop c5.
This is one idea how to reply to it, but it might be slightly
96?
better for white. No, also knight d6. No, knight d6 I might have some tactics,
Oh,
which work,
that
surprisingly.
works.
Which work. So queen c4, keeping all these things under control, but then black can take and play a6 actually, and he should be... Whenever I feel I should finish a sentence with an evaluation, I find another move which stops that evaluation, so it's very confusing. Probably still a draw, right? Like,
I don't know. How do you draw?
like take, knight d5. I mean, generally with this knight on d5, all of these positions are held.
Yeah.
One rook on a8, another rook on a2, and just claim.
3 check.
Yeah, claim you're not worse. Well, I'm probably not going to be blundered, but yeah, well, some move.
Nah,
h6
it's fine. Yeah. Agreed.
shouldn't be horrible at all for black. So that would be one idea here.
I don't know. I have a feeling. Ever since 1c4, I have a feeling this game is gonna end in a draw.
Hang on. In view of all that, actually, would you? No. I wanted to ask if you would consider going bishop g5, but that actually allows knight takes e4, and we take on e7 with a knight, and after dc5, c8 is no longer hanging. After b4, the knight can go somewhere. Doesn't work from.
Very true.
Doesn't. Hang on. Even this variation still continues.
Stop making all these moves.
But black is fine here.
Winning.
Yeah. So let's cut that short for a second, because I feel like we're getting submerged a little bit in that game.
This is equal. Let's go to Magnus. Is this game still going?
Magnus did play. I was advocating rook b1. He played rook he1, but it's a similar idea. Bishop b7, knight f5, bishop d8, h6, rook c8. I think.
How much do you think he's enjoying himself right now on a scale from 1 till 10?
About 17, I'd say.
I think he's quite happy.
Yeah, no.
Just
I would actually go for.
free torture.
I mean, the idea.
e2 is
rook e2 with the idea of rook b1 and rook e8, and then
Oh,
h7.
that's cute. Let's make some random moves so
like-
people see it.
Like knight c4, rook b1, some move. I don't
Bishop
know.
a5. Oh no, that
Bishop
stops
a5
it.
allows rook e7 check, and also it stops it, so it shouldn't be allowed.
a6.
Yeah, like knight takes b2. We have to play b3, and then it
We have to do a lot of things to make this work.
Yeah,
Go
So-
to b6.
yeah. Let's go to b6, although nobody would ever do that. And then my brilliant idea actually works. Rook e8 takes, and then h7.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Vladimir is not resigning, because he's
It's embarrassing to
he's annoyed. He's annoyed at himself, and he's just he's continuing. But there's no counterplay in the current position. You can also make an argument for playing b3 and asking black what is his next move.
Yeah, but rook e2 is just...
Yeah, rook c6, c6 is maybe one idea to stop all this actually, and the reason why rook e2 hasn't been played yet.
So
I guess
think.
I guess black actually has one defensive idea here.
But is it very effective? Let's say rook e2, rook c6, rook e1, e6, knight g7.
Yeah. No, my belief in this is not very strong.
Your rook e8 move might appear soon again. Rook takes e2, rook takes e2. And
Even here, yeah, it kind of forces rook h7, which is not a very...
no, someone feels dirty to keep looking at this. Magnus gonna win. Let's not violate poor Kramnik's position any further.
Yeah, this is not very nice.
He's
And I mean,
played b3, just rubbing it in, I guess.
Yeah, rook c6 will follow because there's really nothing else black can do in this position. There are no other sensible moves.
So how do you think Jon Ludvig Hammer feels about this? Is he sad that his prediction streak is breaking, or is he happy that Magnus wins using his idea? I'm going with sad, just saying.
Yeah, let's not portray too, devilish of a picture of Jon Ludvig.
Is that possible?
Well, we may choose not to portray him in that light. I'm not sure if it's correct or not, but we may, make a conscious choice to try and humanize him somehow.
No, and of course we're only saying these things because we are great fans and admirers of Jon Ludvig. Else, it's all. I'm gonna say in good humor, but it's all true.
Yeah.
Anyway, good day for both Norwegian chess stars. Magnus Carlsen is very likely to move to +3 and cement his lead in the tournament. Hammer very likely has found a nice opening idea, which at the very least worked perfectly, because Kramnik went wrong early with his knight a4 move.
Yeah, I think something like rook bc1, just to finish this off, rook bc1, drive the rook to e6, and now play knight g7, and this probably forces resignation, to be honest, because if you need to change the one good piece you have on the board, how do you continue?
You don't.
Okay, so
how's the rest of Scandinavia doing today? The Swedes are having a good day?
Swedes are having a very good day.
Why did the Swedes put the rook on e3?
Why did the Swedes put the bishop on c4 is, I think, a bigger question. Because I thought the plan with c4, d5, or the immediate d5 was much easier to realize with the bishop still on g2. White is still hugely better, make no mistake about it.
I don't want to go f4.
No. Although, it's not horrible, but just for a second, 14 minutes against...
Let's see, 35 for
against
Li Chao.
35. So,
quickly at least.
Yeah, Li Chao is doing the right thing. When you're in a position like this, you should at least try and put some pressure clockwise on your opponent to at least make him take decisions fast. But the position is still very bad.
But what's Niels? Why did he choose the setup? Does he want some queen e1 and then d5, or I'm not sure what the bishop is doing?
I'm not sure. I really don't know why he decided.
Just wants to stop f6 for good, but it doesn't feel like he had to do that. The bishop is nice on g2, isn't it?
No, I think stopping f6 for good is very, very sensible, but it was very...
Go queen e3.
Sorry,
do it like that.
I apologize. Queen e3 was a very efficient way of doing that. Black had, f6 is dead after that. Rook d6, rook f5, and if you don't play rook d6, you never have enough pieces, more or less, to. And rook e7, d5, and almost
everything. Actually, also rook f5. I missed that earlier.
Yeah, no, I think we had a bishop on g6, so it wasn't.
Okay.
But this is because we played queen f4 first. Queen e3 without queen f4 is even stronger. And after bishop g6, we can go c4, play d5. Next move. It's crushing to my eyes. So. Niels is doing it his own way, but his position is still much better. But
no, and he can always return probably even to that plan, because black really is very limited.
Sure, maybe he wants not to commit to anything until move 40, and then he will get his extra 50 minutes. And
doesn't sound like Niels though.
No, it doesn't. But he might settle for that for now, because seemingly there's no immediate breakthrough available to him.
Yeah. Still, full points for Niels and Magnus Carlsen, still very much in play. Who else has winning chances? I have a strong feeling Aronian Elyanov's going to enter the draw. Not sure how. I feel that way.
He did play bishop g5.
Go bishop g5.
Okay, so let's try and figure out where we were wrong.
What did we say, 94?
I thought this was possible. Why isn't this possible?
Probably it's possible. What was the line? Bishop e7, knight e7.
Well, the point is, maybe he wants this.
What?
Can he want this?
Now some c6, I don't get it.
But there's rook c7. No, there's rook c7. Can't be true.
Doesn't seem to work, no? Nah.
No, it doesn't seem to work. I'm very curious. Okay, so knight e4. If you cannot play dc, which you seemingly cannot, you need to take on e7, because playing bishop b3 is insane.
Yeah,
you could have done this on a previous move if you wanted without giving up a full pawn. So you take on e7, black takes. You take on c5, because once again giving black a move to play, let's say a6, feels weird.
Yeah.
Black takes. Once again.
What was the line before knight d3?
Before just knight d3. c8 is not hanging.
No. So let's do better than b4.
But how?
FD1.
But I have a5. Hang on.
Knight D6.
That is true. Okay, what about this?
Now. No, maybe I have nothing. No, don't see it.
I'm a little bit confused.
Hang on.
I'm a little bit confused and
Dazed?
also dazed. I already worked in one Led Zeppelin reference earlier, so yeah, dazed and confused works fine for me.
What's Led Zeppelin?
I apologize for my co-host.
No, but yeah, this seems to work fine for black, right? I don't get it either.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest, and I'll be waiting for the next moves here with great interest, because yeah,
I am checking with the magic box. The magic box confirms our suspicions. Black is better. It says the best is 94, bishop e7, 97, rook fe1, knight d6, and black is slightly better.
Takes,
DC, and you might somehow draw bc, queen c5, queen b8.
Or rook c6, maybe even.
Many sensible moves here.
Very.
You can take on b2 as well.
Rook c7 is probably a draw, yeah. No, but yeah, very, very strange choice, because it seemed to us bishop e3 was perfectly fine, no?
Maybe not. I'll ask the magic box again. No, it says bishop e3, a6, knight c3, b5, and black is taking over the initiative.
Still don't understand why, but I'll trust the box. The box is very rarely wrong. And Pavel doesn't take on e4, so
what's going on there?
Yeah, lots of stuff happening in that game which I don't necessarily understand.
Lots of mutual trust, but Pavel's still fine. Rook c7. I'll stop boxing in a minute.
No, it's not the question of whether he's fine or not, but yeah, it does seem like he's just taken on trust that he cannot take on e4.
No, but by fine I mean better.
Okay. The point is maybe that you cannot take because this is a very important intermediate, yeah?
Zwischenzug.
Yeah, and other things, zwischen. So after rook c7, if you cannot take on f6, can you play d5?
I don't know. Machines say you have to take on c5, but that looks very unappealing.
Yeah, that looks unattractive.
But why can't you play d5? I don't get it either. Computer says takes and rook cd7, but that's not a very human-esque thing to do, and also I don't understand why it's great.
Let's switch back to Magnus for a second, because he chose not to do what we described he will do, and I'm not saying his position is suddenly unclear, but let's just try and establish why he chose this over what we were suggesting. After rook c6, he went knight g3 with what I thought was the idea of rook g1, rook g7. But after bishop c7, he suddenly switched to rook c1. Takes, bishop f4, sorry, rook c5. And Vladimir played king e6. And the h-pawn is now hanging. And you don't even win the d5 pawn straight away, I thought.
Knight g7.
King d6. Maybe you can do this. Maybe you can do this.
Oh, this works? Whoa. Way too complicated.
Maybe this is...
Seems to work.
Yeah, maybe this is good enough, frankly.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Hang on. Bishop h6.
Well, I give a check.
5.
And I take on d5.
That's good enough.
Yeah, that
d6 is a bit of a threat.
Rook d6 is a bit of a threat here, yeah. So, still under control seemingly for the world champion, but yeah, not a flashy conversion I was expecting, but knight g7 check, king d6 has been played, so perhaps we'll stay with this. They're also close to the time control, and Vladimir only has 2.5 minutes left, so I expect they'll reach move 40 pretty soon, and then we can...
yeah, king d6, knight g4 is on the board apparently, which looks good as well.
Fair enough. Yeah, you cannot take. If you go knight d7 here, I expect just going back is fine, like rook c2, rook e2 is...
Yes, c2.
Yeah, rook c2. You can never take, once the rook lands on e2, you can start
can't
driving
really
the king
move.
back. Yeah, you have no real
Rook
move.
e2, knight f5, rook e7, or whatever looks like a fairly
Yeah.
decent plan.
Yeah, also plenty good enough, I guess.
Yeah, it's winning.
We'll still stick around because, as I said, this will reach the time control soon, and then we can sort of draw a line under it.
Magnus could think for 38 minutes on his next move, if he chose to do so.
Yeah. Your mission, should you choose to accept it.
Is that a Tom Cruise reference?
Regrettably, yeah, I now realize what I've done.
I've watched all the Mission Impossibles.
Yeah, obviously, but still, a Tom Cruise reference is a lowering of the general tone of this show, I think.
Wow, it's very hard to lower the general tone of the show. My wise machine, my wise
There
machine
was a-
tends to be wrong. It's
There was a siziest
glitch
joke,
in
maybe.
the glitch in the matrix.
Knight d7 and rook c2 is on the board in the Carlsen Kramnik game.
Rook e2, knight f5, rook e7, and wrap it up.
Yeah, there's just seemingly no way to stop this very simple plan because none of the pieces can move really. Knight
Too many enemy. Knight f8, rook c8.
even rook c8, yeah. Anything, frankly. Yeah. So we were, looking for ways to sacrifice rooks, instead of which Magnus just very quietly improved the position of all his pieces, traded off the one active rook black had, and yeah.
Might still sacrifice a rook. h7, knight f6, rook f8, knight g8, something like that.
But yeah, this is a more efficient conversion than perhaps what we were suggesting, and yeah, the position seems completely lost for black.
What's going on?
Yeah, let's actually not stick around because we're not
too
adding.
hopeless,
Yeah, we're not adding anything to the picture there.
What's going on with Levon? A6, knight c3 has been played, and yeah, this rook bc7, d5 I couldn't crack at least.
No, I think
He's played b5.
let's play b5 anyway. This is interesting. So if we probably take and take because nothing else. I mean, if you go queen e2 here, and black plays.
Well,
Either b4 or
you
c4.
know my theories on b4.
b4 might run into this though.
bc3 is drawish, yeah?
Well,
cb.
cb.
Can't I?
cb loses
I missed rook
material.
c5.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, if you take cb, I thought I kind of win by bishop takes d8, to be honest. This was a mistake, but the program decided not to punish us for it.
Yeah, this
you
is
end
not
up
great.
You can take rook b2, but even here, let's say queen c4, knight e7, queen c3 is kind of unpleasant for black.
Yeah, something's gone wrong.
And if you take on f6, I will go knight a4 against, well, any capture. And once again, I think white is maybe even pushing a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
So, is this a move though?
I lost count of the pieces. How are we doing on that front?
White is recapturing on d8 next move and will be much better.
Much better?
Yeah.
Why?
Pawn up?
Okay. Rook b2?
No, I have a feeling this might be ill-advised. Although maybe you can hold this, I don't know, rook b7 and pretend nothing bad is happening, but feels scary.
Just playing the hand you're dealt.
Sure. So, yeah,
It's a draw, right?
this might be a draw, but I think going for this line in practical play is not that easy.
What does Pavel want then?
There is queen b8 here, though. I was interested by queen takes c1 in that line, but there's queen b8 followed by e5. This might be stronger.
How did we get here? I can't remember a single thing.
We played queen
Takes,
e2. I mean,
takes.
the most natural. I mean, the first thing we should have checked is knight takes b5, but I have a feeling Pavel has something against it, and I immediately started looking for ways to avoid it, but I don't know. What is black's plan if you just take on b5 twice? Queen b8?
Well, in your line, after queen takes d3.
Yeah, I
queen
said queen b8
good,
is strong. Yeah. If we take twice, I think queen b8 anyway. I
b8
guess
is very strong, yes.
queen b8 anyway, and if the knight goes somewhere, rook b4 followed by c takes d4. I guess is what Pavel is planning here. AB is on the board, and now Lev has a choice.
But it looks like it's slightly worse either way still.
Queen
It's a
e2,
strange game.
has
Queen
been
e2
played.
has been played.
So now actually, c takes d4 might be in practical play almost winning, no? Or maybe knight takes d4 is his plan. Knight d5.
Knight d5.
Knight d5. We missed that. Knight d5. Queen.
Somewhere a8.
I want to play queen d7, but then maybe. Maybe this is fine. And if you take with the queen, then there is e5, and if you take with the knight, I have this cute little tactic.
Yeah, some signs.
Things are
Being told to shut up. We'll go on a little break, and there's gonna be an interview. I don't know by whom, with whom, but I'm sure there's gonna be spoken words.
yeah, and
See you guys after that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 7 of Altibox Norway Chess. And I'm very happy to be joined by Nihal Sarin from India, former under-10 world champion. Thank you for joining me on the show. First of all, tell us a bit about yourself. Where are you from and what are you doing here in Norway?
I'm from Kerala in South India. I came to watch Norway Chess. I have heard that it's a very strong tournament.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see these games.
So what is your impression of the tournament?
It's very strong.
Is it the first time you see such a strong tournament live?
Oh yes,
And who is your favorite player?
it's Magnus.
Magnus? Which game has impressed you most by Magnus so far?
By Magnus. Okay. I've been following Norway Chess many rounds. I like many games by culture.
And in this tournament, is there any particular one that you liked? In this tournament, is there any game that Magnus played that you really liked?
Okay, I don't remember, but he played many good games.
I read somewhere that you quite liked the game he played against Niels Grandelius when he sacrificed a piece.
That was a nice game.
Yeah, is that the style of chess you like?
Okay. Okay, he played. I was seeing that game and I tried to guess the moves. Okay, some moves I guessed.
What is your style of chess? How do you like to play?
Okay, sometimes I attack, sometimes I defend. Depending upon position.
Of course. Talking of positions, do you want to have a look at today's positions and tell me what you think?
Okay.
I saw you in the playing hall, so this is the position Magnus has right now. They just reached move 40. What do you think of Magnus' game today?
Which is today Magnus has completely outplayed Graham.
Yeah.
He's such a strong player.
Did that surprise you?
Quite.
Yeah, me too. What about the other games? Is there any other game you were following? Maybe
Mainly Magnus.
mainly Magnus. What about your countryman, Hari Krishna? How do you think he's doing
This
today?
is the position.
This is the position now, yeah.
He looks slightly better here.
Who is your favorite player in India? Is it Vishy or is there someone else?
Viswanathan.
So you think
I like Hari Krishna also.
Hari Krishna, yeah, and it's great to see him in this tournament.
And their rating gap is decreasing.
Yeah, I think Hari Krishna is very close to the world top
Yes.
10 now. And then what else do we have? Niels Grandelius, did you see his position against Li Chao?
Looks better here.
Do you think he could win his first game of the tournament?
Maybe yes, but he has what's move number?
Move number 36, so they need to make 4 more moves.
Okay, maybe he will win.
Yeah, maybe. Then,
Bishop endgame must be clearly better for him. Sometimes if white king can get to c5 or b6.
if you can, sorry?
b6 is the dark squares are very weak.
Weak, yeah. So you think Niels should be trying to exchange the heavy pieces?
Maybe not.
What
They
would
must
you?
keep the tension. It's Niels to move.
It's Niels to move, yes. Black has just played bishop h5.
I don't know. What about f3 and king f2?
So you're suggesting
I don't know.
f3, king f2,
Somehow try to.
and then try to maybe go for g4, or what's your...
Yes. Sometimes g4. I think white has a pleasant edge here. And maybe he'll play king f2, king e3 even.
Okay, yeah, that's quite interesting.
Would go. And maybe g4.
I like that idea. Very nice. And
f3 looks.
it looks good for white, I agree with you. 2 more games we haven't looked at. Aronian against Ilyanov. I saw they didn't play so many moves. They might be heading for some time trouble. What do you think about this position?
It's very unclear, it looks. I like white.
You like white? It seems like white is doing quite well in all the games today.
Yes. Maybe h5 next.
This might be a threat.
And e5. h5, e5, and just pushing black pieces.
And the last game, Topalov against Anish Giri. Also looks quite interesting.
Yes. Looks slightly better for black.
You like black here?
Maybe. But I don't understand the plan of c5 yet. What if queen takes e5?
What if queen takes c5?
Maybe bishop f3? I don't know.
I'm also
not
not
sure.
sure. Yeah. So yeah, black just played c5 now in this position. That's the
Okay,
position.
he took.
He did take. He did take. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to
This
see.
looks very interesting game.
Let's go quickly back to Magnus Carlsen. Oh, and I think we're going to soon be kicked out because they did finish their game. Magnus won. Are you happy? Okay, so to conclude this interview, just tell us, what are your next plans?
Next, on 29, I'm leaving to Stockholm for Hasselbacken.
Okay, strong tournament.
Yes. Andrei in Fasid. It's a very strong tournament with Andrei and Shiro and many strong players.
Okay, and it looks like both of us are going to be kicked out by Vladimir Kramnik and Magnus Carlsen. So thank you very much for joining me. I wish you best of luck in Sweden and best of luck in the rest of your career.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be back in a couple of hours with more tweets and more photos. Thank you for watching. Thank you.
Welcome back to round 7 of Altibox Norway Chess 2016, and we'll be. I think we'll get some guests in the studio soon, so we'll just wrap up the action in the central game of the round. This is the final position of the Carlsen-Kramnik game. Vladimir continued playing. I mean. He doesn't give up easily, but the position is totally winning, and it ended with a bit of a flourish. After knight f8, Magnus went knight e5 check, takes. Frankly, you could sort of call it a day here, but Vladimir played king d7, knight f6, king e6.
H5 looks good, no?
H5, was played, but honestly, once again, king takes e5 is already kind of unnecessary because you can play h7. But after king e5, Magnus even decided to queen the h-pawn, which is a very valid strategy. Knight takes h7, knight c5, king e2, and the game was finally over because next move white gets an extra pawn on, extra queen on the 8th. Yeah, well, let's.
We're being joined by Vladimir Kramnik.
So we'll bunch up together a little bit.
Bad day at the office.
Yeah. I mean, not even a day, but half an hour, I would say. I mean,
This was probably a mistake, yeah.
Well, I just missed knight g5. I mean, otherwise, I mean, that was a problem, yeah, because knight e2, of course, it's a very interesting move, but I have various ways to. But I thought this was working pretty well, and okay, it's easy to move to miss this knight g5. I thought otherwise I'm doing well, but the knight g5, okay, I was calculating maybe I should have still gone for this, trying to hope for some escape. It just somehow doesn't seem to work. Rook hb1 and c5. Okay, probably only move. a3, bishop a5. I was calculating all this. Okay, it probably takes. Otherwise, maybe I'm still more or less holding. Check, king d7, knight b7, bishop b6. But it's pretty lousy. I mean, dc, bishop c7, and the problem is just h3. I thought.
King c6.
And then king c6, even at some point knight d6, and just difficult endgame. Yeah, I mean, and I don't know exactly where, but I thought it was quite difficult. But I should have gone for it. Although probably Magnus have analyzed this as well. Yeah, so. But here, or otherwise, just immediately come back knight b6.
Yeah, but
yeah, but then it's just a much worse endgame,
yes.
And it's simply, yeah, it's. So I decided to try to give it a try for some kind of counterplay, but I mean I knew it's not working. Also rook b1 I missed. Somehow I thought king c2 was a move, but rook b1 is very strong and very quickly played, so I guess it still was analyzed at home. And okay, simply if I don't create some quick counterplay, I will just lose a game. I mean bishop d3 and all these plans, so maybe it was king e6 was not good, but I was afraid of g3, bishop h3 is another plan which is also bad. But here, okay, just the last point that after c5, I mean I was hoping for c5, but unfortunately it seems that it's not working because of this, and I missed that. I mean knight c5, knight d4 check, and bishop f5, bishop g6 and b4 simply. Yeah.
No, in this position this wins. Yeah.
I mean bishop f5 at least knight e6 I could have somehow 5, but I missed this, and then bishop g4. Okay, this is just lost. I mean there is nothing I can do here. The rest is not interesting.
So not a very usual thing. There were more or less one bad decision in a position which looks very quiet. And I mean, if you play knight c8, it's kind of a normal issue.
No, but I'm not in time. I mean, after knight f5, bishop d3. I mean, that's a problem. No, then I should have gone already f5. I mean, after which also I was not so happy with, because I guess g3 was the idea, and then knight f4. I mean, but at least, okay, it was not really what I wanted. But I mean, after, of course, the idea of knight b6, knight g3 was to get this kind of operation. I mean, otherwise it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So I mean, after knight c8, okay, I just have a much worse endgame, yeah, like this, and the same story, and it's a very difficult endgame actually. I mean, once he manages his knight to f5. So well, okay. I mean, probably knight b6 is already a mistake. Or here, okay, I was thinking maybe I should have gone for knight c4, but somehow I also think
maybe
that
knight
just
f5 anyway, actually.
Yes, at least then I can get my knight to d6, but still bishop d3. Yeah, but even just taking and knight f5, king e2, I mean, I thought I'm also pretty much worse here. I mean, just king e2 and consolidating, and okay. So somehow, I mean, okay, I don't know, I just feel like I haven't played today. I mean, Magnus did and I didn't. Just the position was after rook b1, okay, it was so bad, I just didn't know what to do basically, and I think it's almost not savable already.
Yeah, tough day. We won't torture you by looking at this any further. Best of luck for the last two games.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is what we thought, and our suspicions confirmed by Vladimir. Yeah, more or less. I mean, interesting new idea in an opening, and knight b6 was already connected with this idea, but the idea doesn't work.
Yeah, what I underestimate is that, yeah, Vladimir says that it's much worse if white just gets all these things, and I thought it's a standard position, but maybe it's not, because normally white doesn't get this grip on the f5 square. Okay,
Yeah.
that's to be analyzed how bad it is, whatever, king d7, king e6, but yeah, it's an interesting idea, brought to you by Jon Ludwig Hammer.
Yeah, the mark of quality, so to speak. In the old Soviet days, there was this little red 5-pointed star that was on the selected products, which meant that these are the very best the Soviet industry has to offer. And
If you're confused by the noise level, I thought there was no one here, but it looks like there were around 8,000 people watching Magnus Carlsen play in the hall, and now that his game is over, they've all come out, and there's big victory parties going on all around us, so apologies for the enhanced noise, but there's lots of people here in this concert hall.
yeah, we were we were tricked by how quiet it was up to now into thinking that this will be drastically different to what we experienced in the first 6 rounds. But seemingly this tournament does attract a lot of attention, and all these people were lurking before, but they are now out in full force.
Absolutely. We're gonna keep lurking. Let's see if Magnus gonna join us later, but for now let's have a look at what else is going on in the other games.
Plenty of excitement, actually. This is now the position in Tapalov-Giri, which is kind of remarkable.
What happened here?
We left it somewhere around here, and interestingly, Anish went for maybe a better version of the plan we were describing. Rook fe1, king h8. I quite like this sidestepping move. Queen c2, and now he went rook d3 straight away.
Bishop f1, bishop h5.
And bishop f1, he played bishop h5, which is way stronger than our waiting moves. The mating moves we were trying to make. And now the bishop is coming to f3 straight away. You can't even contemplate taking, because I think this is just mate in 3 or something. Yeah, you can't stop queen h3 here. So Veselin went f4 to at least make sure he doesn't get mated straight away. But then rook d2, queen c3. I'm not sure what
d1.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this was required, but an interesting choice by. I mean, I would just put it on f3 as a. I guess he's stopping rook c2. I now realize what this is.
Okay.
This is very clever. I'm not sure if it was necessary, but the idea is very cute and very interesting. By not playing bishop f3 immediately, Anish is stopping the idea of rook c2, which would make White's life, a lot easier here. Like rook d2, rook d7, White might win here.
Sure.
So he stops rook c2, b5. He also played c5 to, I guess he takes b5, bishop takes b5. Another simple tactical reason for doing things the way he's been doing them. b5, c5, queen takes c5, and now rook a8.
I can't really hear what you're saying, but I'm assuming that Giri is better, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, rook a8 is a huge threat, but Veselin played queen b4. I guess if you play rook a2 here, he wants to take. And with the e4 pawn gone, giving mate is very difficult. Rook h2 is impossible because rook takes d1. Anish played bishop f3, and Veselin replied to it by playing rook c7.
Cute.
Yeah, I think White could be better. I mean, White is a pawn up, and if you don't take on c7, White switches to. Hi. We're joined by the world champion who won his game today against Vladimir Kramnik. We already had Vladimir describe it briefly. His description was, "You played a game today, he didn't."
So, well, what can I say? Like after like 16 moves, my position plays itself, and it's actually pretty hard for me to screw up.
Can you confirm this is Jon Ludvig Hammer's genius that brought us this plan of 92?
Yeah, it was his idea indeed. Yeah.
We want your input on a very important question we tried discussing on air earlier. Do you think he is happy you won, or unhappy his prediction is now broken?
I think he's mostly happy. Unhappy his prediction is broken, and
what Jan went
and
for,
that he didn't get to play this idea himself.
Tough day for Hammer, but good day for you. What's happening in the position? Okay, knight a4 was probably a blunder. We were saying knight c8, and black is fine, but it's not so easy if you get knight f5, bishop d3.
How bad is this?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's fine. It's very solid, but it's not fine, I think. It's just a little bit worse,
but it's a little bit worse forever, more or less.
That's the idea. So you don't really get to kick the knight out of f5, or the bishop is sitting there, and probably not much is going to happen, but it's not going to be fun. And counterplay is out of the question.
Yeah, and we were also saying that, of course, I mean, it's incredibly ugly to do that, but we were kind of advocating for knight b6 here.
No, I mean, for sure, I thought on any of the next moves she should go back and.
Yeah, but it's so ugly to do that.
Of course, yeah, but I mean, this thing with c5 just doesn't work at all. It
Yeah,
just deteriorates his position a lot without offering counter chances. So.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just it seems like he was going to be slightly worse anyway, but the game was more or less decided in that one move, because not only did Black put the knight on e4, but he also felt committed to this plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So can we take your?
Yeah. So let's talk about something more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it feels
Rook
like like we're not doing your game justice, but it was one-sided traffic.
Yeah, it
if
was.
we're honest.
I mean, as I said, it's really hard to screw up such a position. So, yeah.
One last question though, I was discussing with your father earlier, at what point do you think Henrik would have won the position?
Okay.
Okay, then we'll have to.
No.
Then we'll have to go almost to
We
the
have to
end.
find.
After, let's say.
Here he was very optimistic.
No, okay, here he would win it for sure. Okay, so I think.
As a Russian, here, I feel I should be starting to get
Yeah.
upset.
Yeah,
I think
okay, so-
you're being. Let me stick up for my countrymen here.
No, it's not against Kremlin.
I think in this position, if he understands that the idea is rook e2, he should be able to win.
Okay.
But
fair.
I agree. Let's
Okay, fair enough.
take that off the table.
Let me show you something. How do you like them apples?
But it's just, I mean, if it takes, it's just a draw.
It seems like this actually, I cheated and looked, and it looks like this is a draw, but if I take on h2, you just take on c7, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he has taken on d7, so this will be a draw, right? So rook h1, king f2, rook h2, and if I go bishop g2, then rook a2 check, and I might regret it, yeah? I guess.
Well,
I will
you will
regret it quite badly, yeah. Rook e2. What's going on? Hang on. What's going on here?
Shit.
Because there is queen f8 check. I mean, how does black make a draw? What am I missing? I mean,
So if you start by playing rook a2, then rook e2 anyway, right?
yeah. My idea is to play. My idea is to play rook e2 against anything.
Yeah. Okay. So
And here I also have e1, so
Yeah,
this definitely is wrong. So rook h2, bishop g2.
rook a2, rook e2.
Can you take here and play back? Could this be a draw?
Wow.
No, this is the draw. I'm cheating over here. It's weird.
This is a draw, huh?
Okay, so at least we worked
And
it out
g4?
without. But then I guess this starts, yeah. Yeah,
check.
this starts.
And rook is
And rook g2 is mate, and this loses the whole queen. Whoa,
Wait.
very nice from Anish.
No, I think like Veselin was really short on time.
Yeah,
Like after
Yeah,
like after 30 moves, so I thought
he's
this-
down to less than a minute right now, but it is move 40, so he
No,
will
no,
just
no.
play
But I
king
thought
g1, I
earlier
guess.
on. But then I'm sure Anish missed something because
Yeah, it looked very promising, but
I don't know if it was actually good for him, but
The machine never said anything, but it looked very
Yeah.
scary at the very least.
this bishop d1 was nice. We probably
yeah, but it's
just
not that clear
b5.
because white is in time with this rook c7 counterplay.
you
It's
need a
just
lot of
yeah.
you need a lot of moves.
And this one is also very weird, switching to.
Did you see the game? Because it looked like Levon was constantly bluffing him with
for
bishop
instance-
g5.
for
You couldn't
instance,
just
here-
take on e4.
Yeah, you can take on e4 here. Because knight e7, bishop e7, knight e7, the queen is protected. And
Yeah.
b4 doesn't win the piece. So it was a strange game because a6 was played almost immediately, and in this position black can take on d4 as well.
Yeah, at this point I was shocked that Pavel played.
Yeah, but he played very fast. The thing that surprised me the most was the speed with which he took all these decisions. And now it seems like white is suddenly better, yeah? Takes. I'm not sure how many of these moves are forced, but the position they have on the board right now looks very promising for white.
At least practically speaking.
Yeah, because the king is so weak that this is, I mean, potentially quite dangerous for black. Although I might be still okay for black. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think Niels is going to win his first game?
Well, I mean, it's about the ugliest position you can have without being material down.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like these positions come from the Scandinavian, no? Well, it's the same kind of position, but then it's just dark square hell for black.
Yeah.
For the rest of the game.
But we thought that somewhere around here you should go for the d5 break somehow, and instead he went with the bishop f1, bishop c4.
Publikum, hjertelig velkommen til Stavanger konserthus og kveldens konsert i Fantenbanen. Nå dørene åpnet til salen. Ha god fornøyelse.
I don't know. It's just such a nice position that you don't want to.
Yeah, I thought going for something direct like queen e3, c4, d5, break everything open, win.
You might just win it very.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But he went for this containing maneuver with bishop f1, bishop c4, and of course now black is, black will never have an active move in this game. But how do you win? I mean, if you had the position they have on the board right now, let's say, do you think the endgame is winning?
Yeah. Well, I'm not so sure because the f6 is probably coming.
Yeah, with the queen, if the queens come off, you go king g7, bishop g8. Maybe one day you will actually play f6.
F6, and then the bishop is. Because if the bishop stays on a7, we'll prepare c4, d5, or d5, and just.
Yeah. So I mean, Niels obviously enjoying himself today, but it feels like.
I don't think he's enjoying himself now. Like, now he's starting to get a little pissed that he is not winning the game yet, and
maybe, yeah. But it looked, I mean, this is such a beautiful position to get. It's just.
So I have two important questions. First of all, we haven't asked you yet about our ongoing survey. Whom would you take to a desert island from the other participants if you had to choose one?
I really have to choose one, yeah?
You have to choose one. Peter Heine is not allowed.
No, I wouldn't take Peter anyway because he doesn't like. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. But he doesn't understand everything, not chess-wise, but otherwise. He's the sort of person you have to explain a joke to.
Sure, but he's big and strong, like maybe he could do stuff.
But you don't want to be explaining jokes on a desert island.
Nobody's very concerned with survival. Like, you want an audience for your jokes.
Okay, this is going to sound bad anyways.
Yeah, but still. A pick of some sort. And we'll...
Yeah, I think Vlad probably is that's the most...
So this is the perfect pairing.
We found a match, because Vlad also chose you.
Yeah?
Yeah, you said he can analyze chess with you, which sounds like a really weird reasoning, but still.
And I mean, with him you don't ever stop having something to talk about, because he will talk. And
okay. Fair enough. So what's the second important question?
The second important question is, I know you're also following basketball. It's actually two questions. First of all, who wins Atlanta-Boston? And secondly, who's the current favorite to win the title with all the injuries?
Okay, but since Atlanta won Game 5, I'm going to go with Atlanta, obviously.
Okay.
And then current favorites? I'm going to say Golden State.
Yeah, I agree with that, but most people think San Antonio.
I mean, they're going to play Portland probably in the second round, and I think they can beat Portland without Curry. I'm not sure, but I think they can. Because, I mean, the lineups with just Thompson and Green without Curry are actually...
No, I've done the research as well. They're not so bad.
One of the best in the league, which shocked me quite a bit. I thought they were a league average team without Curry, but...
No, the thing is, Green never plays without Curry, so the numbers without Curry don't make much sense.
Yeah, so I think Golden State, assuming that Curry comes back in a sort of decent state.
And who do you have in OKC versus San Antonio? It's the last question, I promise.
I think the Spurs, but I'm really hoping for the Spurs because I think OKC needs to be broken up.
I agree, because coaching and strategy should matter even in basketball.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Magnus.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that last bit was.
Yeah, sorry if no one cared about the last 5 minutes, but it's good to ask the chess world champion about stuff he actually knows something about.
True that, yeah. Anyway, we have some developments because the game.
Right on everything too.
That's not the surprising bit, I think. This actually is now winning for Black, I think.
What happened here? Like, we haven't seen this for a long time. Like, something must have gone very, very wrong, huh?
Yeah, this is the game between Hare Krishna and MVL, and for some reason, I mean, we left it somewhere here, and it continued sort of along the way we expected it to, along the lines we expected it to happen. White got his G4 break in, well, not a break, but a move. And in this position, Harry went for a plan I didn't expect, but it's, I guess, a viable idea. I'm not
sharpening the position greatly, though.
I'm not sure why he felt he needed to do that, but it's an understandable idea. Takes, but still, I mean, equilibrium shouldn't be breached here. And then somewhere around here,
did you have to take on F6? Maybe you had to, but Black is taking over a bit here, huh?
A little bit, but I still don't really understand. Yeah, although here Queen E2, maybe Queen H5 is a problem. Maybe this is what he... No, Queen E6 check. Queen E2, he could play Queen E2.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's taken on F6, takes, Queen E2, Queen G8, Knight D1, and MVL played Bishop D4, Knight F2, Queen G6. But with the Queen E6 check idea, still incredibly strong. I don't really understand why you need to react to this at all, to be honest. Like,
but you need to make a move, B3
like
or what
B3,
do you want?
for instance, yeah.
Are you running out of moves, like B6, whatever?
Am I?
I don't know.
Like, I don't know, Queen... then Knight C2 comes in.
Yeah.
This explains why what happened, because Harry in this position took on D4, which changes the structure quite drastically. But also, let's say in this position, why can't I go Knight D3? And make an immediate
that I do not
draw?
understand.
Maybe Queen H6? But then, I mean, I'm even wondering about this. Like, I take on B4, I go King E2. I think I'm better with White, no?
You're not worse.
At the very least, I'm not worse, but I think
I'm too dumb to calculate C5, but it looks good for White at first sight, at the very least.
White could be winning here.
Yeah.
Very easily. So, Knight D3 seems to be perfectly safe, to my eyes at least. I don't know, maybe it takes maybe takes Queen H6, but okay, if it's so bad I can play Queen F3 here, I will never lose this endgame, I think, with White, no?
Let me just ask the magic man. Yeah, Knight D3 is fine. Knight A6 and Black is mildly better. But
it says Knight A6, but after Knight A6, I don't think I'm particularly worried if I'm White here. I think I will hold this reasonably comfortably. Instead of which, Harry went C5, and here even Knight takes D5 actually felt like an interesting idea. And the position I have on the board is DC5, Queen B5, King D6. Here he's taken on B7, and MVL played Queen E8.
Actually, yeah, using the computer. Computer still says equal, which is surprising because it looks so terrible. But apparently there's nothing direct after Queen takes H7.
Knight D5
Knight D3.
and Knight D3. Yeah, but this requires belief in your position.
It's a good moment to reach move 41 though, because now Harry can take his time and calculate all these things.
It's very important that they actually reach time control here, because you don't want to make a mistake in this position. The price of a move has gone sharply up here.
And should MVL win this, then he stays right on Magnus Carlsen's tail with
and
+2.
We actually failed to mention that to Magnus because we were speaking about important stuff like, Curry's injuries and things.
We'll ask him about cricket next time, I promise.
Yeah, better not. But with the win over Vladimir Kramnik, he moves on to +3. Vladimir drops back to 50%,
yes.
and there are 3 people still on +1. 2 of them are playing this game, Hare Krishna and MVL, and another one is I'm getting confused here. Hang on a second. Why am I so clueless? Who's on +1?
Vasilin Topalov.
Yeah, sure. And that game we think ends in a draw.
What happened there, by the way? Did they make any further moves? I'll have this position after rook h2.
Vasilin did play bishop g2, and Anish didn't fall for rook a2, rook e2 trap, of course. He's taken on g2 and went rook h2 back, and this apparently is a perpetual, although it's not immediately obvious to a human eye, I have to say. I mean,
What was the try for white? Because rook h1, rook h2 is a powerful threat.
No,
Drawing threat.
We haven't actually found a try yet, but
Because g4, rook h1 and rook a2
that probably loses. Yeah, that
so
loses.
It's just a draw, right? There's nothing you can do.
How do you not lose? Okay, let's go from the other side.
That's
How do you not lose?
rook d2, let's say.
Yeah, rook d2 probably is good enough, yeah. Rook d2 and a draw. Yeah, that should suffice. But the thing is, in the current position, rook h1 followed by rook a2 is actually a very, very strong threat. I thought about rook d1, trying to escape with the king, but the thing about that move is that you can't actually cross the g-file because you'll lose all of your rooks.
Yeah, don't do that. No, he's played rook d2,
yeah,
and this game
Vasilin
will be over soon.
Rook d2 is on the board, so that game, is about to conclude. This will be a draw. So Vasilin stays on +1. In the game between MVL and Hare Krishna, Machine still says it's equal, so...
Machine also says that Levon is now completely winning, so
Yeah.
let's go there for a moment.
Yeah, that game is a bit of a disaster for Pavel, because
He had so many chances.
I really think he was doing quite well. I guess something like knight h5 is winning here or something.
Queen f7 is plus 8,000.
Ah, yeah, sure. That's an even better version of the same idea, I guess. Rook h1 and the threat of rook takes h6 kind of wins on the spot.
Knight f5 doesn't help much.
Yeah, you don't have any checks, and white, I mean, once rook takes on h6, the game is completely over. So this should win, and this is also move 41, so Lev has all the time in the world to find this reasonably simple tactic. So Lev will win. This will bring him up to +1, so your +1 jokes will now all suddenly work.
They always did.
And Pavel goes back to -1. And this is a bit of a curious thing, because yesterday was the rest day, and players spent it in different ways, but Lev...
Pavel join your rook expedition?
Levon and Pavel both went on a trip up Preikestolen. And in my personal experience, this kind of, for those of you who played Heroes of Might and Magic, this is like +10 to morale. And but they're playing each other, which is what I was getting at. I remember in 2013 I went there on a rest day, and next day I beat Karakin in a very, very interesting, exciting game, and I felt my trip up the rock was definitely one of the major reasons for that result. So it's a bit unfortunate that they had to play each other today, because I think had they been playing somebody else, they both would have done well.
I wouldn't like to be exposed to Levon Aronian for like 8 hours the day before I have to play him. He's a master trash talker.
There was very little of that, actually. It was all very friendly. Although I have to say, we kind of lagged behind. They went. They are healthy people, and they went very fast. And I don't know what happened on the way up. Which they
must have said something that made Pavel trust him, like, haha, I bet you're not gonna dare to take all my central pawns tomorrow.
Yeah, curious game, because somewhere around here, not only does the machine say black is better, but also to our human eyes, some of the decisions Pavel chose were a little bit too trusting. He really
take the pawn.
Yeah, I mean. We understand it's Levon, but you still want to grab central pawns occasionally.
Yeah, that's an odd game. Levon played knight f5, which I guess is just as good.
Yeah, it's the same idea. It's the same idea. And, a knight f5, queen b2, I guess you go rook h1.
Yeah, and rook h6 is a bit of a threat.
Yeah, and if rook a2, white is first with rook h6 and queen f6 and mate soon. And if you play queen d2, it transposes.
Still do it if you feel like.
Yeah, that actually is true. You can start with rook h6 and queen f7 here, or queen f6, any move. So yeah, after knight f5, the position is. I mean,
Pavel's gonna resign here.
pretty much. Yeah, it's very difficult to continue from here. So yeah, a curious case of.
Benjamin Button.
Obviously, yeah. Let's go with that. Lev wins his first game of the tournament after making
But not a particularly well played game. Yeah? It's strange.
No,
somehow.
but I think he'll take it.
Of course he'll take it. He's stated publicly that the undeserved wins when you're playing really badly are the sweetest ones by far. Because you get like an extra point compared to what you feel you should have. No, I'm not saying he played badly all along, but there were these two critical moments after bishop g5 and then I think also after queen e2 where Pavel should have taken e4 or d4.
Yes, he takes d4, still works here. Perhaps he didn't see queen b8. Maybe, I'm pretty sure he saw up to here, but maybe he missed queen b8.
Right.
Because
even if you don't go d3, if you just play queen b8 there, can you ever be worse?
No, but you're... Actually, maybe you can. I don't know, something like... Knight c6 is unpleasant here, like queen somewhere, I don't know, c4.
Yeah,
or somewhere, yeah. No,
knowing d3 works, this is...
Yeah. Also knight f takes d4, with the same idea, is even stronger.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, so it seems like Pavel was doing very, very well, doing all the right things, and then for a number of moves he chose continuations which were not the most critical for some reason.
Yeah, the game between Topalov and Giri is over, ended in a draw. Very interesting game though, very nice tactics there.
Will be very interesting to hear what they thought about it in process. The position in MVL, in Hare Krishna MVL, is what we discussed.
Yeah, stuff is on the board. Looks like Hari should still survive, but he's made his task a bit tricky.
Yeah, curious as well, because we thought, you know, white is slightly better with no risk whatsoever, and this wasn't borne out by the game.
No, but yeah, I think both sides didn't really want to wrap it up, and Hari took some risk with his g4, gf5, and MVL was probably happy to keep it going. But here knight d3 seems to still be fine for white, or queen h6 check first, but knight d3 looks better.
Yeah, knight d3 and knight d3 king f2 is nothing very much, and c4 you start checking, I guess, or play knight e5 first. It's maybe knight e5 first even.
And if queen somewhere e4, let's say, then we give a check as well.
Yeah, then we give a check and we give more and more of them, as the occasion dictates. So, I mean, black's position here optically looks fantastic, but the checks are very important. The open position of the black king will not probably allow him to convert this into a full point. And we have Veselin Topalov and Anish Giri.
Well, they'll be here in a minute. Veselin's talking to TV2. Very interesting fight over there. At least I was right. It looks like we're getting some decisive games today. Levon's certainly going to win. And then the jury's still out. And Grandelius, Li Chao. Yeah. What's the over-under? What are Neil's chances of converting this? I have a feeling Li Chao's going to hang in there.
I think he'll hang in grimly here, and actually his position is not as bad as it used to be, objectively. I think it's much harder now to find a breakthrough.
Time out. Anish is joining us. Have a seat.
You can always just interrupt us and...
You're welcome here anytime.
Not so easy to interrupt you, Peter.
Sure. Oh, you just come in.
Someone counted the words when you guys played each other in the candidates.
Peter won anyway, yeah?
Peter won, but it was very close.
Yeah, let's...
I'll just shut up.
Scroll down, yeah.
It was a nice game by Magnus, by the way, with that knight g2, knight g3, yeah?
The knight a4 was a mistake.
Well, it's absolutely ridiculous, that's clear, but in hindsight especially. But I think the key is that usually Vlad puts the knight on d6, but now he's just not in time, yeah? So,
yeah, normally white doesn't get this construction. So.
Yeah, because nobody tried knight e2 directly, which was very clever.
It's Jon Ludwig Hammer's idea.
It is.
Come on.
But it is.
How can Jon Ludwig come up with such a move?
That's...
Magnus just told him, try somewhere knight e2. Then Jon Ludwig tried it right away, he said, oh, I have an idea. Come on, how can Jon Ludwig come up with moving like knight e2?
We'll check the Norwegian press tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll find out all about it. But your game was quite interesting.
Yeah, I thought I was...
Looked like you were winning, but he's hanging in there, yeah?
I thought I was winning here. First of all, I think the endgame is fantastic.
Yeah, you could have gone.
Huge, no?
But how do you win though? Takes, rook c1 probably, yeah?
Well, the thing is, of course, I wanted to give him a checkmate.
Yeah, that's understandable.
But the thing is that, let's say, when the rook leaves the first rank, I'm not winning with bishop or something.
Let's restructure ourselves here.
Yeah. No, come on. No. Okay. So. We're now being joined by Vasilin Topalov. As you guys can probably see, Vasilin, did you have the feeling you were in trouble, or did it just hold together around here?
No, I thought I was in a time travel, but of course I'm not very happy the way I played. For example, the opening, it was quite interesting, but I mean, this somehow I started to like my position. But of course, now we disagree with Anish because he believes black should be fine, and maybe it should be.
I think fine is not a word here. I think black is extremely comfortable because the bishop on g2 is totally out of play.
No, but okay, it's. I have a very clear plan to play e3 and move the knight to c3.
But that's what you did, and then I regrouped to g6 and you're worse.
Yeah, but of course, for example, well, I don't think I was worse, but
no, I mean, not maybe.
For example, here,
I'm very comfortable. Yeah,
I think that bishop a3 was stronger. No, after e3, I thought this was quite strong.
But if I just go bishop e7, for example.
Yeah, but then now there is a difference.
Queen takes.
Queen takes. I thought it's.
I can anyway go bishop f7, bishop g6 if I would like
that is true, but maybe compared to the game, there was a difference. I thought.
I don't think to the extent that. Also, I might. What I might do sometimes is. Yeah, I think I will do the same thing. Yeah.
No, first of all, I can play knight e2, and then I have time for d3. And this kind of structure, I don't know, but probably it's okay for black.
I think
should be okay.
that my pieces are extremely well placed as well, so I don't have the time to consolidate after d3.
Yeah, maybe. No, the question is that I think if I manage to play knight c3 and the bishop is on d5, then I like very much my position.
If you get these two moves, yeah.
But bishop f7 is quite strong, and
yeah. Also, I was considering, let's say here, in some positions, idea not to go bishop, but to go like knight d7, knight d5. But I'm not in time. I think
you're in time.
Yeah, but I don't need that. Bishop f7, bishop g6 is very nice.
No, now black is fine, but I don't. Well, for example, well, of course I miss queen d2.
After queen d2, did you blunder this rook f2 at first sight?
Exactly, yeah. And of course, okay, of course I'm blundered.
Machine says you can play before after queen takes d2, but that's completely inhuman.
No, but okay, I don't think
afraid of a move like that because I felt that like I don't have a threat yet, so I was afraid of some kind of king h1, rook f2 though, so I didn't see before.
Yeah, maybe, and then rook c1.
And what's the assessment of this stuff?
0-0-0.
Maybe, but okay, I don't think white is worse here somehow. But probably I should have played something like.
I don't think it's even the question. I think the question is only how much white is worse.
But okay, you also have weaknesses. I mean, I
was protected like 10 times, so I found
No, of course, but also, I mean, why should I be worse then?
You have very bad bishop on g2.
Yeah, but it attacks the pawn. It protects. So I.
Yeah, but I think black is very comfortable. But
no, but okay,
it's very hard. The thing is, let's say if we switch the colors and you imagine that you have black and you have bishop on g7 and I have pawn on e5, then you are maybe not so bad as black. But if you have white pieces and you have the bishop on g2, then it looks very ugly.
No, but okay, this was a question. Maybe this is what I had to play.
Yeah, but I don't see how this changes the strategic assessment of the position.
No, but bishop f5 h3 makes sense, and
yes, in fact, just go for mate. No, rook h6, just mate.
Like this, maybe.
I think white might have to play h4 actually not to get mated, because this looks very.
No, I think that the white is in a very desperate situation, so knight c3 was a good desperate move. And okay, here I could have tried to be a little bit more clever.
It was a bit slow what you did. It is true.
I had to be a bit more clever. Maybe king h8 first.
No, but h6 is useful.
Yeah, but the thing is,
and of course,
it got very
I'm
forcing.
not so happy about the move. What I did.
Copy one low, maybe. Yeah. The thing is, if you go queen c2, then I go rook d3. Yeah.
Yeah, but and even sometimes I was thinking to go something like in this position b5 and queen b4. I don't know if it's so bad, to give the pawn and.
No, it's fighting for.
No, it is true, but
know
of
for
course
what.
black is fine. But I don't think it's so
But I
clear.
mean, this position, it
queen
was
b4.
-1 probably, yeah, because I'm an extra pawn for no compensation.
Okay, but first of all, you have only weaknesses. Okay, now let's say just double the rook. So play h4. I don't know why. How do you improve, by the way?
King h7. Okay, but this is not serious. You don't go b5, of course.
No, okay. So what I did was, I don't know. This was a bit
Yeah, that's
provocative.
very,
What I
very
did.
clever. Because it was, I mean, you have a concrete idea of rook ed1. And here, of course, the problem is that rook d3 is rook cd1, rook d2 is rook
Yeah,
cd1.
yes, yes.
And bishop h5 doesn't work.
No, I take the
because,
pawn, no?
because you take, and rook d2 you have.
Queen c5. I have queen c5 move, attacking your bishop.
Yeah, bishop f5 also. Yeah, this doesn't
Queen
work.
c5 is maybe queen f7. So
This doesn't work. But yeah, I thought this was very strong. I saw this position. I think bishop d1 was far too ambitious.
So if you just go, but then my next move is queen c2 and rook c2. I mean,
Yeah, but I wonder if you actually won this endgame because it's really, really bad probably.
yeah.
I don't know.
But okay.
I was not. Yeah, if I was sure it's bad, I would have gone maybe. But I wasn't sure how bad it is.
I believe it should be a draw just because
Quite hard to.
at some point I play b5 and then attack.
Okay, let's say go
just-
b5, c5.
Yeah, and then maybe rook a1 or
Yeah, you attack my
yeah.
Maybe b6.
with
b6
white.
for white also possible, by
Yeah,
the way.
b6 and rook c1 maybe.
Yeah, so I kind of exchanged the. But okay, b6. The question is
this
rook
might not be.
No, but rook c2,
Ah,
rook
rook
a1, c4, and c3. This is the.
Yeah, to count
you know,
here what's happening.
No, this is dangerous. Well, I don't know. Maybe not.
This may be okay.
Yeah. No, I don't think.
Also,
it's,
bishop d1 again might be very strong. But
Here,
no, but that is too clever. Yeah.
And the c4, c3 just.
Yeah.
Maybe this is very strong.
But I don't have to go to g2. Maybe I could play bishop c4
Some bishop
and I wait.
a6.
And bishop a
No, okay, but then just pawn
doesn't
down.
work. Yeah.
But okay, so then you maybe hold this endgame because I have weak e4 pawn. Yeah, this bishop a6 maybe.
no, but even if I just go bishop g2 back.
c2.
Yeah, then
I mean
c4.
c4, c3.
Like this.
Yeah, this-
that was the idea. But
Nice, yeah.
But of course, it's also a question. Maybe I just go rook c1 first.
Okay, but what if you go rook a1 in fact?
Exactly, rook a1. Exactly, because
You just go counter.
basically you only want to make a draw.
You mean that I always have a draw with rook d1, rook d2?
Well, I don't know because I might even try some rook a2, king f2, but I don't think.
Okay, let's say rook c2, rook a7.
But by the way,
Here I can repeat.
yeah, you can.
But if I play c4.
But then
Oh,
we
this will never be
transpose. I think then we transpose if you play c4. No, it's
Yeah, no, I was afraid of this kind of fortress. That's why I tried this bishop d1. My original idea was something like this, rook d8, I think.
no, but it just take and it's a draw. A queen g4 and then
You take on d1, I think.
I
It's
can
only
take
move.
on d1. But if
think
I
it's
take
only
on
move.
e4,
And then
is
bishop, I
it-
think this is just lost
why?
because I dropped the bishop back, queen f3, and I made.
It has to be seen, of course. But
Yeah, this has to be checked, but it's very likely.
Queen e5.
e4 and
e6.
actually e4, queen c5, queen e3. I don't see why should I lose that.
Queen where?
Queen e5, move, go e4, and then
Queen f3.
queen c5, and then you take, and I have to exchange to sacrifice the rook.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure this is winning.
But also sometimes I have rook c7 move also.
Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah, it's not so easy. Yeah?
Quick
Yeah.
interruption. Levon Aronian has won his game in the meantime. No surprises there. So he
no,
moves
but of
to
course I can
plus one.
take. So
Yeah, no, this was
no,
the problem.
this can never
is
be.
just,
Okay, it's a
just draw.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah, this was pushing.
But of course, I thought bishop a4 and just to take with the bishop. But of course,
Yeah, but this is not
it's
really
not really like fighting for advantage.
for a win anymore. Yeah, this is kind of very little hope. But
And of course, I believe that this was just a big mistake, what you did. And then after rook a8,
I really tried
just
to. I
had
tried
a
to
very
push
easy
it,
move,
yeah.
rook queen e5 with rook
Queen
c7.
e5. Yeah, I was afraid
Queen
of queen
c7
e5.
next, and looks like it's over more or less. Just attacking everything completely.
Not so bad. But
Just
yeah, I missed queen e5. I was afraid of this.
no, somehow I thought I should attack the rook, but yeah, like queen e5 is just.
Am I worse already?
After queen e5, yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
I got
one
a bit
moment you
carried,
were worse.
got a bit carried away.
And then we discussing if rook a1 was better than here. I thought this was also
But I think
strong.
that there is this was what I was playing for. I mean, this kind of
but this
position. Let's say I just
Okay,
play rook
but this
d8.
is what actually the position.
This is my dream position. Let's say.
But still, it's not clear exactly what your.
Yeah, but it could be that you're just mated also.
Why?
Because I just switched the queen at some point to d5 h5 and g4 h5.
First, I can, even if I want, I can always go queen b3, rook a2. So it's no. But well,
Well, how do you do it? Like, I mean, you're too slow here, no? Queen
Maybe,
g4, rook a2, queen h5.
no, maybe.
Actually, rook h2 here probably wins on the spot. Yeah, in this position.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
true.
it's
no,
not-
but then
no,
rook
that's bishop h3.
also.
Sorry, yeah.
I have some defense.
Bishop g4, but you don't want this. Probably it's not clear enough.
Well, you mean not clear enough in sense that
Is it winning? Bishop h3, bishop g4 might be. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, this is
Maybe, yeah, that's.
I mean,
Might actually be winning.
it's,
Yeah.
it's normal if all pieces come to mate, then
no,
mate
but
will
it's
be there.
slow. It's slow. Then
So this
what-
was this was the point of, let's say, my idea that if I get this and there is no direct thing, that I'm doing very well. But I missed a few nuances like queen e5 and rook c7.
But
and here I have to-
tell.
And here yeah, this would be
No,
some
this-
suffering for me probably already.
I think it's just pawn for nothing.
Well, I think I was still not sure if I'm worse there, but yeah, this
This
just
is
forces me to
just
draw.
a draw.
Yeah, it's nice because it's maybe losing if I try to, if I would try to checkmate with rook a2.
Yeah, rook e2
Rook
wins.
e2 wins, yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't find any
Yeah,
way for you.
yeah.
Yeah, so
But this is very strong.
Yeah, but this is nice.
very strong. Yeah. Actually, I saw it, but I thought, okay, first of all, originally I believed that g4 was kind of escaping, but of course it's losing. Because you
Check
just
and take
check, and rook d2, and then losing. So it's just no. I saw rook h2, but I thought, okay, even if it's a draw, it's not. I was short of time, and
yeah, I think it was a great result considering the position.
well, I think opening was good for white.
Can we briefly check something? Because I get confused very easily, and I want your help. This is seemingly now okay, I'm no longer confused. I was trying to figure out why this is not mate, and I was going to ask for help, but I forgot queen g5 exists. Okay, so
Veselin, you chose Anish as your desert island companion because he might listen to you. Are you still under that impression?
Well, looks like maybe not on chess subjects, but
Ethical
I was
subjects.
thinking. Actually, I was thinking now that we don't have a vegetarian guy in the tournament. Otherwise, I
Levon, no?
would pick. If Levon, then I should take him because then
Levon
I'm
is
not in danger.
eating people, no?
Then I'm
People
not
and
in danger.
fish. But,
People and fish,
no,
yeah, come
no
on.
Okay. Then I should take
Levon
Levon.
vegetarian. I mean, give me a break, yeah.
Yeah, so you're switching your pick.
Yes. After this game, I don't think I would take Anish.
All right, thanks a lot. Let's ask Levon how he likes you on that island.
Okay.
Do you think black is better?
not here, but a bit later.
Here more comfortable, yeah, position. More comfortable for black? Yeah, I think so.
You can say better. So.
I was sure I'm fighting for an advantage.
More controversy.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We're now being joined by Levon Aronia and Pavel Elyanov. Levon, you won the game, but it wasn't a smooth ride all the time.
Yeah, of course. I've blundered a couple of times, and I was in terrible time trouble. Of course, the critical was Bishop G5. This was clearly a blunder, which I
Yeah, that's what we were trying to figure out. 94 seems to work.
Actually, I thought it, but it should. I thought that.
Honestly speaking, I forgot 93.
Yeah, but I saw this line, but I thought it should be. I mean, somehow white will escape here. I mean, before probably takes on c8.
Knight takes. Yeah.
And like this. Yeah.
But then Rook D7.
Rook D7 is very strong here. Yeah.
Rook D7, another idea. Okay.
Actually, it was an interesting moment here. I realized that you actually want to meet this with B6.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
This,
well, I'm not sure whether it works.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Like this, yeah?
Yeah. I saw this line, but I wasn't sure yet.
That's what I thought was. Looks like he's in time, you know?
Castles?
Castle Rook A8.
B3. But yeah, knight D6 black is just fine, yeah?
Fine somehow. This I will lose a lot of time. So that's why I thought this is very clever. That's why I played. Of course, I don't want to put the knight on C3. I mean.
No, but actually, I wasn't sure whether I played it with white a couple of times, and I think it was the same position as I played against Ponomarev with white.
What's the normal line? Knight f3, knight f6 is included already.
Yeah.
But then white just castles. You know, you don't want to put the knight here. So here, I guess this is pretty logical. I thought that this is logical up to this point. Probably here I went astray. Maybe this is too much. Okay, because probably black has equalized.
Yeah, knight f8, knight g6, rook bd7 is a very logical plan.
Yeah, I mean.
I should be able. I thought to play something like h3, rook fd1, bishop e3, and then play for a5. Probably that was the right plan.
If you go a5 here, black just takes, huh?
Yeah.
Like where?
Yeah, somehow it doesn't work.
Yeah, we couldn't make it work either.
Yeah, I spent a long time here. And I thought that I'm kind of forcing him to play knight e8, but then came queen c8, a move which I have to say I underestimated. Well,
you can play bishop b3 here, but
then it's
but
just
I have
equal.
a lot of ideas.
I thought like this is the easiest way for black to equalize.
I mean, it's not the point to equalize this position. I think
we're looking at this,
least black is a bit better. I mean,
okay.
I mean, I have a lot of idea. Knight g4 at some point, then b5. I mean,
I wasn't actually very impressed with b5 at all the stages of the game.
No, maybe not here, but in general. I mean, the machine agrees. The machine says this is slightly better for black, but it's difficult to understand why. It's a very complicated, position.
White has some weaknesses. A4 and king g2, and also a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, probably after this you just have a.
No, the machine says takes, and instead of dc5, rook fe1, and you might hold. But
I thought about rook fe1. Actually, I thought to play this.
Yeah.
No, but it looks like white should save this. I mean, some active would play it. That's why I didn't consider it. I mean, too serious. Maybe.
But also another question: after queen e2 on move 22, did you consider taking on g4 here?
Knight d5?
Yeah, this is I saw. I mean,
queen d7, for instance.
Why not take on d4 with knight?
But like this?
Yeah, knight takes.
Why not take on d4?
But I think this is like an excellent compensation. More than enough. With the knight on d3?
No, maybe queen b8 instead.
But what again? What if just take
cd4, knight d4?
Yeah.
This we didn't consider seriously.
I wasn't sure.
How does it work?
But
rook takes and queen d7.
I would definitely play like this.
Takes rook c8.
I don't know, knight f8 or bishop f8.
No, but okay, it's not better for black.
But this I think white should be better. I mean, what do you play? Just takes? Rook d1? I mean,
no, really, it's
what's my
probably it's
what's
out
my
of
worry?
danger for white.
Maybe, yeah.
After c4, did you still think you're pushing with black, or because here we thought Levon was?
I didn't consider now that I'm better, but okay, if at least.
Well, you had much more time.
At least it's okay position. I thought.
Then where did it go wrong?
I mean, I was clearly, I mean, was clearly bad decision to take on G6. Probably it's surely. I mean, I have.
Probably, yeah. Probably rook b6 is a bad idea. Because once you let me do that, I mean, my hands are untied, and in a blitz.
I mean, it's clear that it's still okay for black. I mean. Maybe not so easy to play.
Maybe before c3 or something.
I was even thinking that maybe you need to play with your queen and meet with rook d6.
But still, then after I play it, it should be okay still. I mean.
Yeah, you had bishop f6 as well.
F6,
knight f7.
I think it's about equal. Shouldn't be much. I mean, takes on f7, e5, but it should be.
But then I have
equal.
knight e4. It's unpleasant because I have this knight d6 threat.
I think it's not such a big deal. But okay, with white, it's maybe easier to play in time trouble, of course.
Sure. And this is probably very unpleasant.
Yeah, but that's one that I was really unhappy here. Maybe bishop b4 and knight e2. Still, it's.
I was actually thinking just to push. Just to give this away, just to play safe because I was down on time.
Without light pieces, it's maybe okay for.
I'm not so sure. I think it's also very, very annoying with this knight on g6.
Okay, maybe, but my concern was just knight e2 probably, and then more or less the same. But
I would
it's
play
unpleasant
d5.
to play. It's pleasant to play.
This is very safe. That I'm better. Maybe I'll win. Maybe not.
No, of course, f6 was also. I don't know, can say mistake, but of course bishop f6 was much safer.
Later, of course, it's just hopeless.
Yeah, later it's already a bad position. So
you both went on this rock trip yesterday. Are you having, with hindsight, second
maybe
thoughts
actually
about it?
bishop f6 take on d4. I mean, take on f7, take on d4.
Yeah, I
maybe.
thought about this e5.
So you
knight
have this.
h6, queen g4, and also the knight is coming.
Yeah, it's 3.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant.
No, sorry, knight d6 or knight b5 also.
What?
Knight d6 was also good here. Yeah, knight d6.
Yeah,
this is it.
Well, yeah.
But then you take on b2.
How?
No,
I mean like this, and queen b4 and queen b2. Yeah, might be fine for black. Yeah.
Maybe I should just take straight away on b5. Yeah, with a knight on f7.
Queen bishop beats. No, but this is horribly risky. Yeah? Knight bd6.
Or queen b5, queen takes b2. Yeah, it's possible.
It's
black is probably fine. Yeah. No, this was the way to play. Yeah, this was probably the way to. In the time.
What was the time situation here? Like you had.
Maybe I was slightly. I had slightly more time. I'm not sure.
I think it was like 3 against 8 at some moment. Something like this. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know.
So do you feel this rock excursion cost you too much energy yesterday?
I don't know.
I heard complaints from this guy, but you guys were fine, yeah?
I'm feeling okay. I feel good, but played badly this game. But it's not because of my state. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I was playing too slow, but I'm not sure what is it connected with.
What's your take on the ongoing game by Grandelius? Do you think he's going to win his first game?
It's very difficult to win this, no? How are you going to win it?
Asking, I don't know.
King to c5, bishop f3.
This might be the only idea
c4.
to push d5.
Actually, we forgot about this. You can, by now, you can maybe even take on h6, go f4, and then bishop e2, king c4, king c5.
Yeah, but very easy.
But why are you playing f4, Peter?
To stop something which doesn't exist.
G3 is going to hang.
Stop something which doesn't exist.
No,
Although maybe you're right.
Looks like just.
Good chances, yeah?
Yeah, just winning probably. I don't know. And what's the reason to play this for black? I mean, to win. I mean.
Actually, there is a really good plan.
It's clearly he played this to play for a win. Yeah.
Once I put the king on b6, rook on d1, and pawn f4. We agree on this. Then I play c4, c5,
sure.
b5.
Yeah, no. If all this happens, you will win somehow, obviously. Yeah, so. So this is the only game still going because
Harry
and MVL drew. Yeah, so that's the only one going.
Oh, but it's.
It's very unpleasant to play.
How to hold it? I think it's impossible.
Yeah, maybe we haven't returned to this for a while. So, but without you, we didn't find the plan with king c4, king c5. So it's good that we asked. Because we were saying it's not clear what the plan is, but this is a very good plan.
Levon, white against Magnus tomorrow. If you beat him, you are all of a sudden in the lead.
I love to play against him because he's always challenging. So I look forward to that again.
Best of luck to both of you for the remaining games, and we're gonna catch up with Harry and MVL in a minute after a short break.
Thank you.
We will shock you in more than one
Keep going,
occurrence.
keep going.
But probably take on take.
Are we live?
No?
We are live.
Good,
Take?
yeah.
Yeah, something like knight c6 and
Knight d5.
Knight d5, knight d4, e7. Yeah?
Yes. Knight d4, e7, and I mean I can.
Queen a5 or
Yeah, but bishop d2 there just wins.
Queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4. Here you have.
no,
many-
knight c7 and e8.
No, but knight c7, king f7 is not so.
Yeah, e8 check and queen e8, knight e8 and knight d6.
No, but I take on e8. I mean I have some.
Yeah,
well,
but
I don't
I'm
have any.
exchange up.
Yeah, yeah. No, I don't have any. But knight c3 just. You
Okay.
know, probably kills. But I agree.
Yes, the bishop e5 was very impressive because we
Yeah.
thought, you know, this is a way to.
It's very typical.
Is it?
Yeah.
I have it in many lines in this position.
We thought g3 maybe.
Yeah, g3. Then I don't know if I should take first.
Maybe take.
Maybe take first.
Yeah.
For some reason, sometimes I don't want to roll f4, e5.
Castles.
And then just castle. And if you have to play f4, then it's completely different story, I assume.
And my bishop on g2 is misplaced. Yeah,
Yeah.
he can go even b5
Yeah,
before something
and
like
here's
this.
why I should take on d5 first. This
Knight d5 or
g4.
what?
And if I play queen h4, queen f4. I mean, it's not the end of the story, but I cannot take on g4 because of rook g1.
Makes sense.
But here I think it's very unclear because my next move is f5.
f5
so,
is coming. Yeah.
you know, f4 is never really what you want.
Okay.
So here, well,
Why
I
didn't
don't
you
know.
start with castling instead
Maybe
of f5?
I can play knight d7
G4.
or something. Yeah,
G4
castle
is the threat,
g4.
Yeah. G4, knight
was-
f4, queen
and
d2.
And, I
Yeah,
was,
that's what we were saying.
and here I was considering g5,
h4.
f5.
Oh,
But that was a bit too crazy even for my standards. But it makes a lot of
H
sense
takes
still.
g5,
Yeah,
queen
just take.
f4.
No, but I think I rejected
Yeah, yeah, takes,
because
takes,
of
yeah,
take
yeah.
first.
And then take, yeah.
yeah,
And just
here-
like castle and it,
yeah, and you're probably better.
yeah.
So yeah, and here you know if I play queen f6, h4, I mean
No, you can start with a check. I think.
Then
it's-
g5.
No, hang on, check.
no, check is not good.
Why?
I mean
Queen f6 here.
this I didn't see.
Ah, this exists, yeah.
No, but queen f6.
No,
And then e5.
yeah. No, I think here I was also considering
No,
to play h6.
maybe
Takes
you
takes
can
knight
show,
e2.
yeah.
This we discussed actually on air. We thought
Yeah.
it was quite good for white.
Yeah.
It's probably quite good indeed. I mean I can still play queen f6.
Knight bc3 and
Yeah, no, I agree. It's not very pleasant.
yeah, it's not what you
So
want.
anyway, I played f5. Here my first idea was gf.
But then I thought EF is just completely fine, and well, it proved not to be completely true. So here, first of all, I was considering f4, take on e6, because if I play queen h4 check, I think this is very unpleasant.
Yeah, knight d5.
But I have queen g5. Here, let's say knight d5, knight c6. And I think I have pretty good chances here. At least it feels like it. I don't really care about the rook.
g3?
And g3 just bishop e5. No, but then I was not completely convinced by d.
Knight c6.
Yeah, but knight c6, no f4 is a problem because of mate. So I have to go f4, and now you take on c5. And well, I'm assuming I cannot really take on c3, although maybe I can. No, probably I cannot, yeah. I mean, after d takes
Now
c5,
queen e5, rook d1 and knight d5.
Queen h4,
yeah,
g3.
queen h4, g3.
I mean,
knight f6, rook d1 and knight d5.
Yeah. So after bishop c5, I was considering knight c6, bishop f2, bishop e6. But yeah, I assumed white is probably in time to castle.
g4? g4?
G4? Not very impressive.
Knight f6, I thought maybe.
Knight g3?
This is.
Yeah,
no, but I assumed you just move your queen and like queen d2, for instance. I'm not sure where. Maybe queen d3, then bishop e2.
But knight g3 is there all the time.
Yeah, knight g3 is there, but maybe you can also castle queenside with knight a3 long castle. And I thought, if I don't need to be a pawn down, maybe.
Okay, but castle now, and king h8, rook g8.
Oh, but castle knight a3. I mean, I will definitely have some compensation, but I was not, completely sure of all these lines.
What happened in the game? You thought it were worse with black?
Well, I mean, at first I thought I'm completely fine. I mean, I was actually
taking c5 is sort of suicidal.
Because I can play queen e7 here, probably. I mean, maybe I actually should.
If white takes on c5, just king f7 and you're too fast, just
I mean, I think this is...
doesn't work.
This is not.
I mean, I can take on f4.
Knight f4 is also there, yeah.
And if queen f3, just rook e8 and go for the kill.
Yeah, I'm slow, but I'll believe it.
But bishop f2 was a good move. I mean, at first I only considered queen queen d2, for instance. And well, I mean, it's more or less the same. I mean, you can go this way as well.
Yes. No, but knight d7, knight df6 is better than castle, I think.
But also, you mean like this?
Yeah, anyway, you would go knight d7, knight df6. I thought this was more.
And knight g4.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. But
because
also the king
even
is
after
better.
castle, you can go knight g4 in sometimes on g3.
Yeah. So anyway, I played king f7. I think queen e7 was better, but I was still playing for
advantage. Yeah.
We were saying it would be out of character for you not to play king f7.
Yeah, but then actually here I was considering some lines where I just, okay, e6 I'm not completely sure, but I was also considering to make your life, but in the end it didn't work. I mean, after castle knight g4 you can even take on g4 and probably it's nothing. So I just decided to play a6 here.
g3, king g2 is there, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what we were wondering. Bishop e2, are you planning b5 here or are you bluffing?
Probably I have to, but
no,
I was not
he will
completely
play.
Sure.
Probably. Yeah.
Because the problem of queen e7 check is that just king d1.
No, but even if you go bishop a6, it's excellent compensation. I mean, rook e8 check and bishop a6.
Rook e8 check, you can just take, maybe.
Sorry, I mean bishop a6.
Yeah. Bishop a6, you take.
Knight a6.
Yeah, and castle. I mean, I was not.
No,
I mean, I
E8.
think it's good compensation.
Rook e8, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Because you're not in time to play knight
No,
e3.
knight e4 is coming. No.
Yeah. No, e4 is fine. And then after e5, I thought I'm just going to,
We thought a4 was a draw offer, but we were wrong, yeah? Because I thought there's
No,
nothing
a4 white is playing, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I chose the wrong plan. I mean, for instance, for starters, probably I should start with queen b6, put the other rook on e8. Because now I have bishop c8 at least, probably a bit faster than in the game.
What's all these subtleties? I thought you just get rid of all the rooks, black plays h5 and it's a draw.
Yeah, but well, I mean, first
No,
of
but
all,
then bishop
here
h4 and some h5
pressure.
there.
still definite pressure. I mean, the problem was maybe here I should play. Yeah, here I didn't like h5 because you can take knight takes and somehow it didn't feel right, but maybe it is.
Queen e2?
Maybe g4.
No, but why not queen e2?
Bishop f6.
Bishop h5?
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's probably quite strong. So anyway, I took, and here I think after knight d1, I'm in
Yeah,
huge
I
trouble.
didn't see this, yeah.
Because I cannot take on e2 because of knight d6. If bishop d7, knight e3, well, I don't see a next move, which is always bad news. So I mean, this is the position that I call lost, and I have good reason to think that it's actually really pretty bad.
Yeah, we missed that moment completely. Yeah, because there was a lot of stuff going on everywhere.
Okay, bishop h6, bishop f6, yeah?
No, I mean I can. Yeah, bishop h6, bishop f6. I saw that. Maybe I can just play very passively, but it feels wrong. I mean to play king g8 or h6. I don't know. It actually maybe is not so bad, but just thinking about this
No,
made
but
me very
somewhere knight
depressed.
c7, knight e6 will come, I think.
No, this is not so strong because I just take and the knight on b4 still on square d5. But maybe you can just play king f1, at some point take on f5 and some bishop h5. This looks quite bad. After queen d2, I was quite relieved, I have to say. Especially after g takes f5 there, I thought.
Yeah, g takes f5 is bad.
Yeah. I mean, you could play still king
f1, yeah. No, king f1, b3 or something like this.
Yeah, and just push. Because now,
Yeah, with the king
No,
on
I
there.
missed king e8 completely.
Yeah, with the king on d7,
you
of
still
course,
can
yeah.
play queen g2 here. It's the only chance.
King d7?
Queen g5. But I would actually go back to f7 and claim that it's not so bad because also my king covers a lot of square on f7.
So let's say king f1?
Yeah, king f1. No, but no. Wait, because I was thinking king f8. I'm sorry. To start counterplay. Not claiming that there's so much, but
Queen e2?
I just take a knight e4. I mean, I might soon have other claims than equality.
Yes. Yeah.
Probably not yet, but
Okay, still some bishop d8, bishop a5, but it's probably a draw. Yeah.
well, I mean, knight d3, knight b2, just knight d3, b3.
No, you just played d3 here, I think.
Yeah, no, it's still probably.
So how are you feeling, Mr. Big Chance, around here with this?
No, I didn't see knight d1 to start with, and well, it's a chance. I mean, I don't know how big it is, but it's a chance.
Here, I'm not sure why you took on different picks.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Very dangerous.
Yes, of course.
I mean, you could just play
b3, yeah.
But we thought after b3, b6, white is in a kind of a slight.
But why he should play b6?
No, not some pass. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, you can play queen f3.
Knight c2.
No.
No, you can play knight a7 or something.
But then queen g3 is never happening. Yeah.
I think it's more or less fine. This queen on e2 controls a lot of squares still. Because here,
I was thinking something like h5, h4. I mean, just to fix this.
I might not have anything, but I definitely was a
pushing.
bit, unhappy that I had only 2 minutes on the clock to figure out my best option because.
Is knight d5 interesting here?
Yeah, but
I thought
b5.
knight d5, king e6.
And just take on b7.
This is similar, yeah?
Yeah, knight e3, king e2, I don't.
Okay, king c8, c6, I saw.
Yeah, king c8, c6. I mean, this is why.
Takes, knight c7, queen b6, probably, it's okay.
Well, I mean, I don't want my knight on c7. You probably have a lot of resources after that. So I just took on c5. Yes, and here again on move 40. I mean, I probably have nothing, but still the idea of having to play with 20 seconds was, again, not so pleasant, because I might have a claim for, for an advantage.
Is queen g3 move?
Queen g3, I assume it's...
But you don't threaten anything.
Yeah. Queen g3 is definitely a move.
I'm not sure what my idea is though.
I mean, after queen f7, I'm assuming...
Now I can take on d5?
Yeah.
No, 95.
Yeah, no, queen g3. I mean...
Although now you start checking queen f8, it might still be enough, yeah? Queen f8, queen f7, queen f8.
Ah, yeah. No, but queen f7, I also think I can play queen e3.
No, but knight d7, knight d5 and knight d7 and king f7.
Maybe.
I mean king e6, king f7, okay. Because f4 is hanging, yeah?
What?
Knight e7?
Knight e7?
King e6, king f7, but queen takes c5, you will probably hold
Yeah,
this.
and then queen f4.
Queen a5.
Ah, queen f4.
Yeah.
We're getting slightly carried away here.
Yeah,
I think the viewers can't really
probably
follow what we're saying.
I zoomed out a long time ago.
No, but I mean, again, it's move 40, so I had to make a practical decision, and queen e8 felt like one.
Yeah, I had to take queen h7, I think.
Yes, right.
There's also a good time for it to be move 41, right? So you can calculate all this stuff.
Yes. Yeah, I had to see this queen g8, queen b3, and then it's draw.
Well, I mean, I assumed you can even play knight
knight d3 is also a draw.
Queen e4 and
so
just
I mean,
check.
the machine says this is also a draw anyway.
Queen a4?
Yeah, queen a4 was
I
probably my
don't know.
try. But I assumed you're still going to be fine.
Although...
Yeah, no, I mean, it was definitely what I was going to try.
No, but I thought b3 and knight d3 is the way to play.
No, b3 is good move, yeah, I mean... of course I can try. No, but knight b4 is too much, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I really don't want your knight to get to d3, but at the
yes.
At the same time.
Okay, but also if you push too much, I mean, at least I have checks on g7. Queen e3?
This was another option. And to play knight e7, but...
Queen g7 check?
Yeah, and I mean, you can even...
h4?
Yeah, h4 is an option.
No, I will play queen e5 when you play d3.
Yeah.
Greedy.
No, okay, if you give chance, I will play for win.
No, I understood that. So yeah, I just forced perpetual. I didn't see anything more. So
no,
I mean,
knight shouldn't go back to e7.
At this point, I suddenly got optimistic, but maybe for no reason, to be honest.
We were trying to think earlier, were you in trouble in any of your games? It looks like you're always doing fine. Today maybe the first pointer, but also briefly.
Yeah, it's definitely well, I was in trouble because against Vladimir it felt like I was in trouble, but in fact I wasn't. So yeah, it's definitely the first game. And in more or less all my other games I actually had chances, except against Levon.
So you feel good about your tournament with your play, or do you feel you've missed too many chances, or both?
A little bit of both. I mean, you cannot really claim a tournament when you miss chances in basically almost every game. So, but still, I feel I feel okay. I feel I'm calculating quite sharply, and I took mostly the good decisions. I mean, in terms of practical play, except probably for today.
And Harry, you made this little Zwischensport, as we say in German, with 2 out of 2, and are back in the hunt. How do you like life at the moment?
No, I have 2 more games, tough games against Kramnik and Aronian. So, yeah, it's nice to win a game and then two games in a row. So.
Is it still your only priority to stay ahead of Peter in the live ratings, or do you have other thoughts on your mind at all?
Look at his face.
That's probably such a privilege.
No, I don't think Peter cares so much about ratings. I know that. So, no, I want to play good chess. That's all.
Yeah, it's definitely the most important.
Yeah.
Because if you play good, actually waiting for us one day or another.
Yeah.
Last year we had this drinking game with the viewers. Whenever Nakamura said, I want to play good chess, they had to drink, so no one made it through an interview, but this is the first time you said it, so I'll let you get away with it.
Okay.
And last question, is Niels gonna win? I've asked everybody with varied results.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think it's like technically...
How much time does he have?
I'm not sure you need time. I mean,
No, you need
time. It's 16 minutes versus 25.
That's enough.
But they get
but
extra
also
time
they
and
get
3
15
moves.
minutes after.
Then you have increment, I
They
guess.
get 50 minutes and 30 seconds per move.
Then it should be.
Yeah, he can combine even like bishop f3, rook e1, rook h1, these ideas as well.
No, I mean, first of all, I'm not sure why not king b6 right
King
now.
c8.
Yeah, and bishop f1.
And what do you want?
Bishop c4.
He also has perfect checkers position.
I should just be careful
Yeah, rook
about
d6.
d6.
That was what I was thinking. That after rook d6, you probably have to go back to c5.
No, but why don't you play first bishop f1 and bishop c4?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, bishop f1 is really good.
Yes, bishop c4. Rook d6, yes.
Yeah,
rook e5.
Yeah, no, I mean, it looks really quite promising.
No, that's putting it mildly, but the question is how you break this down.
Okay, let's... Well, I mean, we don't really have time to find out, but...
Not your problem.
I'm trying to force you to commentate until the end of the game.
Thanks a lot for joining us and best of luck for the remaining fights.
Thank you.
What are we doing? Let's go now.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final stages of round 7 of Altibox Norway chess. I don't have quite as much as material as I wanted to because I was planning to do the interview and the tweets earlier, so I just have a few tweets. The first of them is from 2 days ago actually. It's a tweet by Grandmaster Ian Rogers, who I'm very happy is now in the building with his wife Kathy. It's always good to see them both at a tournament. And this was a reply to a tweet of mine. I don't know if you saw me 2 or 3 days ago. I was discussing a topic that's very close to Jan's heart. Who is the strongest player with a tattoo in the world? And this was a tweet by Ian saying the world's strongest tattooed chess player is Francis Sophie-Millet, as seen here, beating Nigel Short. This was a photo taken from the recently concluded Bangkok Open. I wish it was a real tattoo, but knowing Sophie, it might take a little longer until she gets that sort of massive tribal tattoo. So yeah, the quest continues. If you do know who the strongest player with a tattoo is, keep your tweets coming. Then a tweet from Tarjei Svensson from a couple of hours ago after Magnus beat Kramnik. He tweeted saying Carlsen outplays Kramnik in round 7 of Norway chess to break his own record of 42 games straight without a loss. I wonder how much Magnus cares about records like these, but it's always good. Keep the records coming. And then talking of records, there was a tweet from India, I believe, from Balachandra Prasad, saying it seems like Howi's streak of 49 games undefeated before losing to Carlsen on the 50th went unnoticed, mostly against 2600 opposition. I didn't check this, but I believe it to be true. So yeah, very impressive streak by Howie, and he's been showing some solid chess here in Stavanger. Then a couple of tweets regarding what was clearly the game of the day, Magnus Carlsen beating Vladimir Kramnik fairly easily. Nigel tweeted during the game, I have played Kramnik's line several times with reasonable results, but this has gone completely wrong. And then roughly an hour later he tweeted again saying there are such things as bad position with counter chances, but this is not one of them. Magnus Carlsen against Kramnik. There was also, it was good as usual to see Nigel Short being so active on Twitter during the game. There was another tweet about the game that you should look up. I couldn't select it for the show because it's not very I'm not sure it's for all audiences, but look up Nigel's Twitter as always. And then a final tweet from a couple of hours ago. Things have very much calmed down now. A tweet from Howard Staunton. Without the wisdom of broadcasting the game commentary from the forecourt of a railway station. It's true that things were quite messy and quite loud in here earlier. As I mentioned in part 1 of this show, we are today in Stavanger's concert hall, and there was an event going on tonight. There's a classical music concert, so that explained why at some point there was quite a crowd, and that coincided with Magnus finishing his game. So things were a bit hectic, but we're back to normal now. There are only very few people left in the building, so it should all be nice and quiet for the final stages of today's show. And with this, I'm going to sign off and hand their seats back to Jan and Peter. Enjoy the rest of today's round, and I'll see you tomorrow for round 8.
Welcome back to the night shift of round number 7 of the Altibox Stavanger chess tournament. We're very sad over here because we wanted to go to the movies Captain America at 9 p.m. but Niels Grandelius has other plans, so Captain America is going to have to wait to fight Iron Man. Peter, how's the endgame going? Say something smart about principle of 2 weaknesses or some stuff.
No.
3 weaknesses.
Yeah, the bidding starts at 2 weaknesses here and proceeds all the way up to however many you want to name, because yeah, black's position is really unpleasant to look at, but somewhat surprisingly there is no immediate forced win for white. I think you still need to go for some kind of c4 and d5 break, but then your king on b6 actually might get under some pressure. So, and somewhat importantly, they made move 60, so Niels will get additional time, and also they start getting increment from move 61 onwards. So this should make Niels's conversion slightly simpler, but you still...
For the viewers who don't know what that means, the players get 30 seconds per move, but only at move 60. Nowadays we're accustomed to seeing it from move 1, but I quite like the way they're doing it here, that there's a real time control, and then in order not to lose on time in some endgame, you get 30 seconds if you make it to move 60. So far not many people have in this tournament.
That is true.
Sorry if I interrupted.
No, you weren't interrupting anything, no. I'm still looking for a way to somehow, you know, drag black's forces apart here and force some kind of a conclusion. But with the rook on h6, black is ready to meet rook h1 with rook h8, and you still are looking for a way in.
King c5, king c7 does not help us all that much, does it?
No. In fact, you probably would argue that you want to keep it on b6 for as long as possible to keep black, you know, as restricted as possible. I don't know. Could you? I mean, it feels wrong, but I'm beginning to wonder if this might make sense.
Feels wrong.
It does feel wrong, and also you.
I'm scared to blunder some e5, c5 checkmate.
Yeah. That was my biggest concern here. That I might run into some turbulence here, and this actually does seem to lose. So you probably don't want to do that. Not winning this position is one thing. Even that, I think if Niels fails to win this, he will be, but I think, more disappointed than with any of his 4 losses previously.
Because it's very important as the outsider to win one game in these events, and this, is as close as he's come, or the closest he's come so far, by far.
But
he wouldn't be happy.
Yeah, not winning it is one thing, but blundering something and losing this position, you really don't feel good about yourself if you do that. So, yeah, apart from some kind of pawn breaks on the queen side, c4, d5, or maybe c4, b5 in some position, I don't.
There's always counterplay against that weird king on b6, then, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And
can I go c4, c5, and then b5 and a6 or something?
This maybe is the best way to go about things. Let's see if it works sort of immediately. If we play c4, first and foremost, is this a move?
I don't know.
Might be a move, though.
Very possibly it's a move.
But we can take with the pawn and go c6, right? I forgot about that. But then there's e4.
Yeah, then e4 that I didn't like. I was wondering if you take with the other pawn and go c6, e4, d5, but I'm very capable of blundering all of Niels' pieces.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's the cleanest way, and also, you know, you might run into some things.
I might lose,
Like rook b5 mate might be one of those things you might run into. Yeah. No, yeah, because I think c4, c5 would be a very attractive idea for white. But, you know, maybe move 60 actually played the trick on Niels here. Because this was the position after move 59. And he could have gone c4 here, and he would have been on time.
Right.
But he included rook e1, rook h6. And now c4 runs into this. I'm wondering if maybe this is still okay, though. And he played rook e5 back, which probably means that
doesn't spoil anything.
He realizes that this is a problem, and yeah, rook e5.
I like it.
Yeah, rook e5 and...
so now you might be threatening this c4, c5 operation.
Well, I mean, rook h8, they just had this position, so I think Lichao will just play rook h8 without too much thought. There's also maybe a threat of g4 now. If you do something like, I don't know, some kind of a weird pass move, like rook anywhere, I don't know. Which passing move do you play here? He played rook d6, so no passing moves from Lichao. And once again, you would maybe in some positions would like to do that, but here it allows mate in 2, which is not ideal.
Generally, yeah. Blundering mate in 2 is a problem, and it's threatened now, so you gotta pay some attention to it.
Can we do that? If with the rook on c5, it doesn't really feel like black can do this because d5 or b5, d5 or b5 should just win. Because the king, once the king escapes, it's just an important pawn you lost for not very much. So if Niels goes c4 here, c5 check doesn't seem possible. And you want as white to play c5 followed perhaps by b5, a6. And actually with the pawn on c5 you can even return the rook down and create additional threats before you play b5, yeah?
I'm sorry, I got distracted by all these people. Are they leaving the chess event? There might be other stuff going on here than chess.
I don't believe that. I refuse to believe there is other stuff than chess. I mean,
in Norway or in this hall?
In life. I was going for larger generalizations there.
Okay.
I like c4. I think c4 is actually the way to go, connected not with pawn breaks immediately, but with c5, sort of sealing in your own king, which might look a bit weird, but you will eventually open the position up, and the weakness on b7 and the poor king on b8 should tell.
Yeah, I'm trying to c4 myself, but it's I'm no longer capable of calculating.
Or making square-related jokes.
No, those will keep coming. Yeah, I like it too.
Niels has 21 minutes against 37 minutes. Lichao consistently stayed ahead on the clock, which I think is, in his situation, is incredibly important because you want to pressure Niels as much as possible to play as fast as possible, because that might mean the mistakes will creep in at some point. But yeah, his position objectively is just not much fun. Is there anything else we can discuss? I mean,
plenty of things to discuss. I went to the movies the other day. I watched The Jungle Book, which you didn't want to see because you said it's not true to the Russian comic that is dear to your heart.
Not a comic. It's an what's the word? I want to say anime, but it's not an anime. Anyway, Niels has gone king c5, which is somewhat surprising because it allows king c7, but I think maybe he wants to play g4. I think maybe that was his.
What's all this g4 stuff? Why get rid of the black pawns?
That is wrong, right?
We'll get it.
But why did you leave b6 then?
Yeah, I don't like it. He can regroup. Maybe he wants to bring his king back around to, I don't know, f4.
Of course, yeah, you can play king c4 here and bring it over to the king side and then sort of reevaluate, but this also feels slightly artificial. Maybe put it on e5. Maybe like play king c4, and you know, I am going to like pass for 7 tempi here with black because I don't think black has to. Although king might go to e7. If you play king d3, the king might go towards e7, which will be a better square then. But what I wanted to say is that against a number of passes, something like this is definitely quite strong.
Why can't I go king g5 at an opportune moment?
Rook g6 check will drive it back, but with the king on e5, all kinds of things will be more attractive, I think, for white. Like in a position after, I don't know, pass, rook h1, rook h8. Now with everything tied down,
we should go c4.
c4 followed by b5, break open the queen side and win. But yeah, I really like the idea of playing c4, c5 here, and this idea has now gone.
I think Niels he must be tired at this juncture and he just doesn't want to calculate any c5 related checks. Even though in this position it wasn't very tempting, I think you just rule it out and regroup.
Yeah, he went rook e1, rook d8. Rook d8 probably needs to be played because allowing rook h1 might be a problem. Although you could maybe even set a kind of a tarp here. No, but rook d8 has been played.
I was thinking about tricks with rook d8 and e5.
Yeah, rook h1 e5 could be a misstep from white because
exactly.
d5 rook d3, and suddenly you do need to start calculating, which is not seemingly what Niels wants. Although even here I would take white definitely. I mean, white is probably still better.
Maybe.
But you don't really need that. You're giving black too much freedom in a position where none should be available. Rook d8 on the board. Yeah, I really don't like that the king is on c5 again. I think this makes white's conversion harder.
I think he wants to take it all the way back. But the problem is now you can't go king c4 because of e5 check. So rook e1 is sort of inconsistent with that.
He's played c4 here.
No.
Does he mean to go d5 next?
I don't know. Probably in this very position he does, right?
Well, it's a question.
Yes.
Probably, yeah. Also, it has to be said that this setup, compared to the king on b6,
you never get mated.
Yeah, this king almost never gets even checked, let alone mated. So it makes sense to do this.
That might have been a decent practical idea. So, what is going on? Yeah.
Yeah, and
I got nothing, but I wouldn't like being black here.
I finally remember that I wanted to work into one of my broadcasts at some point, so this actually feels like I won't even be lying. So I want to say that my only problem currently is hungry and sleepy, which is a quote nobody will recognize, but I still
know
feel
that quote, of course.
But I still feel very happy for working it into the broadcast.
I think it's my only worry is hungry and sleepy.
My only weakness is hungry and sleepy originally,
you're right.
But yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, I should have gone for the correct quote, of course. My bad. And we apologize to 99.9% of our viewers who have no idea what we're talking about.
Nah, come on.
Research?
We can't apologize to 99.9% of our viewers whenever we're saying some random stuff, or we would be spending the whole show apologizing.
That is also true.
Which we are, actually. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. I think Niels should win this somehow. It looks unpleasant to defend.
Yeah, and sort of absolutely no disrespect meant to Li Chao, but I kind of want Niels to win this because he's been, very impressive in how he's been approaching this tournament. His play, maybe he himself will say that it hasn't been all he wanted it to be, but he's come to fight in every single round. He's not backing down. He's playing, with the same interest, even though the tournament is not really going his way.
No, you could certainly argue he's played the most exciting chess so far. I've been a bit more critical of him than you, I think, because if you're going to lose all your black games exciting chess, I'm not sure how many points it gets you, but yeah, he has played well and he's enjoyed himself, and I'm sure he's learned a lot, even if he doesn't win this one. So it's all good for Niels, but winning today would be big for sure.
Yeah, winning today would be a very nice thing. I think Hammer won one and drew one in his 2013 tournament.
Did he win one?
Yeah, I think he won one. It wasn't 3 draws. I'm pretty sure he won one, maybe against Van Hao.
Ah, yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah, he lost 7, drew 1 against somebody. I can't remember against who, and he won a game. And that was sort of the point of what he was doing, because he was playing, as I mentioned earlier, in 2013, he was seriously playing every single game for a win, including the black ones, sharply and sort of with no quarter given.
Of course, Hammer last year defeated Magnus Carlsen in the last round, but we've seen a very different Magnus Carlsen this time around. He's reached his point total from last year after 5 rounds, now with, I can't keep track, 5 out of 7, is that what he's got?
5 out of 7 is correct, yes.
He looks at least in very good shape to maybe claim his first Norway chess trophy, even though black against Levon Aronian tomorrow is a serious test for everybody in the world.
But still, I mean, he is now a full point ahead of his closest pursuers with 2 rounds to go. This has to be, a very, very large, what's the word I'm looking for? Buffer between him and the field.
Yeah, but if he loses tomorrow, the buffer is gone.
That is true, but he doesn't lose very many games.
Yeah, we haven't made this much of a storyline, but he is unbeaten for 42 games in a row, which is a pretty decent streak.
That is true.
The largest such streaks belong to Wang Yue in 99 and 2000, or no, Kramnik in 99 and 2000, and Wang Yue a little later. They made it to like 80-something games.
I thought it was Tal actually in the 70s. In the late 70s, I think Tal went close to 80 games without losing, I'm pretty sure.
Close to 80 games is less than 85.
Fair enough.
But yeah, Tal also, people don't know this because I think Tal played reckless attacking chess all the time, but the more mature Tal went on a huge streak of unbeaten games. Anyway, Magnus on 42 undefeated games in a row against the world's best. Not too bad.
Not bad at all.
And the question is, I don't know what the question is.
I'm still trying to think about this game and not succeeding, but yeah, I understand you've given up the ghost on that, but I'm trying to figure out if d5 just outright wins here. It might.
Rook h7, what kind of move is that?
Especially after, well...
He wants to protect f7, I guess.
I mean, he's kind of stuck because he can't really go rook h8 because rook h1 will pick up the h5 pawn.
True that.
And the rook on the d file can't go anywhere because then d5 will win immediately. So I think he's stuck for moves. But after rook h7, I think you can go d5 with the point that I'm fairly certain that this position is winning for white.
Should be. Two weaknesses and all that stuff.
Like takes, and I go king e5 and stuff starts dropping. I understand stuff starts dropping is not a scientific way to describe it, but it is what's going to happen here.
No, mathematically speaking, stuff starts dropping.
Yeah, so I have a feeling d5 is very attractive, but it's a kind of a move you don't really want to make unless you're absolutely sure, because if you miscalculate something there, you will feel incredibly stupid because your position is inviolate, I want to say.
Then again, I think I've made my dislike for calculating quite clear, but calculating d5, ed, rook e7 check does not strike me as rocket science.
No. It's not a hard variation to calculate, but in these positions, the temptation to try and win by sort of, dragging the ball over the goal line instead of actually making a shot at the goal at some point is so severe. Your position
is tough. I think you have to shoot at some point.
Yeah. Another Dvoretsky rule from my childhood says that against a competent defender, there will come a time in every game that you have to calculate some variations, regardless of how good your position is. And
it's very true.
It should come round about now, I think.
Is he going to do it? What do we think?
Well, you could wait for a while because really black now is completely tied up. This is a setup where black really probably is restricted to going rook h7, rook h6 for the next foreseeable.
White also has all his pieces on the ideal squares, right? I don't see what to improve.
That is a problem. Maybe rook e5 with the idea of d5 and picking up on f5 first. This could be an idea, like go rook e5, black plays rook h6, but then the rook gets to c6 there with checks. Like
d5 now?
Yeah, if I play d5 now and black, let's say, takes, there's this...
Rook e7 check, no?
Yeah, it's the same position, but then you should probably do it immediately. And he's played rook dh1, eh1. I wonder with which idea. Are we missing something after rook h8?
Maybe he just wants to repeat moves once.
Also...
you could also go rook b1 and b5. Is that an idea?
Definitely is. Actually, it might be very strong, especially with the rook on h8. It kind of wins half a tempo. And yeah, if you allow b5 with this setup, you probably lose by force. So you need to try and meet it somehow. But how do you even meet it? Like if you go rook b8, I still play b. This is my point. This is why I wanted to force the rook to h8. After bishop e8, I have a feeling I will break through here somehow. No? Like rook e1. Although maybe.
Back.
No, if back, I will definitely play d5 and I will crash through and win some material, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Still doesn't seem to be sort of winning with your eyes closed.
No.
You still need to play moves. Unsurprisingly, Wisdom of the ages. To win a chess game, you need to make moves.
I have nothing to add. And he's played rook b1, which is a move. Oh no, he hasn't. Sorry. I'm hallucinating. He's played rook
h8. Rook h8 is on the board, and Niels is thinking here. I mean, he could.
Let's check the camera. I haven't checked the camera for a while. Where's Niels? There he is.
There he is.
Li Chao looks sleepy. Niels looks slightly tired as well.
Is he also hungry?
No, I don't think he's hungry. Li Chao has a banana there. Niels doesn't have any food nearby, which clearly indicates that he's not hungry.
No, I was asking about Li Chao because he is the one who looks sleepy. But okay, let's abandon this.
Yeah, I don't think that's his weakness right now. b7, h5, e6 are his weaknesses.
Or at least not his only weakness.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Isn't he calculating? It looks more, no offense, man, but it looks like he's just looking at the position.
Wouldn't you want to look at
can't
this
see.
position for as long as possible, though, if you're white? It is an enjoyable position. And as somebody mentioned earlier, by playing c4, I mean, he does have a light square bishop. I mean, all of these positions, if you somehow forget about the bishop on f3,
Yes.
white has how many? 5, 8 pieces on dark squares out of 9.
But one thing I learned is that your position sometimes shouldn't be too perfect. You have to break this beautiful setup with all your pawns on dark squares to break through very often.
Sure. It still remains one of my biggest regrets in my chess career, that I in a French league game some years back, I had a chance to finish the game with a move which would have put all 12 of my pieces on dark squares in a practical game against a grandmaster, and that would have been a good move, and I didn't make it. I basically had two winning moves, and I tried to estimate which one will make him resign, and I chose the other one, and he did resign. And only like 3 hours later did I realize that I could make a perfect position, and that was incredibly sad.
That is a heartbreaking story. You must have felt terrible for weeks.
You know me so well. Rook b1.
Actually, you might have felt better about it.
Rook b1 has been played. Yeah, you need to stop b5. I think bishop b8 might be the best move, because
at least practically.
Rook b8, b5. It doesn't help very much. If the rook lands on b6, probably things start collapsing.
Can I do something weird? CB, CB, b6, or am
yeah, I
I
was
just
wondering about that.
committing
But it's
suicide?
Yeah, you as white, you probably don't want to allow this. Yeah.
Looks too complex.
Yeah, you don't need that. But after rook b8, he might
needs
have
that?
something cleverer than this. I don't know. Or not.
Je ne sais pas.
Or not. And bishop e8 has been played by Li Chao.
And rook somewhere, e1.
Rook e1,
Back and
yeah.
forth.
Yeah, that triangulation we mentioned earlier. But I don't really understand how to win without playing d5 after bishop d7 anyway. So
Well, maybe he's gonna play d5.
yeah, bishop f7 now looks kind of wrong. Although I thought it was completely lost, but it's sort of not. d5 takes with the. I mean, it's the same endgame is what I'm trying to say. Like cd5, cd5, ed5, rook e7. No, it's not the same endgame. You probably can win by force here somehow.
This looks good for white.
Yeah, well, I mean, just doing it the
King is
simple
so
way.
far away.
Yeah, but Li Chao doesn't allow that. He goes bishop d7. But this is a problem. Yeah, I thought by winning this, well, not winning a tempo, but by forcing black to make these moves, and by forcing his pieces from f7 to d7 and the rook on h8, we force a win somehow. But I didn't find it when I was looking earlier. So.
Time situation is 15:44 Niels and 32 minutes for Li Chao, who at the very least has been playing quickly. You can always spend a lot of time looking at your miserable position, but it tends to be a bad chance to just make moves that don't lose instantly and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Bishop d7 is on the board.
Yeah, somewhat surprisingly, there's still no immediate breakthrough. He may have actually had to calculate here in this position, which we mentioned earlier after c4, rook h7. I do get a feeling that d5 here was probably sufficient, because maybe what he didn't like was takes, rook e7 and king b8 here, because king b6 runs into the checks along the 6th. But in this position, I don't know, even if white does something slow like king c5, d4 to sidestep the checks, it feels to me like it should be completely winning, because black is just too disjointed and everything should get collected eventually.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying any attention. I was
saw
surfing
that.
Twitter, but I'm
saw
sure
that.
you're right.
But I'm soldiering on
This guy is
regardless.
like 2-7-65 at chess, so normally you can trust what he's saying.
So yeah, I think 65 d5 was the way to go, and in the position they have on the board right now, you still need to find some kind of a breakthrough.
Did you talk about d5 while I was updating my Twitter feed?
Well, here you can play d5 and you get this, but compared to the positions we were discussing, you don't actually have any immediate threats.
I still like it. Go rook c4 and we might have a discovered check.
No, I understand you like it, and so you should. But I think the earlier d5 was more winning than this.
Right. That's fair. Because normally if you go d5, you want to simplify to something that's obvious.
Because here, what you did is you actually traded off some of black's weaknesses and freed the position up to a degree. So, yeah, not ideal.
Rook e5, back to square one, square 5.
Yeah.
Doesn't do any damage, but yeah.
It feels like Niels is drifting a little bit here.
Yeah, the problem is he's the one who's low on time, and Li Chao's playing quickly, so he doesn't like tire his opponent necessarily. Sometimes it's a good strategy to do nothing for like 20-30 moves and hope your opponent gets in time trouble. But it feels like Niels is spending more time on these half-waiting moves, maneuvers, than Li Chao.
And actually, with the bishop on d7, black's life is arguably slightly simpler
better
now.
there than on f7, right?
Yeah,
Feels like.
It's slightly better because it's closer to the b7 pawn, it's closer to the king, which means that white is not really threatening to, by breaking through the e-file, to get his rook to e7. So yeah, it feels like this recent development was in black's favor.
Absolutely.
So what's going on Twitter?
I don't know. People are praising me for asking NBA questions, but that's probably the minority that is NBA interested. People are saying, what's all the noise? It's unprofessional. I never understood the word unprofessional. That professional means you're getting paid for something, right? So if it's unprofessional, is you're not getting paid for it?
That would be bad news, yeah.
Because of the noise.
Yeah, if we got fined for the noise, I think it would be slightly unfair. Wasn't us making? I mean, we are making constant noise, but we proceed on the assumption that this kind of noise is accepted.
By whom? By both of our viewers.
Yep.
What else is going on Twitter? I'm being praised for still being razor sharp because I talked about blundering mate in 2 as a problem. I can't remember that, but that only means it must have been more than 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, also there's a slight problem with that because I think I said that and you're getting praise for it, but
that's what I tried to do. Like, I'll just repeat whatever smart stuff you say. Else, yeah, not much going on Twitter. Someone saying, don't you follow cricket? No, I'm not going to read out that question. That might lead us down a dangerous path.
Path of enlightenment?
Yeah. So, is anything happening? Nah, rook h6.
Not really, no. I understand it's unprofessional of me to still try and understand what's happening in this game, but I am trying and actually failing to find a plan that would satisfy me here with white, because it now feels like I kind of need to play g5 because there are no more strengthening plans left. But with the bishop on d7, I'm much less happy about it.
Yeah, he had a better setup earlier with the bishop on f7. That was probably the moment to do it, and here comes Delroy.
So d5 is finally on the board, so we are getting somewhere. But yeah, you do get the feeling that an occasion to play this move was slightly earlier, and the conversion from here will not be as trivial as Niels would like. Because black will take twice, I think. You probably take with the bishop, but you don't actually have an immediate threat. Let's say I play something like rook 8 h7 to cover the 7th. If the rook leaves the post on h4, black always
h4 and you get rid of more pawns, right? I don't want that.
Yeah, the margins are becoming smaller here. It's obviously still a lot better for white, but
absolument.
Winning it is not as trivial as you would want, and you will actually have to break through more problems. You don't break through problems, but okay.
You don't?
I don't think you do if you're speaking English, but
if you solve a problem, it's a breakthrough sometimes.
Well played, sir.
Still razor sharp.
Yeah.
Speaking of breakthrough, d5 is gonna alter situation.
We discussed this. I mean, it still looks great, and all 4 of black's pawns are still very vulnerable targets. Eventually, even the pawn on a6 if the one on b7 falls. But
I learned from Nigel that if you're the Minister of Tourism, you want many islands, but if you're a chess player, you don't want many islands.
More
wisdom.
More wisdom.
because black has 3 islands, white only has 2.
Yeah, wisdom coming thick and fast here.
It is an educational show after all. We should never forget that. We're here to teach.
So Lichau has taken twice, and Niels has taken with the bishop as expected. Rook 8, h7 is by no means a forced move here, but it seems to make sense because you don't really want to allow rook e7. Rook e7 would be an annoying move to face.
I agree.
Rook 6 h7 could also be argued for,
but
I
want
think
the rook on h6.
Yeah.
I'm still dreaming of some 6th rank magic, be it bishop c6 or b6 or whatever.
Something.
Feels useful there.
Yeah, actually b6 check might not be a bad idea in some positions. Maybe not in this one, but could actually even be a half decent idea here to try and trade more pawns. Because ab6, rook takes b6 creates a threat of rook b5 check followed by a5, and more stuff leaves the board. Also rook hba.
C4, who's more active and why?
I'm not sure, because I think king d4 is not currently a threat of any
I'm
sort.
preparing for your check. But if you don't give it, that's very cunning.
And b6 check has been played. So we now have concrete things to
get rid of pawns. If you're the defending side, get rid of all these pawns, and then it tends to be drawish because there's no more pawns. Another elaborate explanation
of chess strategy, yeah.
But there's some truth to it. The defender wants to exchange pawns. Often the attacker wants to exchange pieces. Like the bishop endgame, for example, would be winning. But yeah, the computer says the position is now equal. After
which probably
AB
means we
B6
shouldn't be taking on b6. I think king d4 might be.
King d4 is better.
But yeah, the advantage has dropped significantly. Once again, I glanced at Jan's screen, and the advantage fell below a full pawn, I think, for the first time in a very long time. So, yeah.
Yup.
Great potential for regret there.
And also, yeah, you gotta praise Lichau. He got a pretty horrible position, but he hasn't done anything to make it worse for the last, 52 moves. And that's also a skill.
Sure.
Where's my mic? Here.
Still where you left it, yeah.
Another skill, keeping your mic where it's supposed to be. Yeah, king d4, probably it's better to have these pawns on a5 and a6.
It's more even about activating the h6 rook. You don't want this rook to start giving checks. You don't want the pawn on b4 to be attacked by anything. So yeah, king d4 is a better move. But let's say black takes, and goes king d6. And Niels does play king d4, which is
skills.
Yeah, well done, Niels. But yeah, winning this is really no longer a foregone conclusion. And maybe we should never have claimed it was, but because these positions they still need to be broken down.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I still like white's chances, but if you know where you're coming from, then it's less tempting. Like if you get this position after complicated struggle, you still feel good about yourself with white.
Yeah, ba has been played. I'm wondering if rook b8 could be a move here, trying to actually activate some of your pieces.
Nah, that feels like cheating. Stay passive at least. What has he done? Nothing yet. Rook b8, yeah, that's the best move in the position. Bishop c4, rook c6, rook c5.
Yeah, you get this, once
0-50.
Once this starts happening, you get this really horrible feeling with white that you've let this go.
Yeah, like I said, it depends where you're coming from. If the game has been equal all the way and now you have this, you feel good about yourself, but the position you had 10 moves ago.
No, like when you look at this and then you look at this, it's just not good. And it also impacts it impacts how you approach it.
It might also impact how he approaches it that he has 13 minutes left for the whole game, so it's time to say, don't live in the past, the position is what it is, let's try to pose some problems still. White is still better. All the black pawns are weak. Pawn is fixed on a6, 5 is weak, h5 is weak.
Oh, I agree. But yeah, and rook b8 has been played. Lichau
is tough.
Now that the position actually became concrete, he's not missing very much. He's making all the moves which create the biggest issues for white here, and yeah, might very well hold this.
Yeah, I think he's a favorite to hold now. But I haven't given up on Nielsy boy. And neither has he. Let's check the camera. No, they're both calculating. But Li Chao looks a little more awake than when he had no active moves.
Yeah, as more or less anyone would be in his shoes.
That's what I always say. I've made that joke too many times. Can't do it again.
Bishop c4 is the correct move, and but I just had a look. Niels played bishop c4 and then sort of looked up, so I could see more of him on the camera, and he does look somewhat dejected, to be honest.
I don't think so. I think that's his tired thinking face. Because it hasn't changed really over the last hour. I think he's just tired. It's hard to be the outsider in these tournaments. You have to prepare a lot, then normally you get crushed anyway. I command his spirit.
Command.
Yeah, I comment on his spirit too, but I command it.
It's command. There's an E there. It's late enough in the day that I get annoyed about typos in speech.
So we are playing that game now. Must focus on my English.
Said he and started looking at pictures of people jumping at hoops.
Yeah, it was in English, so in English, no.
Rook b2 has been played by Li Chao. Yeah, no, it's Black is way too active, way more active than he has, any right to be in this game. Jan is not trying to wriggle out of this by looking into biblical quotes about people actually commanding spirits. But that's not what you were saying. Don't try to... you're trying to backtrack now.
Just scanning my options here. Father, into your hands I commit my spirit, but yeah, it's slightly different. Still interesting stuff here.
Absolutely. You go on, research that.
I'm busy, you talk about porn islands. Still 3. Rook b2, active.
As I said, yeah, we're way too active.
Can I defend it? Rook f4 or something?
Yeah, rook f4, but then check and maybe rook dd2. It's becoming very annoying, I think, from a wise perspective.
Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. Yeah, I'm not going out of that one. Pity. Let's go back to Twitter.
Let's.
What hashtags are we scanning? Altibox, Norway chess, and C24 live?
That should be it, yeah.
Jacqueline Mann says, don't be hard on Niels. He's just taking longer so we can listen to Peter and Jan's jokes. Sounds like Jacqueline is a bit of a masochist.
Yeah, that was my first reaction as well. Yeah. It seems like people are actually blaming Niels for what is happening to them right now if they're still watching this stream.
Rightly so. It is Niels' fault.
Rook c5 check has been played by Niels, a move I actually quite like because I think it poses the biggest problem he could pose to Li Chao in this position, because king d6 is a bit awkward. Rook c6 is also not ideal because white can pick up some pawns after that, and moving the king back to, I don't know, d8 or b8 is possible, but I think generally white would welcome that. Rook c6 is perhaps the most forcing move black can make here, but let's say I take, black takes with whatever. What would you take here?
Why did you blunder all of Li Chao's pawns while I was looking
because
away?
f2 is hanging and I'm trying to play rook a2 next move, but that actually isn't a legal move, so I should probably give up.
It's not illegal, but I'll take it.
Yup. And he played king d6, which I called awkward when it probably in fact isn't. I thought I could take on a6 here, but the problem is after rook d2 check, king c3, king c5, king d2, white loses this bishop on a6, which is...
Yeah, don't do that.
An issue for...
Bishops are good.
An issue for Niels, yeah. No, I think it does feel like a great measure of control has been lost here by Niels. You can still go rook f4, but rook d2 check is a problem, and yeah, he went rook d5 check. The king will return to c7, because I don't think you want to play king e7 and start calculating things after rook h1. I think that's completely unnecessary for Li Chao by this point.
I'm starting to wonder at this point if people will notice that my coffee cup has been empty for like an hour and I'm just drinking out of it, fake drinking out of it, because I have absolutely nothing to add. It's a bit sad. But yeah, it's gonna be a draw.
It is.
That's good coffee.
All right.
Rook d5 check. Where does the king go?
I
c7?
think, yeah, I would put it back on c7. Yeah, I don't want it on an open file where the second rook might decide to sort of rejoin the action.
I hate to argue with you, you know that, but isn't the c file an open file?
It's less open right now because there's a bishop on c4. But yeah,
I don't think that's the definition of open files.
I accept your correction. I stand corrected. Yeah. I corrected. We stand.
I command your honesty.
Yeah. I assume there are people who actually watch us for this, but
this is the only reason I'm doing this stuff. These 4 hours of chess analysis, like, come on.
Yeah.
Who really cares? Nah, probably people do. And actually, I pretend I don't like chess, but I guess I kind of still like something about it. Hard to define what, but it's hard to get rid of it somehow.
Yeah,
there.
no, I think this bit is actually more pretense than anything else. I've accepted your dislike for other things, but I don't entirely buy this idea that you don't like chess.
No, I don't think so myself.
You might not like playing chess very
Yeah,
much
I think
anymore,
that's a very important distinction. But I do like winning, so if I was guaranteed to win, I'd play a lot more. But this uncertainty is killing me. No, I'm ignoring all the cricket questions. We're not that desperate yet. I have plenty of Jungle Book jokes lined up.
Okay. No, but none of them work because critical characters were not included. There are those, I want to call them monkeys, which Ka is supposed to talk to.
Okay.
And there are no monkeys in the movie.
Of course there's monkeys in the movie.
But it doesn't. But
Louis from.
But Ka isn't talking to them apparently.
That is true.
But that ruins the whole thing for me.
Well, let's talk the big picture first. I know it's a kids movie, but I found it very touching, and I teared up a couple times because the good thing is I was wearing 3D glasses, so I think nobody saw. There's a touching story of a brave and wise tiger called Shere Khan who's trying to defend the jungle against humans polluting the ecosystem. But in the end, he gets outsmarted by humans and their tools, their tricks. I think the lesson I learned is that he tried to do it alone. He even took on the other animals who didn't understand the danger. But you need some help.
There's also no jackal. There's supposed to be a jackal who helps Shere Khan, and there's no jackal.
No, he didn't have any help. Maybe the jackal would have been useful to have.
But seriously, I mean, for me, I'm at a loss for words, and you know this never happens. I mean, this shouldn't be done to this beautiful story. I mean, where's the jackal? Where's the conversation between Ka and the monkeys?
The good thing for me is I don't read books or watch Russian cartoons, so I have nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, but
that's a lie. Actually, I read the book as a kid, but it's based on a couple of short stories written in 1890. Someone must have improved on it by now, so I'm not surprised.
No.
No, it's a good movie. I honestly recommend it. Very beautiful CGI and very good voice cast featuring Sir Ben Kingsley, the other dude, what's his name? Bill Murray, Scarlett Johansson. It's good stuff.
Oh. Yeah, I like Sir Ben, but
you don't like Bill Murray?
I like Bill Murray as well.
You don't like Scarlett Johansson? Just asking.
Yeah. You kind of, what's the word? Tricked me there.
It's what I do. It's what Ka tried to do with Mowgli. And it worked, but then the stupid bear had to show up and ruin her beautiful planned out twist.
Anyway, this is the. I understand it's ridiculous by this point, but the position on the board looks like this.
They're making moves.
Yeah, Niels after
Rook
transfer.
F4, that's what I would have done.
Yeah.
Defend the pawn.
And I've been trying to think if Black should. I mean, there's Rook D2 check, but I'm not sure if Black wants to trade these rooks immediately.
No, go Rook B1, because that's 0-13, or Rook C6 is 0-15, maybe
Rook
also
C6,
bearable.
Yeah, Rook C6 is what I wanted to suggest. Rook B1 I don't really understand, but Rook C6 is a very unnatural looking move, activating another piece and sort of recreating in some variations at least the threat of Rook D2 check. And also the problem is, what's White's progress here? How does White even attack anything meaningful here? Like if you go Bishop D3 attacking F5, there's Rook B4 check, Rook E6 check.
I'm guessing you're asking rhetorical questions and not talking to me, right? I have zero clue.
If you say so.
No, but honestly, I'm reasonably sure this is going to end in a draw now.
Yeah, but we
Black
still...
is active, his position is easy to play now, and Li Chao must be feeling much better about life than an hour ago.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Niels here, he does look tired, which everybody would at this juncture, except myself, but I'm still young and healthy.
That's the important thing.
And I didn't go on this crazy rock trip yesterday, which other people did. Not Niels though.
Yeah.
But he walked around the lake, he told me. And I can see the lake from here, it's a big lake. So if he walked around it, I remembered much.
You command his...
No, I don't recommend doing that at all.
Yeah, okay. Almost got you there.
What happened at Li Chao? He played Rook C6, yeah?
He did play Rook C6
Yeah,
and now
he's
Niels
tough.
is thinking, yeah, no,
He's been flawless since the position opened up a little bit, right?
Pretty
He's
much,
made all the
yeah.
good moves.
Yeah.
It's very unfair.
No mistakes from him, and yeah, it's very difficult now to believe White is even objectively much better. To be honest, it's not. But
just because the computer says 0-13?
No, but in general, Black's rooks are no less active than White's. The rook on F4 is actually a really stupid piece right now because, you know, it's stuck there protecting F2. You can't really put any more pressure on the F5 pawn easily, at least, and it has no squares to go to. So yeah, it's the trend is really in Black's favor here, and
nothing to see here. Let me switch back to the game. Yeah. Speaking of the trend, did we congratulate Mr. Caruana for his victory in the US Chess Championship?
Not live on stream. And
congratulations, Fabi. Very impressive outing, both at the board and in the confession booth. He was on fire throughout.
Yeah, very convincing performance. And actually, I've been thinking about that. Out of the people who played in Moscow, he seems to be the one recovering the best.
Let's go through them one by one. It's hard to beat Topalov's recovery because he came from a much lower place.
That is true, actually, yeah.
And he's been doing well here. Yeah, because Anish hasn't looked in peak shape.
Anish, I mean, he still produced some good chess, but he's not been his best self here. Lev is now on +1, but I think he would also find fault with some of his decisions here.
Yeah,
and I mean,
Svidler's been doing terrible. Like no Jungle Book input at all.
No input.
No sensible input.
Okay, with that qualifier, maybe. Hang on.
Who else played there? Vichy, we don't know how he's recovering. I guess he's fine playing with his kid.
Hikaru finished on a respectable score, but he generally, I mean, in his life, he's been murdering fields like this for breakfast.
That's a disturbing mental picture. Murdering for breakfast.
Yeah, I don't know why I went with that, but the point still stands. I mean, he scored. I think he scored +4 in that tournament, and generally speaking, he is exceptionally good at beating players slightly below him in the rating list with both colors. So I think he will count +4 as a.
Yeah, you mentioned he had an early draw against Akshat Chandra, who finished last, and that sort of tilted him, and then he lost a game against Fabi where he blundered something, I believe, simple for his standards. It was hard to recover from there.
And Niels is actually now pawn down.
Pawn down?
Yeah. This is...
But it's
really
drawish.
Yeah, of course it's...
He decided to bail out, yeah?
It should still be a draw, and after rook a5 he has bishop f7, which wins the h-pawn back, so he's not losing this.
Do we think he blundered rook d2 check?
No. I think he went low on time, and this position he no longer felt in control.
Start panicking a little bit. There's rook d2, rook b4, bishop e6, and
I think he just decided that enough is enough. Let's simplify and make a draw. But it's a very sad decision, obviously, because of how dominant his position was for.
Göran, do you want to join the show?
Oh yes, please.
Because Peter, he hasn't been making much sense for the last hour. I have to do all the chess work and he's just talking nonsense. It's getting a little out of hand, so we need some chess culture here.
Oh, and I was the only one you can find?
Yeah, literally.
Mic up.
We're now being joined by, what's your title? Tournament Director, Göran Aulin Jansson, former president of the Norwegian Chess Federation, all-around chess personality, politician. I don't know what you're up to. How did you like the action of the day? You happy that Magnus won?
Yes, I must admit that.
So you don't even pretend to be impartial as tournament director?
I thought you were asking me as a national Norwegian.
What's the national Norwegian?
a guy who cheers for Magnus, of course.
I know Norwegian nationals, but national Norwegian is something different. I'm very curious now.
You come at a bad time.
No,
we're only talking nonsense.
You're not going to lure me into that one. Why don't you tidy up here?
We're sorry, it's a horrible mess.
Did you know that the Magnus Carlsen game was the first decisive game that did not involve Giri, Hare Krishna or Grandelius in this tournament?
No, I didn't, but I do now.
You know now,
yes. Thank you for that piece of information.
That's all the questions I have, really.
You're really dragging it.
Do you have any idea of the immediate reaction? Has there been sort of stop the press, newspapers, front pages occupied by
the streets are filled with cheering Norwegian.
So it seemed, immediately after the game opened, it seemed like the floodgates suddenly opened, and there were like hundreds of people here seemingly cheering for Magnus, although they probably was just exiting a concert of some sort. But we'll pretend we don't know that. Right?
We'll say they were cheering for Magnus.
Yeah.
We haven't really kept track of the confessions. Can you fill us in what happened today? Who confessed what?
You're asking difficult questions now.
That's what we're here for.
Yes, thank you. I think the only confession that I know of was the one with Magnus praising Jordik for his great idea, which I, by the way, didn't understand anything of.
We understand it by now. Maybe we can do a little recap and we can show what it's all about.
I might learn something.
The thing is, you explain.
Well, the reasoning behind this is that white would normally waste a tempo on something, I guess, to avoid maybe bishop before check.
G3 is the main line.
Yeah, and then black gets his knight to d6 in time. But here, if black after knight b6, knight g3, goes knight c8, which is what they normally do.
Yeah.
After knight g5, knight d6, white is just in time to solidify his hold over the g5f square. And this kind of a setup, you can no longer shift from by black. And I'm wondering, Jan knows something about this endgame, I don't, but I was wondering, I was too afraid to ask either Vladimir or Magnus, because I thought, they will just laugh me out of court there. How bad is this if I just do this?
Yes, that was my question as well.
Do you actually take with a knight on f5? That was my first question. This I think is bearable, but I think you want to keep the knight alive.
And so, if I may ask.
Let's say, I don't know,
it's too much.
Rook g8, bishop d6, king e7. Check, and then knight takes. Yeah, this is the variation Vladimir showed on air. Knight b7, bishop b6, dc5, bishop c7, and h3. And he said he looked at this for a long time trying to make it work.
But this is way better than what he got in the game, no?
Yeah, miles better. But I thought that in this position you can just take. and this should be very, very good for white. But maybe once again, maybe I'm misunderstanding something here. Maybe black just castles whichever way, I don't know, castles short maybe. Because if you castle long, I think you might get mated eventually with the knight g6, knight e7 might be a bit of a threat here. Well, bishop b6, maybe this is the reason. This is maybe what I missed. Yeah, that makes sense. So, but then I think that would be the way to try and justify playing bishop b4 and knight a4. So maybe this was better, because the position he got after, let's say, king e2 is, he described it as possibly already indefensible, and he should know because he's been playing this endgame with great success for a number of years. So if he says this is already maybe past holding, he probably is right. I mean, he is generally right about these things. So very interesting new idea with knight e2, knight g3 straight away.
What happens on f5 here? I know
you probably want you probably play g3.
No, well, that's a very serious move. Vladimir himself said that maybe he should have gone f5 instead of knight b6, because now you don't allow white to set up with knight g3.
But they also normally don't play f5 this early. So
I can understand. Even I can understand.
You can play this knight b6, knight c8, knight d6. The structure is normally not too bad.
Yeah, so, but yeah, it was more or less decided by this one decision to go for this knight a4 and then not following through with knight takes b2, although probably it's already quite bad for black.
Yeah, or also to grind your teeth and go back and try to defend that.
Why did black play c5 in this variation?
He was trying to justify what he was doing before, basically. He felt if he goes back to passive defense, he will never be in time after knight g4, knight g2, a4, h4, and this kind of a...
Which is true now. He's played
yeah, I think by now this is very true. Yeah, he is just not in time to cover all the squares here.
I probably would have, let's say, on knight g2, rook c7 and rook d7, and then
knight f4.
Have an early knight.
Yeah, that is a good point. And yeah, the other Scandinavian is going to make a draw today.
Yeah, this is.
And he's going to be
soon.
Yes.
And he's going to be very, very sad about it, and justly so, because
he pushed very hard. Come on, for 90 moves, he did what he could, but Li Chao defended incredibly well over the last, really 50 moves too.
But guys, one of my very few jobs here is to pick up the players and deliver them to you.
Okay.
And I think it's about time to get them.
Thanks a lot. I'll ask smarter questions next time when I'm more awake.
Then you might get better answers.
No, you did fine. It's Peter's fault again.
All right, so they actually played on until there's nothing left on the board, which I think is fitting, but yeah, Niels will not be a happy camper when he comes here.
I don't know. I have a feeling he has a pretty positive outlook, and he did what he could. Of course, it would be nice to win a game, but
honestly, if he is cheerful now, I will actually be slightly disappointed. I think you should be very sad about this.
No, he doesn't smile.
Yeah, I think still smiling after losses, I can sort of relate to. Smiling after this game, I think, is wrong.
Okay, what we're gonna do to put a smile on you guys' faces is take a short break and then come back with Niels Grandelius and Li Chao. Thank you so much for staying with us through all this nonsense.
Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream. Every day the future's getting closer. Every day the future's looking bright. Every day is another beginning. Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream.
Welcome back to the final press conference of round 7 of Altibox Norway Chess 2016, and I'm joined by Niels Grandelius and Licha, who played a very long game in which I think only one player was enjoying himself.
Of course, him.
Yeah, not you, I'm sorry. So, tell us.
Yes, I don't know about the opening, but somehow, somewhere around here, I felt my position is quite good. I mean, when black has to castle short, I think white is always a bit better.
I'm just waiting for your attack.
Yeah,
but something like I didn't check G3, but I know this is a good idea, but I forget it.
Ah, okay.
And
no, I mean here probably white is just much better.
Yeah, no, you're obviously.
Yeah, but I think when I'm playing, a little bit afraid of if you don't play bishop f4, something like castle and just push queen side.
Immediately
and,
also.
Yes.
Immediately also. Yeah, I couldn't really remember.
If you want to fight, but of course this style.
But bishop f4 felt very reasonable. I mean, it's your good bishop.
Taking those bishops out off seemed like a good idea. I was advocating this setup on stream as well. I think this is very reasonable from white.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're both obviously very tired, so let's cover some critical moments. I mean, somewhere here, like the position is completely set, and you will probably. For you to get counterplay, something needs to happen, yeah?
But I can't find, I mean...
No, there is not.
That's what I mean. So
I think the trade of knights maybe is the first really critical moment. Like if...
No, maybe I should play something bishop h5 first. I don't know.
Maybe.
Where?
I mean, before. Okay. Maybe something. I don't know. Maybe here.
No, you never have any time. Really.
No. Actually, I have.
Here instead of rook a8. Yeah, bishop h5.
Bishop h4.
No.
But I will play queen c1. Yeah.
After queen c1, how do you keep it on h5?
Yeah.
No. Maybe king g7 first. I mean.
King g7. Let's say.
And queen c1 and.
Now h6.
Yes.
Okay.
But still, I mean, how
same,
do you,
right?
Yeah, it's very similar. Just very similar. I mean,
it's very similar.
No, but after knight, the question is how I should make progress after.
We thought you
trade.
play queen e3 and you play c4 and d5. And,
yeah, that's probably.
We thought this was very strong, but also what you did worked out quite well, I thought.
But here, queen d6 maybe.
Yes.
And,
yeah, queen d6. Yeah, and you stay. But also, in some positions, d5 might work. But right now, I realize that f6 actually wins material. Yeah, rook e6, queen d5, and e8 is protected. But this is what we were discussing. Queen e3.
Something like that. Yeah, but I couldn't really get. I mean, I want to push and open up, of course, because b7 is the weakness. But I couldn't really get it to work. I mean. Well, I thought I can always do it later as well.
I will play. I can't play queen e7. You can play rook f5.
You can't move any of the rooks because rook d6, rook f5.
Okay.
Yeah, and even with the queen on d6, let's say if you play, like a white plays g3, bishop g6, and white makes some move, you can't even play rook e7 here because d5 seems to be very strong. But okay, I should be, you know.
Yeah, but
maybe after bishop g6, I can play queen e7.
Yeah.
But then c4.
But once again, actually, even d5, c5.
But d5 is not that clear. I thought when.
I think you will eventually just pick up the queen side and win because this is just such a poor piece.
Maybe.
But once again, this is. What did you think was the best plan for white here? Like,
I don't know.
For instance, here, what were you most afraid of?
I just afraid of something like control my queen to g5.
So that the queen doesn't come to g5.
Yes, I think first when I'm playing, I think after queen g5 I can hold this position, but I miss rook e3 this idea.
Okay.
Yeah, and after that I'm afraid of something like g4, right?
Yeah.
So that's why
I mean g4 might be coming here.
Yeah, and first I want to play bishop f3 here.
Yeah, bishop f3, yeah, but then I can play h4 and take it. And the queen is trapped. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
But no, here I mean. Maybe I don't need to play h4, but it also feels very reasonable.
So we get to this structure.
Yeah.
And.
Nothing much is happening. I was slightly low on time, so I thought just make some moves.
No, this is sensible, yeah. And.
But the question is, I mean, I can force this ending by going queen g5 the move earlier. Here. Or at least bishop g6, it's very hard to wait later on. So then now you have to take, but then I lost one tempo. So again, you take and play
g6.
No, I thought.
But
what next?
Yeah,
bishop d1. Yeah, bishop d1.
No,
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I thought you have to take, but then take some bishop g6. King g2. Rook h8, rook h1, and I thought maybe you can play f6 now. Because I mean, this is what I wanted to stop in the game.
Yeah, this is not so
also very, very good, but I mean, I don't want to allow it.
Sure.
So that's why I didn't play queen g5, but after king g2, I mean, the queen is much better on h6 than f6 after queen g5.
Yeah.
But again, okay, it's very difficult to make, I mean...
But I liked your plan very much, and...
yeah, but...
no, first I think maybe he will play something like king f3, king f4.
But then maybe you can move back the queen, yeah, after king f4, queen h8.
But I should be careful because sometimes you have rook e6.
Yeah. But here I thought queen h8, yeah.
And bishop
b6, f6.
f6, yes.
I f6
that
now, I mean.
Yes, of course.
It's a bit.
No.
Bit
I mean, if white doesn't play king f4,
there's some other. But
change the queen and king f4, king e5.
I like this.
Yes, but I don't know. And after king e5, if you play king g5, maybe you lose because rook d4 and.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, rook g4 and.
Yeah, but if you want to play king g5, you can play f3 first, then king g5. If I play rook d4, you can play take, then rook e6.
But okay.
f3, king f6.
Yeah, king f6, there is time.
Yeah, so that's why maybe...
King e5, yeah?
Yeah, maybe this is more, I mean, but then what's next? I mean.
Yeah, but how do you win from here? What does white do?
I don't know, I just have...
No, I thought my idea must be to enter with the king on c.
Yes,
I mean, that must be the long-term plan.
Before I didn't see your plan, so...
but
after that, I think I played too bad because I played too much rook d7. Maybe I should play on king on e2, maybe I should play rook e7. Rook e8, sorry.
And after king d2, what is the
king
difference?
d2, okay, maybe...
I will anyway just go, I think.
Yeah, but you still have no moves.
No.
I mean, you cannot take an fc never because b7 will be falling.
No. You want to change my rook, right?
I want to just go with the king slowly.
Okay, maybe king g5 and take and f6, man.
And takes?
But this probably wins, yeah. Like.
No, this is what I thought at least.
No, but
no, but I am in time.
I should change. I should play some move, maybe.
But you're probably in time, yeah. Bishop e6 and the h pawn.
I mean, my king is still.
Yeah, we're in the square. Yeah, h4 takes.
So I just waiting for his king to save file, and
yeah, maybe you can wait one more, but it's maybe it's possible, but
I think I should do this.
Yeah. But again, okay, let's see what happened because it's
no. But here, my question was actually, do you need rook h1? Why didn't you play this?
No, yeah, it's a good question.
I missed bishop g2 this idea. I think I can play h4 simple.
Where?
Yeah, but here I thought h4, but maybe it's just nothing. Yeah.
h4, rook h1, as usual.
It takes.
Rook h8.
Rook h8. And I'm just way ahead, or what?
Oh, well, I think you will take b7 and queen everything.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably. Okay, rook h2, but
that was
maybe rook h5.
No, I think rook h5. I play king c5. No.
Rook g5, f4, rook b5.
Something like this.
You're in time.
Maybe like this also. But also rook h2, and it's not clear where my bishop is going.
Bishop f3?
But, and rook h3 maybe.
And rook h3, yeah, this is also...
Okay, some bishop d1, but...
Okay.
But f4. F4 now.
There's a force.
No, but rook h1, I have time for f4. I mean...
Sure, but I thought this was completely winning, but...
No, I don't know.
And here, did you think you should hold this, or...?
No, I think I will lose because I missed bishop g2.
But here, I mean...
I think
at some point I went back with my king from b6. This was, I think...
It was still fine, I think.
Maybe it was still fine.
King b6?
King b6 here?
Yes. Maybe king d7?
Or rook d6, maybe, I thought.
No, I can't mate. After rook d6...
No, king d7, what is the difference? Yeah,
you go now.
King c8, d5 or what?
b5, maybe.
b5, yeah, shit.
Yeah, you're probably in time.
Here I might be in time, yeah.
But it was also close to move. How much time did you have? Because this is move 56, 57.
No, I had, I don't know, 15 minutes, 10, 15.
Oh, okay.
So it's, no, I played simply too slowly. This rook h, here it starts, I think. It starts to go wrong for me. Yeah, but I'm just waiting now, I mean, more or less.
Still, let's say...
I mean...
just, we can't go through, every single move here, but some questions. Like here we thought you can play...
c4?
Yeah, with the rook on e5, you can play c4.
Yes. And
c5 and then b5.
c5 and b5, but rook, let's see, rook.
Yeah, like how do you hold this? Like rook goes where? rook goes some, I don't know, let's say rook d8 because it doesn't really...
Rook d7 maybe.
Huh?
Rook d7?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter that much.
And how...
I play rook e1, I threaten rook h1.
So rook h8.
Rook h8.
Rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8. Rook d8 will become.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about b5.
Yeah, maybe b5 wins. I think it's.
No. I mean, don't play rook e1. This position to play b5.
Yeah. No, but at some point b5 should be really strong. But I couldn't see when. I mean.
No, but that was actually messy because you need to sacrifice something. Another thing I wanted to ask. Yeah.
But there should be some way without sacrificing.
You played c4, rook h7, and here we thought you should just play d5.
Yeah. Okay. CD. I thought.
Yeah.
CD and rook h6. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so, but
why don't play ed take?
No, ed I think.
No, then rook e7 and rook ending is just winning.
Rook e7 and bishop takes
no,
d5.
King b8.
And
there is
here
no
I
rook.
think
like this.
Rook c8. So now maybe I can move and I can fight. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe.
Because bishop d5, rook d8, yeah.
But I thought also rook h6. But
no, but I think I looked at this. Yeah, this is kind of bad. Because
it looks quite bad actually.
Yeah, it's kind of bad. I think king e5 is very strong. King f6 and bishop takes d5.
I missed this.
Yeah. So you thought rook h6, yeah? This we didn't see at all. We
okay, takes. I mean, bishop takes. It's a ridiculous way of playing, but to me it wasn't entirely clear.
Yeah.
And this was kind of what I was trying to achieve later when I played d5 because I realized.
Actually, the bishop on d7 is a lot better than a bishop on f7. So.
Yeah, it is not clear why I forced it to d7.
Yeah.
But in the game.
But this is a very good point because we missed it completely.
Because I cannot take an h5. I mean, never. So. Because there is some but my point with forcing the bishop to d7 was that I'm now threatening d6 so that he has to take on d5. But then I just forgot about b6, and after b6 it's probably very close to a draw.
It's very close to a draw already, yeah. So
no, I simply forgot about it. But some slow plan is probably not enough here. Yeah? Like rook h1, bishop d1, f3, g4. But I think I'm not in time for this.
Probably not. We didn't consider.
Because there is some rook g5 at some point, some annoying stuff.
Yes.
No, I couldn't see. I mean, d5.
I think after c4, I was so happy because maybe you don't have bishop move to. C4
I mean, it looks like it should still be very good for white. Yeah. But how to make one? I mean,
yeah, no,
I couldn't find.
I think somewhere here we should. No, find something.
I have to go quicker with the d5. Yeah. I mean.
But yeah, rook h6 is a very strong move, which we missed completely. Yeah.
I mean, I still have some. I don't know, rook. d4 even, but
d4 is eg5, rook c6. There's suddenly counterplay. You know?
Sorry, rook d4.
Maybe even this. You know.
You mean I move like this? Yeah, but b5. But I mean, it looks very.
No, this looks horrible. Yeah.
But okay, bishop g8. Yeah, it's kind of fighting.
No, bishop d5.
Now you can take. Yeah.
This
maybe bishop b5 and rook b7, king c8.
Okay, I don't know. It's already very messy.
Yeah, it's surprising how difficult. How difficult it is to win.
Because you would evaluate it as just winning when you look at the position.
No, I have some idea like rook c5.
Where?
I mean, king on b6.
Yeah, no, but it's not.
Here?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I should not go back. But.
So what are you trying to?
No, after rook d5, rook d6.
Move 62.
Yeah.
Yes, and rook c5.
And what's the
and
threat?
after that, you have enough time to improve this position, and I can't move.
But what is? How do I improve?
I don't know.
but I mean, I have to make progress somehow. But I couldn't see how.
Maybe bishop e2 and f3 and g4. I don't know.
Maybe, but maybe also in the other position. That plan, but.
But this actually is a very good setup because it stops everything.
But
but it stops also all my ideas.
But I can play rook d5. I'm not sure.
What?
I can play rook d5. Yes. But after
no, I take CD. Tricky.
But after rook d5, you can play any move. Yes.
Any move. Yeah. I mean. No, I say I simply have no idea what went on after we got this position. I mean, some b5 at some point I feel should be just winning, but
probably, yeah.
But it's very. I mean, you have to find the moment, and I was not that close.
The good moment is rook h4 at that moment.
Yeah. No, okay, rook h4. From there on, I start to lose grip. Moves 57. I mean here.
Yes.
I have to be accurate here, I think. I cannot just play moves, which I did. I mean, even b5 maybe, immediately.
Now?
No, maybe not.
No,
AB,
that's
AB,
the
AB,
AB,
maybe.
and if king b6, there's no rook a8. No.
Yeah.
You don't
Yes,
want to do that.
I see this.
No, you don't want to do that.
King b6, king. But okay. No, but some accurate way here.
Something here should be winning, of course.
But it's,
yeah, it's difficult.
I mean, okay. Yeah, it is actually quite difficult.
All right. So, we were discussing this with Jan before you came in. How upset are you?
Now, quite. I mean, I'm upset because what I missed was very simple. But on the other hand, I mean, it seems like it's not that easy to win it. It's not like it's over or anything.
No,
it's just. I mean, I have to be playing quite well, which, I mean, no. So I'm not that upset. No, but I felt today was kind of close, at least.
No, of
or
course
decently
it was,
close. Yeah.
Yeah, if this is not close, nothing is
yeah,
close.
exactly. So no, on the contrary, I mean, I'm playing a bit better than I did previously. So I don't see why I would be upset.
Okay, Jan wins again. That was his prediction, and you should probably feel. I guess you feel quite okay. I mean, apart from the opening,
of course,
you defended very.
No, before the game, I don't know he will play d4 or e5. I don't know. So that's why finally, I think maybe I should watch some football. So
that's a man after my own mind. That's what I normally do.
And I forget. But after g3, I think I was so dangerous in that position. I mean, I know some idea like bishop g2 and just push queenside and.
Yeah.
So that's why when you play bishop f4, I think maybe. Of course, I know white symbol better, but. I think maybe I have a chance to hold this position.
Which you did, I mean. You were successful.
I'll read off with queen side.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thanks.
And that I think concludes today's activities. Do you want to do a wrap, or we can just?
No, I can wave.
Okay, let's have Jan waving, and we'll just finish with that. There are still games going on tomorrow, but we're not going to tell you what they are because it's been a long day. They are very, very interesting, though. They are on the website if you want to look them up. Magnus is playing black against Levon Aronian. This much I know, but apart from that, I'm not really sure. Who you got tomorrow?
I don't know yet.
Proper round robin player. And you?
Janov.
And then Lichau is playing Pavel Ilyanov, and there are more games there on the website. Look them up. Be prepared tomorrow for more nonsense. Very happy we finally worked up to some serious level of nonsense today. I'm very happy with today's work, and that's what's important, right? Thanks for watching. Sorry guys, you have to watch this, but thanks for watching. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European for round 8 of Altibox Norway Chess.